Today, and they came early today to run through some sets. It's an open.
Let's go.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Let's go.
Tough loss. 126 to 120. The Raptors fall to the better LA team, also known as the other LA team. The Clippers, over the last 16 games, have been probably the best team in the league. They've been very inspiring. And the Toronto Raptors were in the news cycle for the last 24 hours for all the right and wrong reasons. No calls. Darko Rajakovic's comments about Scottie Barnes being an all-star talent, and also the future face of the league, which caught a lot of people surprised. Spent a lot of time today just going through the reactions. Stephen A. Smith, pause on that, bro. Sam Mitchell on overdrive. I think he must have meant face of the NBA. Sorry, I think he must have meant face of the Raptors. Something that North Americans often do is assume that when Europeans who don't speak the language as their first language are speaking, they must be misspeaking. Maybe they didn't understand the question. No, I think Darko Rajakovic knew exactly what he was saying, and he doubled down on it pre-game. That's what he thinks. And Scottie Barnes, to his credit, was asked after the game last night, about what Darko had said, and he said, "That's my guy, and that's why I rock with him." Tough loss, man. You face a fully healthy Clipper team. I think most of us probably expected this game to be a tough loss, but when Pascal Siakam was a late scratch from this game, Jakob Poeltl not in, starting Dennis Schroeder and Thaddeus Young, effectively taking one of the biggest teams in the NBA and turning it into probably the smallest team in the league, and you got to go up against massive size. James Harden's big dude. He might be 6'5", but he plays like he's 6'11", right? Kawhi Leonard might be 6'7". He plays like he's 6'11". Same thing with Paul George, and Ivica Zubac is a load inside. And I think for everything I will say about this game that went wrong, I want to start with this. I'm very proud of the Raptors. I'm so proud of this team, man. I can't even tell you how proud I am of this team for how they battled tonight. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they can clean up. There's a little bit of, bad shots, a couple of miscommunications, not, figuring it out. Like, you're playing a lot of players together who've never played together, and you're holding it competitive on the road. I mean, going into the fourth quarter, they were dead even. They were up. They were up by 1 going into the fourth quarter. There were, I think, 36 or 37 lead changes in this game. Honestly, the most I've seen in 20 years. This was a very close game. Now, it doesn't look close because it's 126-120, but it felt very close. The Raptors shoot. Let me pull this up here. The Raptors shoot 40% from 3 in what's starting to become like a bit of a common occurrence, right? The Raptors slowly inching up. They were supposed to be one of the worst three-point shooting teams ever, and they're slowly approaching league average. And that's crazy given where they started this season. They outshoot. They were more efficient than the Clippers tonight. 55% from the field to the Clippers 52.7. The Clippers do get more threes. Maybe that's the difference. The Clippers don't get to the line more. The Raptors, they caught the attention of the officials. Darko Rajakovic blasting the officials last night. And I think ultimately that shows, I think the Raptors got a fairer whistle tonight, but, there's still a lot of stuff that's not being called. I think it's worth noting that almost every single NBA play, there's something ticky-tack you could call, which is what makes the NBA so difficult, because there's 5 guys moving up against 5 guys in rapid succession. And if you want to call a moving screen, you want to call a carry, you want to call a double, you can call something on almost every single play. So how do you determine as a team, whether you're getting a fair whistle. Well, I think it comes down to balance. Are you calling it even, right? I think the Raptors got a pretty even whistle tonight. So no chirping at the refs tonight for Darko Rajakovic. In terms of rebounds, I'm surprised you don't get beaten on the glass, but 37-36, they do get 11 offensive rebounds, and you felt them. The Raptors get 31 assists. The Clippers, to their credit, get 34. The Raptors lose the stocks battle quite handily. They turn the ball over way too much, man. And the points off the turnovers was the game for me. You can always look at one of these box scores and just say, where was the game lost? The game was lost on the turnovers. Let's talk about the individual performances tonight. With all the hoopla, we'll talk about Scottie Barnes for sure. Thaddeus Young gets a second straight start. I guess. Where else do you go, right? Do you go with Chris Boucher and just allow him to pick up 2 quick fouls on Ivica Zubac? I just think that maybe, this idea of Thaddeus Young has to start maybe needs to be explored because, didn't help you too much tonight. I think he was decent enough. Like he moves off the ball quickly. He doesn't hold on to the basketball too much. He doesn't pound it. But I think overall, like this is, you're going into every single game with a significant disadvantage, and other teams know that. Dennis Schroeder tonight, the box score says 22 points on 8 for 13. He missed almost all his threes, goes 1 for 5, 4 assists. And, the box score is going to say he had a great game. -1 in a game that you lose by 6. Solid game, right? There are times where I felt like he really, really held on to the ball a little bit too much. But overall, better game from Dennis than I was complaining about earlier in the season. So we let it slide. RJ Barrett, the culprit of the 4 turnovers. I think overall, despite the 4 turnovers, he was really good for the Raptors. Another game, super efficient from the field. Another game, super efficient from 3. Can he keep this up? Like, it's impossible, right? It's impossible for him to keep shooting like 50+% from 3. But man, what a heater he's on right now, right? Emmanuel Quickley, honestly, he was my favorite player coming back in this trade. He was probably he is one of my favorite players in the NBA. But I gotta say, tonight, I did not love his game. He attacked hard. Clearly, a point of emphasis from the Raptors is get to the line, get fouls, get some easy ones. I think he dominated possessions a little bit too much, forced the shot. Not a very natural point guard. So to run your offense through him so much, as he's the guy who pretty much brought up the basketball, anytime he was on the court, it was definitive him or Dennis. Neither one of these guys are true point guards. They're both scoring combo guard, shooting guard types. And so their natural feel for passing is always going to be on display, and it's going to result in less efficient offense. Now, you say, how can you get more efficient than 55%, from the field and, 40% from 3? That's a good question too, right? Did the Clippers play great defense? I don't think so. We'll get to Scottie Barnes right at the end. Chris Boucher, I thought, just, did not play well tonight. Jalen McDaniels held his own a little bit more. I think the first stint that he had was worse than the second one he had. And Garrett Temple, serviceable, man, serviceable. You didn't feel his mistakes out there. He was a team-leading +4 in a game, again, that you lose by 6. I think he was just steadying force. Gary Trent Jr., another solid game where he shoots reasonably well. I mean, there's just stuff that you miss with him, right? Box outs, defensive rotations, obvious passes, that he just doesn't make, can't make, won't make. And while, yes, he had a positive game, overall, you can't look at that box score and say, well, he played a bad game. He shot efficiently. It's not like he went 5 for 26. I just think that sometimes the limiting returns on having a guy who doesn't see the floor very well can sometimes make your offense a little bit more predictable, a little bit more stagnant, and can let the defense off the hook for mistakes that they're clearly making, because the Clippers made a ton of mistakes tonight defensively, which opened the door for the Raptors. Our final point would be to talk about Jontay Porter and Scottie Barnes quickly and just discuss Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, and the Clippers. They played 38 minutes each. By the way, this is a call-in show, number one. So please call in if you have something to say. Number two, please give this video a like. I'd be super appreciative. Number three, please subscribe if you haven't already. Okay. Ivica Zubac was a load inside for the Raptors. I think PG and Kawhi, hilarious. 38 minutes, 29 points each. They are differentiated by 1 assist and a few rebounds from Kawhi, and for Kawhi, interestingly enough, he drew the assignment of Scottie Barnes, and I think Scottie for the most part played okay, but we'll talk about that. James Harden, not the type of game that he's been used to having. Terrence Mann was incredible for me. Like, I thought defensively, he was a guy who just really gave it. Daniel Tice off the bench was all right. Russell Westbrook, a lot of did he get blocked like a few times? He just missed a couple of bunnies at the rim, but man, like his playmaking, like you can see it. Like he really exploits things. But for Russell Westbrook to be down to 14 minutes really tells you where their coaching staff is on him right now. But that's interesting. Former Raptor Norman Powell, always a cheer, always a great time to see him play basketball, and always, funny to see him go up against Gary Trent. The two players were traded for each other. I remain firm that Norman Powell is still the better player. And yeah, I think he played like it tonight. He missed a couple of threes that, honestly, this guy shoots 46% from three on easy. He's morphed himself into one of the best 3-point shooters in the league. So, and on high volume. So him going 3 for 8, I think you dodge a bullet there, because it certainly could have been worse than that. And Amir Coffey, running him off the 3-point line was not a good idea for Jontay Porter. But yes, I think he's turning into something serviceable for them. And you just look at what they have on their bench that's not playing, Bones Highland, right? Mason Plumlee, PJ Tucker. And you ask yourself, how many of their players probably would have started for you tonight? I think Mason Plumlee probably starts over Thaddeus Young. I think PJ Tucker probably would have started over Thaddeus Young. And I think Bones Highland probably would have, cracked the rotation. This is a deeper team than they have been in the past. I think this James Harden trade was great for them. Honestly, I do. And the fact that they traded depth to get him, and the fact that they've recovered so much of their depth in the process is actually quite amazing. Because they, you gotta realize they gave up Robert Covington, they gave up Nicholas Batum, they gave up a lot of depth for that. Oh man, thank you so much, Joe CPW, CPWU. That's awesome, man. Like Raptors fan since Skydome, now living in China, supporting the Raps through thick and thin. Really enjoy your channel. Thank you so much. I have really, really been overwhelmed by the support for this channel. Like today, I'll tell you about my day right before we get to the calls, but let's just get to Jontay and Scottie. So mixed bag. So let's talk about the good first. Jontay Porter. I loved Jontay's game. If you follow us on X/Twitter, you have seen me go nuts about this guy all game. I saw this guy do things that I haven't seen a big do in Toronto since Marc Gasol. Does that sound like a crazy thing to say? I don't think so, because he's incredible. Like, he was really good for the Raptors tonight. Like, that outlet pass that he threw to Scottie for the N1 where Scottie missed the free throw, just some of the reads that he's making on the second side of the floor, the shot readiness and preparedness. Like, he is just so good, man. He is so good. Like, I can't tell you how impressed I am with this young player. If you had told me that he was picked 18th overall in the last year's draft, I would believe you. If you told me he was picked 12th overall in the last year's draft, I'd say, I get it. He's really good. Like, I don't think people realize how young he is. He just turned 24 a couple months ago. I mean, wow. Chaim Dirk saying he's literally precious with IQ. Yo, he is, there are certain players that you can just envision playing with better players. He's one of those players. He is the epitome of a fifth starter with better players. If you put him on the Clippers right now in place of Ivica Zubac for like 10 minutes, like he would find Kawhi and PG. Like he just sees angles. I am super impressed with his shot readiness, his shooting stroke. I got to catch a couple of games of him in the G League, and I'm sure, if he ends up down in the G League again when the Raptors get healthier, which I don't think ever should happen, by the way, you should absolutely, let me make a claim right here. The Raptors need to tank this whole, they need to cancel this whole second two-way contract or whatever. This two-way contract stuff needs to end with this guy. I was remarking earlier in the game that he's basically 10 times the player right now that Jalen McDaniels is, and he's making 10 times less. Show some faith in your young players, Masai Ujiri, and sign this guy to a 3-year deal. I understand he has a complicated injury history going back to high school with his knees and stuff, but man, like if there was ever a player that I would like to take a bit of a swing on, it's him. Yes, I noticed that Bismack Biyombo got waived, and that would be a player certainly worth looking at because he has started in spurts for the Memphis Grizzlies this year. Yes, I'm having coffee. Hold on. I can't wait for this road trip to end. I'm on the weirdest schedule of all time. What I appreciate most is that unlike a lot of bigs where, okay, maybe passing is a good thing and shooting is a good thing, he's also really good defensively. When I say really good defensively, I mean he can slide his feet and get in the way. He reminds me a little bit of Maxi Kleber in this way. Again, one of my other favorite players in the NBA, a guy that I really like for a long time now. And he just has this ability to move his hips laterally. And in that way, I will say he reminds me a little bit of Precious Achiuwa and the fact that he can probably guard 3-4 positions. I didn't feel like really scared when he got, cross-matched on Ivica Zubac. Like I know that no one on this team currently, other than Jakob Poeltl, can bang with Ivica Zubac. But I also didn't feel bad when he got cross-matched onto a guard. Like if he got caught on Norman Powell, like I was like, he's gonna do enough right now to make a positive attempt without making a stupid mistake. I just think that he's a really high floor player. Like you can put him on the court and just feel like he's not going to completely kill your offense. He doesn't do anything out of himself. He doesn't do anything to force the offense. He doesn't take dumb shots. He also doesn't like hold and survey too much. He gets off of it really quickly in a weird way. Like him quickly, and a lot of the games so far that RJ Barrett has played are like similar in that way, that they don't pound the rock and hold the ball as much as we're used to in Toronto. To the Scottie Barnes part of the equation, yeah, he shoots 5 for 10, 1 for 5 from 3, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 12 points. I don't think this was a good game for Scottie at all. I think defensively he gave up a lot at times. I think rebounding wise, he could have had like 14 rebounds tonight if he was feeling like he needed to get 14 rebounds tonight. He just floated a lot offensively. He was camping out in the corner just with his hands on his knees. So I'll offer you, a little bit of a balanced perspective on what I think is happening with Scottie. Number one, he's the one Raptor who's played every single game so far, right? He has missed absolutely 0 games. And I think because he's missed 0 games, has Dennis missed a game yet? I think he and Dennis. I think he's leading the Raptors in minutes or close to. He has done so for 2 straight years. And I think the role that he has had with OG Anunoby out is very tiring. You're seeing it in his legs. He's not getting the same extension on his jump shot. A lot of his jumpers are short. They're not long. They're almost all short. Short jumper means tired legs. Tired legs means Darko Rajakovic needs to rethink his defensive schemes. Now, at this point, the Raptors are just trying to bleed time, right? Until they get healthy again, until they get the new guys acclimated. Maybe he takes a little bit of a dip in production. In the meanwhile, I'm sure a lot of Raptor fans saw Pascal Siakam out and expected Scottie Barnes, being in the news cycle all day, people saying he's not really the face of the league. He's never going to be the face of the league. What about Anthony Edwards? What about Tyrese Halliburton? What about this guy and Jokic and Embiid and etc.? And you might have expected this guy to come out and try to make the whole thing about himself. And I'll tell you something, that I've noticed about Scottie, he doesn't like to make things about himself. And so this entire day being about him, dominating the videos, dominating Twitter, people clowning, people saying, yes or no, Raptor fans saying, yes, he is. And then every other fan base saying, are you guys, are you crazy? The spotlight goes on a young player so much. And I've just noticed that in periods where that's happened, that he's usually tried to get his team more involved. Teams are also adjusting to him. He's drawing like a really, really good primary defender. And, if you're one of those people that thinks Pascal must go at all costs, I think you're going to have to realize at some point that teams are going to guard him with their best defender every single night and send doubles over to him every single night and beat the crap out of him every single night. And I guess I'll just say it needs to happen. You need to go through it. It's every night is not going to be 25, 10, and 6 or 20, 10, and 6. You're going to have a night, where he's not as involved in the offense because they're just denying him the basketball. We saw it with Steph Curry just the other day. We've seen James Harden put up 6 points in a game. We've seen Kawhi Leonard have like 12, 13 points in a game. It happens. You can't live and die by every single day. What I will say is, though, that for the first time in a really long time, few things are true. Number one, I know that he will get there. Last year, I felt very strongly that he would get there, but if I had to prove it in the court of law, I'd probably fail. It was hard to prove last year. Right now, it's very easy to prove that he will get to the level or something close to that level that a lot of Raptor fans want him to or envision. Number two, what's clear is that he needs to adjust some stuff too. There was a play where he goes down and he thinks he was fouled, or he can't. No, he wasn't fouled. He just can't believe he missed the layup. So he gets clear right in front of the rim. He does a spin move. Somehow he gets wide open and he just blows the layup. And then instead of running back on defense, he hangs his head and starts walking. And luckily, I think the opposing team called timeout because he wasn't going to get back in that play. Or what happened was, I think the opposing team missed. He still hadn't gotten back. And then Darko Rajakovic called the timeout because Scottie Barnes had barely made it up half court. This could be a fatigue thing. I think you have to realize he's 22. Man, he played 40 minutes last night, and less than 20 hours, less than 24 hours later, he has to do it again. I mean, you understand, like that game finished at 1. When do you think these guys went to bed? He had to wake up and do it all over again. This was a tough. I think like when we looked at this, we're like, one of these is a loss. Probably both of these are a loss, and that's just the way it goes. And so if you're looking at the Raptors schedule, 15 and 23, you're like, oh my God, it's falling away so fast. But these games that you're losing right now, these are the ones that you were supposed to lose. The Lakers, Clippers, etc. The ones you were supposed to win, your early game against Utah, Charlotte, Pistons, those ones are the ones that are killing you now, right? Scottie, for all of his good and bad traits, one of his, I think, when selflessness burns both ways, on the one hand, you're really happy that he's not a guy who makes things about himself, and on, like that he really does try to get others involved and that he tries to do the right thing and make the right play, but also not realizing that, hey, like I can get 25 against every single team anytime I want. That's something he's going to have to learn, and he's going to have to talk with, Darko about it, and Jama. They're going to have to keep talking to him. They're going to keep saying, sir, on a day that Pascal Siakam is out, you taking 10 shots is unacceptable. We will live with you taking 25 shots and 20 shots. On the other end, he's a winner. So that's the other part, that's the other side of it. Like, he wants to win, and he thinks that if they're not guarding RJ Barrett, they're guarding RJ Barrett with their weaker defender, well, then I have an obligation to pass to RJ Barrett. He has a better shot. And I think that's fair too. So, Nikola Jokic was this type of superstar. I think we all have an idea of the type of player we want Scottie to be. And it's more like Kawhi, like a predator wing. We want this guy to go out and gun for 25 shots every time. And I haven't looked at Twitter for the last hour, but I can only imagine all the vitriol about 12 points. This guy's your superstar. He's not an all-star. I get it. But understand that me personally today, my only concern was him being just not great defensively. He started out this season up here defensively. It came down to here. The last 2 games, it's fallen down another notch. I'm inclined to say that he probably needs a week off. He's worked so hard this year. And I think most of you would realize that offensively, defensively, there's no player who has done more for this team. I think at some point you just realize that the grind of the NBA season is just going to wear you out. And there are always things that players need to do to rest, recover. Is he doing them? Is he doing the right things all the time? Does he need to get better? Does his schedule need to get even better? Worth noting. Also worth thinking about. Also worth thinking about is, putting yourself through this process of having to basically carry a team as the de facto number 1 option is only going to make you better, but it's not going to make you better tomorrow. It might make you better a year from now. So I think we have to be patient with him. I think overall he's still having an incredible year, but lately, again, since that OG Anunoby trade, these 1 for 5 3-point shooting nights and all those shots falling short are making me think that his role on defense is massively impacting his offense. And unfortunately, his offensive inefficiency is spiraling into his defensive compete level. So it's really it's the cycle of hell, right? And he's just got to break through, and he's got to stop complaining to the refs, and he's got to stop getting so caught up in the moment to moment stuff. I was hoping that at some point a coach would just go up to him when he got pulled in the 4th quarter and just go up to him and say, Scottie, close your eyes, meditate for 2 minutes. It sounds really woo-way, it sounds really crazy, but it probably would have helped him a lot. He just needs to, it's a lot coming at him. I wonder if it's a lot of the, OG and Precious got traded. Those are 2 guys who are close to him. I also wonder the final, potential thing that I could see is he's just a really cerebral player who likes to play off of his teammates. Is he either A, learning those new teammates right now, just kind of figuring out where they like to do things and how they like to move and just figuring out how to best optimize it? Or is this one of those situations where he's kind of okay, I want RJ and Emmanuel Quickly to really, really feel comfortable here and get their foot in the door, and I'll be willing to take a seat back, because again, I've seen him demand the ball from Dennis Schroeder. I've seen him demand the ball from Fred VanVleet late in the 4th quarter. We've seen him go on some epic runs in the 4th quarter. I think he's top 10 in points, rebounds, assists, blocks, steals, all in the 4th quarter. I might be mistaken on that, but I did look up a stat earlier today. I was like, whoa, 4th quarter, he's top 10 in everything. So to see him not even command the ball from Emmanuel Quickly late, when Emmanuel Quickly did struggle down the stretch, and to just kind of see him just stand in the corner and allow the offense to move around him as he just dialed back on defense. I don't know. He's trying to do the right things, but I think the right thing at that point would have been to demand the ball, get into the post, and force, the team to collapse on him and then, be the playmaker. He's still the best passer on this team by far. So him not touching the ball much in the 4th quarter is concerning. Okay. We don't have a single caller. What's going on? Let me post the link again in the description, or no, we're not. Let's get some comments. I think it's more Quickly taking his shots. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Generally speaking, I didn't have a problem with most of the shots that Quickly took, but yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. Here, let me post the Coach Mo's Golden Playbook. Is this a troll channel? That's hilarious. If you started a channel about Coach Mo, that's kind of funny to me. Yeah, I just think the Raptors were really small, and honestly, the talent gap between these 2 teams tonight was perceptible. Like really, really, you could feel it. Like the Raptors got themselves stuck in mud several times, right? Next game against Utah is not much easier. I know earlier in the season we were looking at the record for Utah and it was like, they're not a very good team right now. And this is going to be, definitely the easy win. I had said 3-3 on this road trip, and I'm not really feeling it. Ali saying he was given the role of guarding the other team's best player without OG. He also has 3 guys that can all drop 30 on any given night. It's time to adjust. He'll be fine. I agree. That's a really sensible way to look at it. Mel saying Darko screams Scottie Barnes, future face of the NBA, and all NBA fans tuned in to watch Scottie score 12 points. Now NBA fans say shut the fuck up, Darko, and know your place. Mark Anderson, go away. Just stop. Utah has beaten the Nuggets today. Yep. Utah destroyed the Nuggets. Maroon Prince saying Jontay allowed us to unlock the 5 out for some stretches. That scales. That's our future. Agreed. And it's really like having a player on the court who doesn't have those severe limitations. Like you saw him put it on the floor and find RJ for like a corner 3, I believe that happened. And that was so impressive, right? And yeah, it's just, having a player that doesn't have those severe limitations where, okay, they can put the ball on the court, but they can't finish the rim, or they can put the ball on the court, but they won't see the open cutter, coming right past them. And it's just like having a player who can sort of do the good things that you need basketball team, to do, like to do on the basketball court is really impressive. Simp Experimenter, Rob, your channel is accessible for people like Mark. That's not really true. I think you go check the other places. It's funny, like I check other lives sometimes, like just occasionally, and I will see every person that we have ever banned in those lives talking so much. Like if I showed you how many people we blocked from this channel or have hidden from this channel from commenting, I think it's close to like 280 to 300 people. And all those people are in those other comment sections. It's kind of funny. So, Jaden, I don't think Scottie will ever be an aggressive player. That's not true. That's just not true, man. If RJ can remain 39% from 3 and around 50% from the field until he's officially Maple Jordan. Crimson Chin saying Scottie looked really tired tonight. I agree. He looked really tired. And Chaim Dirks, leave a like, y'all. How is it only 20 likes and 442 views right now? Yeah, man, there's 450 people in here. It's not 450 views. It's actually closer to probably like 1,500 views right now. I think a lot of people are just exhausted. Number one, this road trip does burn out, the East Coast fan base. I'm assuming most of you have jobs that you get to in the morning, or at the very least, like you're doing this. Like, I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know how I'm doing this. Today was a really weird day, man. We finished that live last night at close to 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning. I think it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. And I immediately got to it. I was like, okay, I need to make a video about this Darko thing. And so I did make a video about the Darko thing, and it was like a 7-minute video. And as I was making it, and I was assembling the clips, I went into my washroom. I went into the washroom, and my dog got up and fell over. And I had never seen him do that before. And then he got up and he fell over again. And I didn't know what to do. I was like really scared. I immediately thought about bringing him to the vet. I don't know what was going on with him. So that took like a good 2 hours to just monitor him, make sure that he was okay. What was he going through? Did he eat something? He threw up all over the place. And then after that, I was like, shoot, I still need to drop this video. But I was supposed to initially drop the video at 8 o'clock in the morning and then go to sleep, for a few hours before I had to kick in and work on pen dance stuff. And yeah, the day just slipped by. How is Doggo now? He seems to be fine. He seems to be doing a lot better. We went on a walk and he seemed okay and he didn't fall over. So I made that first video. It popped off like crazy and it was great. It was like it was great to see, the response to that video. I think a lot of people made videos about this subject today, but ultimately you share it. Like, I think, I don't know, it got like 17,000, 18,000 views, which is really cool. And I was getting really excited because, if you remember, we started this year out with, I want to say 6,900-ish subscribers. And we just crossed 7,280 today. And I was just watching it like throughout the day. I was just like, every time I like flicked my phone, on like after an hour and a half, it was like subscribers grew by 10. And I was like, whoa, these short videos do work. I also dropped a low light film of, some of the fouls in the fourth quarter. So if I'm misspeaking right now, or if I seem a little bit tired, or if I seem like I'm mumbling my words or stumbling, that's usually what happens when I'm very sleep deprived. And that's where I'm at right now. Because around 6 o'clock after all of this, my girlfriend's like, you have to sleep for at least a couple of hours. You've been working straight. And yeah, so I finally got a couple hours of sleep. And man, I'm tired. But it was, yeah. Trent is shooting 40% from three. If like, I know there were callers earlier. I'm going to post like one last link here if anyone wants to call in. But yeah, I mean, like, we've never had a game where there was no callers. It almost feels like we're breaking a streak here. Coach Mo's golden playbook. He looked more exhausted than Scottie in the fourth. Yo, man, these West Coast trips, especially a back-to-back, is a grind. Like, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. But to be honest, I'm grinding these lives out so hard because I made this goal for myself for this year to get this up to, I want to say like 20,000 subscribers. I wanted to get about up to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And my girlfriend said, why so small? Why are you aiming so small? So, you need to take some melatonin supplements to get sleep long for REM, probably. Yeah, man, we're good. Like, we're good. Don't worry. I gave myself just enough energy to do this live, and I'm happy to do it. I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of like what the Raptors could do. Also, there was a bit of a, let's say, not controversy. It's not a controversy. It's just a remarkable coincidence. Of course, Pascal Siakam misses this game with back spasms due to that tumble that he took in LA. I think it was Cam Reddish who reached and he fell over. Well, guess who else was a late scratch today? Jarris Walker and Jalen Smith from the Indiana Pacers. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean anything? Well, no. I mean, I guess it doesn't because Buddy Hield was still active and he played. So what's the time difference between LA and Toronto? 3 hours. Yeah, so Walker and Smith, and they were both late scratches, and they kind of both had like these little bit of a, let's call it like bullshit, type of things. Like, I don't want to say bullshit, but like Walker suddenly had like upper respiratory issues, and then Miles, for Jalen Smith, it was something else. Like, it just felt like some soreness or something, and I was just like, this feels like the type of thing that might be, they're trying to keep these guys out of tonight's game, but why would they do that? Already down Tyrese Halliburton. I don't know, man. It's interesting, but I think this team desperately needs to find a way to get Scottie off of the ball, man. Like, I don't mind him camping out in the paint a little bit in that rover role and being active, but yeah, like, okay, we got a caller, JB. JB, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, I should turn off the other one.
Yes.
Hey, Rob,
Hey.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I hope it was okay.
Yeah.
I know you're a stickler for the good audio, so I'm making sure no headphones, no nothing. Yeah, it's first time for me to call in. I'm actually calling from China, from Shenzhen. So it's like
Oh, this is so cool.
in the afternoon. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I'm the first one from mainland that's calling in. Not like from Taiwan or Korea or like anywhere else in Asia, but
I
yeah.
think you might be. I've never heard anyone say they're calling from mainland China. That's super cool, man.
Yeah, I'm going through a couple of different VPNs in order to access. And I've been following you since I think it was last New Year's about the stuff with Fred VanVleet. I was just ranting to my friends about how he's sabotaging the team. And then I stepped into your channel. I'm like, wow, this guy understands exactly what I'm feeling. And you like echoed all the inner turmoil I had with the team and just how they were playing like everyone was gunning for themselves and they weren't playing as a team. And it really ticked me off so much.
Are
But
you
yeah.
are you mildly disappointed that he ended up in Houston and not actually playing in China as I predicted?
Yeah, I was actually ready to get the season's tickets if he was going to be in the Guangdong Tigers or whatever. Like, yeah, those tickets were going. I was
Yeah.
excited for that, seeing him play here. But I mean, Houston, as much as I want them to be like a what's that word called? Tire fire? No. You know when in the junkyard where they're the tires like a fire.
A dumpster
Anyway,
fire.
Dumpster fire. There you go. Wow. Haven't been able to use English much recently, but yeah, dumpster fire. Houston's surprisingly doing well. I think a lot of it has to do with the new culture they brought in with Dillon Brooks really stepping up his leadership and his on-court antics have really, I don't know if it's matured a lot or it's just maybe the coach is keeping them in line, but they're surprising me how they overperformed expectations for them. So, yeah, it's almost like mirrored to Raptors underperformance, or they're underperforming what my expectations were for them with the new coach and new culture buy-in. But since the trade, it's been really promising.
I think the Houston situation is unique because they have complete buy-in across the organization, right? They have coach, star. They brought
Top
in,
down.
Fred VanVleet with the understanding of exactly what they were doing. Dillon Brooks was brought in with the understanding of what they're doing. Whereas the Raptors side is a little bit more complicated because they have a lot of guys who are holdovers from the previous regime who are kind of waiting to be shipped out.
Yeah.
Right. So there might be a little bit of, disconnect, right? It would be like if they had kept Kevin Porter Jr. or something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Houston, it was a clean slate. It was a much better situation for Uma Udoka to get into, to just get, everything exactly how he wanted it. I mean, he's a big reason why Fred's there in the first place. So, do you, in retrospect, do you think this trade would have gone down with OG and the Knicks if Fred was still in the Raptors?
No.
Unlikely, right? Probably not. I mean, there's a chance that we're probably above about 500, and I don't know if Ujiri would pull the trigger on this trade if we were, comfortably 9-10 seed or something like that. It's hard to say. At the crystal ball.
That's true. I'm just going to mute your mic for a second because you don't have headphones, I hear an echo on my side. So let me I'll mute your mic, and then obviously or you can mute your own mic when you're not talking. Do you want to mute your mic when you're not talking?
I mean, I've got these. I don't know if these will help, but if I put on headphones, would you like to try?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'll give them a try. I just need to turn on Bluetooth. Unfortunately, I can only stay on for a few more minutes. I actually have to get to work. But I noticed that there was no one calling in. And it really shocked me. It's like the first time ever. And I've been wanting to call in so many times, but I've always been at work because of the time zone difference and everything like that. And I just made some food for my daughter. She's like 8 months. And that's why I saw there's no one in the queue. So I wanted to join in. I'm also big on chess. I really wanted to challenge you on chess a few times. It's just that you ended your chat just when I got on my computer to ask if you wanted to play. Yeah, but I hope one of these days we get a chance to play.
Shoot me. Hold on. I'll meet you there. Shoot me an email on the about. Like if you go to the channel, it's like about, and it says pinsirefilms@gmail.com. Shoot me an email, and we'll set up chess off the grid or whatever, or like off the live stream. Or if you want to play on a live stream, if you're really good and you're gonna smoke me or something.
No. I'm about maybe 1,200. 12 to 1,300, but I'm trying to get to 1,800. That's my goal this year. So I'm putting in the work, doing the puzzles, working on tactics. developing my opening repertoire, things like that. So
Yeah.
is this better? I hope so.
Yeah, I think
I'm
it
not sure
is.
though.
Yeah, it's much
It
better.
is? Oh,
Yes.
all right, great.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
so basically, like I had gotten up to about 1,530 or so as a youth, and like when I was 14,
Okay.
15, and then I started playing again when I was 27, 28 with my ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
And then I really got into it this past year on chess.com, and I worked my way up from like 1,100 to like 1,350, and then I started editing my feature. And then while I was editing, I would use chess as breaks. Bad idea.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
I was so
Oh,
exhausted
yeah.
mentally, and then I kept losing. So now I'm like around 1,200. So yeah, like I mean, I know I can be much better.
Okay.
It's just lately I've just not been focusing as much. Yeah. But anyways, like it's a
Fair enough.
great game. It's a great game to develop your brain. Did you grow up in Toronto, or did you grow up here?
Yeah. I grew up in Toronto actually, but I've been living in China for the last 10 years. And I've been a fan of Raptors since the Vince Carter era, since we drafted him. I actually met him in person when I was, I think, 7 or 8 years old. I shook his hand because I had a buddy that worked for the Raptors organization. They hooked my family up with tickets courtside. That was an amazing experience. So
That's
I was huge in
amazing.
Vince Carter when he was in Toronto.
Me
And then
too.
the Chris Bosh era was all right. But
Mhm.
Andrea Bargnani was the biggest letdown when during my like high school years. I had so much hope that I think he was just 10 years too early because the league wasn't ready for a stretch big like him, and he wasn't used in the right way. If he was drafted now as a 20-year-old, he'd be like Chet, kind of. Well, maybe not as developed in terms of all around game, but in terms
Yeah.
of a floor spacer.
People say that,
Yeah,
but Arvydas Sabonis thrived as a stretch big. Rasheed Wallace thrived as a
that's true.
stretch
That's true.
big. Dirk Nowitzki became the best stretch
I
big
think because he was
ever.
so elite and so skilled. So
Yeah,
he
I think
changed the NBA.
yeah, I think there was so many guys. Mehmet Okur,
Yeah, true.
gosh, who else? The guy in Indiana whose name I'm forgetting right now, but he played. It wasn't Sam Perkins. My gosh, like there's so many guys who have thrived as
Oh, okay.
shooters, right? In the late 90s, right? So there were shooting bigs. I just don't think that they were asked to do as much of the shooting as they probably could have, because there was still some
Yeah.
traditional. And the other
It
problem is
wasn't the
on the
priority.
other right, and on the other end, with Andrea, like I think it was just like people really, really got on him about the rebounding and stuff. But I think at
Yeah.
some point it just came down to compete level. How much are you willing to?
He wasn't
Can
that
you
driven. The
imagine
culture shock as
Andrea
well probably
Bargnani?
affected him.
Yeah, can you imagine Andrea Bargnani coming in with a coach like Darko Rajakovic, just breathing confidence into him every day?
Wow.
Like I don't know if you saw the game today,
Making
but
him
like
smile. Oh man.
number one that, but like even the comment that they made about Jontay Porter, and when they asked him like how are you playing so well, and he basically said it's Darko, like he's just coming up to me every day and he's pumping me full of confidence and he's telling me
Encouraging him.
exactly. And I think that it's so important,
Yeah.
because so many of us, like when we were younger, we didn't necessarily get that messaging. We kind of got the different messaging that we assume like that's the only thing that works, but actually it works great. I had a really good friend of mine in 2018, 2019, 2020, who just always saw the positive in everything I was doing. Even if I made a big mistake and I was like, oh, stupid idiot me, how did I do this? She's like, it's okay, Rob. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I can't tell you. I never valued
Everyone
it when it
needs
was
something
happening.
like someone like that. Yeah.
It does, and I can see what Scottie like pressing on his hair when he missed that layup, or RJ Barrett like holding his head. That these are two guys who they're very hard on themselves, and they need to chill because it doesn't help to be hard on yourself. I don't think I remember a single clip of Michael Jordan being like, "Oh no, what did I do?" These guys don't do this because that's exactly how you fail. So someone needs to talk to him about it, guide him away from it. He's always been like this, a little bit like very emotional, but I don't think being emotional means that you have to be necessarily negatively emotionally reactive. But I've witnessed at least
He's
50 times
learning
this
how to
year.
manage his.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to really harness
It's a growing
that
process.
Yeah, like don't let makes and misses affect your effort on defense or whether you compete or whatever. He needs to take like a very zen-like,
That's right.
or even
like a Kawhi approach to the game.
exactly. You
Almost
don't
a
see
little bit.
Kawhi just
He's so zen. Kawhi
exactly.
is so zen.
And that's why he's so
Even
good,
that
right?
shot on Philly. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was so
No.
stoic. He's so OG-esque. And then the entire arena erupted, and then Kawhi was just like stone cold face. I don't even know if he smiled after that 4-bouncer went in. I need to
He
watch it
did.
again, but I don't even think
He
he was
did.
smiling.
He
He did
did.
smile? He did smile? Okay, okay.
He
All right. That was
screamed.
too much even for him.
He allowed
Oh, did he?
himself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
A
after the
little bit of
game,
emotion, a little bit of expression.
yeah, like
Back to it, just-
afterwards when he was commenting on it, he's like, that was the one time when I allowed myself to just get carried away with the moment. But typically I don't. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
Once
you
a
just
decade.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just created one of the greatest moments in sports history. Like you're allowed to smile for a day, but you can understand like where he's approaching it from. And ironically, this is also the way Tim Duncan approached it. And so I wonder,
Yeah.
you know, myself, I wonder if right now, given that Scottie's still 22, RJ's still 23, Emmanuel's still 24,
Yeah.
that if you get these guys early enough, plus all the other players in the roster who are super young, like Grady or whatever, get it in their minds right
Grady,
now that you're
Jontay.
not going to do this. You're going to play stoic. You're going to play like you can play with joy, play with emotion. Being stoic does not mean you experience no joy. You can experience tons of joy. You can love your teammates and experience that, but you don't have to live and die on every miss, you know? And you don't have to feel that pressure. It's still joyous. And I think like he's just going to have to continue chiseling away. I think Darko is like extremely patient, like last night's rant notwithstanding. Like I think he's an extremely patient person. And I think that he just has like, you know, if he was a chess player, he would be a 2,800 basically. He'd be up there.
Darko.
Yeah.
All right. That's like Magnus Carlsen level. That's top. But I think part of it is that Darko's energy, he's a very emotionally high energy, like he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's anti-stoic, Darko. He is patient. I mean, for sure he's a patient guy, but he's very emotionally charged, emotionally high energy guy. And I think that also kind of matches Scottie's energy. They have that kind of, they match in that sense. So I'm not sure if Darko's the right coach to teach him stoicism during the game time. He might need an assistant coach or someone else brought in to provide that. Like, is it possible to get Tim Duncan as assistant coach or something? That would be incredible. Jama definitely is much more stoic. Yeah.
He is.
I think that's such a great tandem. I'm really, even though this season has not been where I just before this, it helped a lot in your last live. Not the most recent one, but the one about the mental health plugin. I think that was yesterday's because time zones are so different. But that, I mean, I'm such a hardcore fan that when we lose, especially bad losses, I get into a depressive mood for almost 24 hours. Like it affects me so negatively that I've had to kind of step away, especially last season, that really caused me to go into some deep dark places. And it's crazy that just a game can affect some fans like that. But some people, like when we win, I'm on a high, like I'm on like a dopamine rush, but then losses are so much worse than wins in terms of how they affect me before. So I'm trying to find that kind of balance where, like tonight, I had a feeling it's going to be a loss, like a scheduled loss, especially when Pascal was a late scratch. I was immediately thinking, okay, what are the rumors? Is he being held out for a trade? And then I saw an Indiana update. I think you might have mentioned it, but then I'm thinking, oh, is this trade going to go down in the next 24 hours? Because that's one of the reasons why you would hold
really
out a star player to prevent an injury before a trade.
He seemed really happy on the bench today.
There might be
so I don't know if that's a relief happy because we saw OG
sign or anything. Yeah.
OG was also like on the bench, really happy towards the last game that he played just here as well. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, if he wanted it, it's about to happen.
Okay.
I think overall I'm okay either or at this point. Like here's the thing about this living and dying
with
every
extending him.
Yeah. Fifth year scares me.
Yeah. I'm sure it affects you a lot too.
The fifth year scares me.
Okay. Yeah. But we could move him. We could move him the second year, could we not? He's still especially if his trajectory under Jama, under Darko, maybe he gets his shooting to 38%, 39%. He's definitely a very movable asset, especially if he buys into defense again and become that elite help defender that he was during our 2019 run. Like he's going to be a top 25 solid, maybe even a top 20 player if he shows the defensive effort and gets his shooting to 38%. Like that's definitely a top 25 player in the league. Because those are really his only knocks. Like he's almost elite inside the paint, mid finisher,
Pascal?
Better assist.
I think one of his knocks.
Yeah, Pascal.
Defense.
Yeah, I just think he's. Yeah, but it's more effort. I think it's not ability or skill. He
You're
definitely
right.
is an incredibly skilled help defender. It's just he's not putting much effort into it recently, and maybe he's not motivated. He hasn't bought in, but it's clear like he doesn't box out. That's not skill. That's pure effort. That's 100% hustle. Like, are you going to box out your guy? Are you going to go towards the ball? He doesn't even make the effort to go towards where the ball might go. So it's just things like that irk me in terms of keeping him on the Raptors, because I don't like that kind of like giving up or not really taking basketball seriously. Like for him, it's a job. It's not his life. It's not his passion. It's a job. It's a paycheck. And that's his approach to it. And that kind of rubs a lot of fans off that are really passionate about their team. And like Scottie, for him, basketball's life. Like you can see it. He sweats basketball. Like it's so much into his character that you know everything affects him. I gotta go within 30 seconds, but I'm in and out of the stream because I'm working. I'm also taking care of my baby, and I caught that scene. I think it's the same clip you're mentioning where Scottie had the ball. I don't remember who was guarding him, but he took him into the paint and did a smooth. It didn't work. Then spun again. Then wrapped around and tried to just flip it in, and it rolled out of the rim. And then as soon as that happened, he was so dejected. He just had his head down so low.
I'm glad you noticed
his whole body posture. I caught that, and immediately I'm thinking something's wrong. Something's not right. This is not the Scottie Barnes that started off the season. It looks like it was almost like a existential crisis for him. Like he was just like, why am I here? What am I doing? It seems like I don't know how to explain it. There was this dark bubble around him, and I didn't even know what else happened in that play. I was just so focused on Scottie being so dejected and so like he just gave up. It looked like he just gave up. And I don't know if it's because he wasn't getting calls when he gets so much contact down there, because he is the anti-flopper. He is the anti-Joel Embiid, anti-Anthony Davis. Like he needs to maybe learn a couple acting skills from these big men, because he doesn't even not flop. He absorbs all that contact like it doesn't affect him at all, and it makes it harder for refs to call it sometimes because he's so like, I don't know, what's an anti-flop? I don't know even if there's a word for that. Like you're so not flopping that it looks like nothing. Like Giannis gets hit and pounded and constantly hurt all the time, and he doesn't flop at all, and that's why he sometimes doesn't get calls.
Yeah.
What do you think on that?
I think
like he needs to kind of sell it better because he gets so much contact.
Yeah, I think he probably. I like the fact that he doesn't flop because I hate floppers, and I really appreciate the fact that he goes.
I don't want him to flop.
Yeah, but I think like even like yesterday.
But I just mean like show the refs that he's getting the contact. Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, what I'm saying is, when you see a play like the one with Anthony Davis, and Anthony Davis is going up, and then Emmanuel quickly just touches him. Like he touches him, he feels the contact, he stresses the contact, he falls, right. But he fell the other way. Ironically, like if you fall
so unnaturally,
but if you fall and you fall out of the play, then your team is at a disadvantage if you don't get the call. So you're basically forcing the refs to make a call, and if they don't, you're living and dying by the whistle. That's not that's not my brand of basketball. Anyways, Jay, thanks a lot for calling, man. We're gonna go to the post game.
100%.
Appreciate it. And almost every single day we've had somebody call in from Asia. Super cool, man. Cheers. Bye.
All right.
See you, Jay. Bye.
With you.
Have a good day. Bye. Okay, we will get to more callers. We will get to the post game. Appears Scottie Barnes spoke to the media, and Iceman Pascal has earned a max contract, though. Here's the thing. When we say someone has earned a max contract, I'll draw it back to something Gilbert Arenas said once. Gilbert Arenas said, "You're paying me for what I did, not what I'm going to do." Same concept. Has he earned a max contract per value over the last 4 years? Highly dubious, but 2 All-NBAs does not, that's nothing to sniff at, right? That's nothing to scoff off, right? Will he continue to be a max player? Well, I don't know. I think he's a great luxury to have. If you check out last night's live, we traded him to the Dallas Mavericks. If you check out the trade show, we've done trades with Indiana and so on. When you look at players like Jalen McDaniels and Thaddeus Young actually playing basketball minutes on an NBA court in 2024, you should probably be thinking to yourself, this team does somehow, again, lack depth. And the type of depth that fits into Darko's lineup is 0.5 basketball. You need to find these players. You need to find them. And while I think Pascal could become one of those players, if you could convert him into 3 players who play defense, I think he might actually be a better team. Because as we're seeing tonight, offense was not the problem tonight. Defense, keeping the ball under control, keeping guys off the glass, etc. This was the problem. You gave up 11 offensive rebounds. You had 15 turnovers. I think point guard play was really weak, which is interesting because you started 3 point guards, right? It's just the problem is the wrong ones had the basketball at the wrong times. Okay. Let's get to this post game live.
Last night talking about you as one of the future faces of the league and sticking up for his team.
He didn't say one of the future faces of the league. He said he is going to be the future face of the league. Don't misquote. Sorry, misquoting drives me insane.
Sticking up for you and the whistles. How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel great. I think it makes our team feel great as well. Just know we got a coach that's going to stand behind our back no matter what. He doesn't care. He's going to tell it how it is. So it feels great. And I know that our coach is behind our back and supporting us no matter what.
What do you like playing alongside? What have you learned about Quickly and RJ in the short time you've been together? But you 3 seem to be developing something pretty good.
Those guys, they're unselfish. They're playing hard each and every single game, locking into our game plans. They're helping out really well. Those guys can score the ball really well. They're playing great on the defensive end, and we're getting our flow really well.
You were matched up with Kawhi quite a bit, and vice versa. And what was that experience like? And what did you take away from him? What do you take away from him as a player?
He's very strong, and he knows how to get to the spots really well. He's very efficient with every move he does. So just being able to just go right to his spots, not wasting a lot of dribbles, but he's trying to find a mismatch and attack that from there.
I mean, you guys have, I would say, different styles, but do you kind of look at him and go, there's things from the way he approaches it and the success he's had that you can draw on?
I definitely love the way that he guards the ball, defends, and how physical and strong he is. Just not allow people to back him down and be able to just get to the paint, use his body really well. I think that defense that he plays is something like had a similar teammate that had the same type of defense. But yeah, you can just see that out there on the floor.
How valuable is it to have a guy like that? Obviously, the veteran presence in your locker room, but then to have them there kind of ready to go whenever they need it, as you guys need it without Yak up there?
That was amazing. These 2 games, he hasn't played in I don't know how long, but, he just goes out there and playing hard effort, playing really well defensively as well. So his presence out there is beyond the roof of what he's doing. And, he's really helping us a lot, talking, communicating. Even when we're switching, he's guarding really well. So he's been really helpful for us.
I just want to say that little shout out to OG was a little bit of a jab. We had a similar guy on our team. I'm surprised he didn't come out here with an OG jersey, like a New York Knicks OG jersey, just to pound. Look, man, he's 22. One thing I realized about Scottie very early on, I think when he was 16 or 17, was how remarkably mature he was in some areas and how remarkably immature he was in other areas. He is someone who really wears his heart on his sleeve. That's one of the best qualities about him. It can burn hot and cold. In moments like this, where a teammate that he really, really loves was traded or has been traded, you can certainly feel like he is taking this hard. And I can feel it. I can feel it when I'm watching him play that he's taken this very hard. Andre in the 416 saying roster isn't that big. He lost his good friends. That's exactly it, right? These are guys that he came into the league with. If you go and refresh that open gym take when he won Rookie of the Year, those are the 2 guys that he was crying into their shoulders. This is a really tough thing. Not everyone comes into the league like Luka and LeBron. I just want to be clear about that. If nothing else, watching Scottie's trajectory to get to that level has taught me how exceptional those 2 young players are. but they were shouldered with the load of being this guy that he's trying to be right now when they were 14 or 15 years old. They went through it when they were 16, 17. You saw a lot of that with LeBron when he was 17, 18 years old. The remarkable composure and maturity to show up for big games, the remarkable maturity to keep his body in shape, the remarkable maturity to skip out on the club and the girls and all that stuff to stay focused. That's maturity. But then the immaturity sometimes that he would show on the basketball court when I watched him, at St. Vincent St. Mary's, I watched a lot of LeBron in high school. I watched a lot of Melo in high school. These guys grew up with the target on their back from day one. Scottie's going to have to come into that. It's a different road. It's a different path. But at the end of the day, you get there at 25, you get there at 25. I have no doubts that Scottie right now is ahead of the curve of a lot of, guys who've dominated, the MVP discussions at the same age. And there's nothing stopping him from getting there. It's just him. It's him versus him. So, yeah.
Jontay, in terms of how he's come in and kind of, taken the most of the minutes that he's gotten so far.
He's been coming in, been playing really well, extending the floor, stretching the floor out, being that presence where, picking pop-type by rolls, trying to get on the glass, playing hard, talking on defense. It's still an adjustment for him. He's still learning our system and what we want from him, but, he's doing really well in it.
Coach said that before the game that the Clippers are putting together a championship caliber type team, and you guys tonight really competed well against them and have lots of similar numbers outside of the result, of course. Do you guys feel like your compete level as a collective has just risen in the past, even this past road trip?
I feel like as soon as we always compete, I feel like that's our thing. We're always going to compete. We're always going to feel like we got a chance to win that game. These guys made some tough shots this game. Closing out, rotated, making those threes, getting some offensive rebounds that we probably should have got as well. But, they have a great team. The roster is just unbelievable. So, we did really well. We had a chance to win this game. A few mistakes, but, it just didn't go our way.
You got one more game, of course, coming up against Utah, but what has been the biggest takeaway on the road so far?
We stand together no matter what. We're competing each and every single night, and we're staying together. I feel like that's just our main thing that we're sticking with.
Yes, I thought that we really competed against a really good team. Our guys gave 110% of their abilities today, and we stayed in the game all the way to the end. Couple of missed opportunities to do a better job with rotations to take away a couple of layups, and a couple of opportunities for us where they had created easy shots around the rim that did not go our way. It just swayed the game in the other way. But I thought that we did a really good job today, competing from the start of the game and giving it all the best.
What do you like about that small backcourt with both Quick and Dennis out there? What does that give you?
Two ball handlers. As you could see, a lot of times Quickly was bringing the ball. He was running offense. Dennis is used to playing off the ball. He did it a big part of his career. He's really good in slipping out and creating some advantages there to open up driving lanes. And I think that they have very good connection there on the court as well. They always talk to each other, trying to figure out ways how to help the team. It was good for us tonight to see some of the trap defense against Quickly, and it's really going to help us to develop that part of his game and our game as a team.
A guy like Jontay comes in and plays however many minutes tonight, career high in points and rebounds. He doesn't do an awful lot, but he does a lot of stuff right. Is that fair assessment?
That's a very fair assessment. Jontay is, I just think that he's all around good player. He has a good court vision. I think he's really good 3-point shooter. And defensively, he's actually doing better and more than I expected. So he's really proving that he belongs in this league, and I'm really satisfied with him.
Sure. Darko, why does RJ look so comfortable here in his 6-7 games?
Maybe better question for him on that one, but I think that he's playing very efficient basketball. I think that he really embraced the ball movement. 4 assists tonight again. And as a team, we had 31 assists again. I think that he's really trying to make the right play. And when you do that, you get rewarded from your teammates, and teammates are really finding him in good situations when he's open, and he's really good downhill driver.
All right. We have one more caller lined up. MXIAM. MXIAM, what's up?
Hey, not too much, man. How you doing?
I'm good. First time caller?
I've called before, but I called with my other account. It's under the name Kurt.
Okay.
It was back when we spoke about Van Fleet was still on the team, and it was regarding he was taking too many shots, and I was saying he needed to be around 12 shots a game, sort of thing.
Okay, cool. What'd you think of the game tonight?
They played all right. As of late, they've sort of been moving the ball. It's been much more exciting brand of basketball to watch. It's interesting how that kind of swap could have made our teams that much more dynamic, spacing out the floor.
Agreed.
But it's unfortunate they couldn't really pull it out tonight. And
I think they really missed Jakob tonight, man. I think that might have been the thing that would have swung it, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? What's his name? Porter, Brandon Porter, or Jonathan Porter? Jontay Porter. He
not DeJounte. Jontay. Jontay Porter.
Yeah. He had a few opportunities in there, but it looks like he just needs a little more time out there to get a little more strength, and he might be a viable option as well. He had a good little run, but even if they got a little bit more effort out of him, or even a bit more out of Boucher, I think.
I don't necessarily know if effort was maybe the answer, and I think Jontay played really hard, man. I think he played great. Context, he's got almost no NBA minutes. This is basically a rookie, in a lot of ways. He's been on other teams. Here's an ironic fact: he was with Detroit earlier. So we lost to Detroit, and this is our revenge. We plucked something great away from them, because I thought that he was very impressive tonight. His court vision, the ability to throw that pass to Scottie Barnes. It's the awareness, absolutely. A lot of guys have awareness, but they don't have the combination of awareness and the skill to throw the pass. See how many times tonight, even some of your better passers like Emmanuel Quickley and Scottie Barnes are throwing the ball and it's off target. The fact that he is able to throw that touchdown pass, I can tell this guy played football for sure.
Yeah,
but
that was on the money, right?
It was so on the money. He caught him right, and even that corner three to RJ. I am just so impressed by guys like this, because they are the guys that make rosters work. I look back on guys like Boris Diaw. I look at guys like Kyle Anderson. Big playmakers are everything in the NBA. Absolutely. What I'm most impressed by is Robert Horry as well. Robert Horry, not as much a playmaker, more like an elite 3-and-D defender, but yeah, he could pass. He was a smart guy. What I really like about him is his defense, his lateral quickness, just to cover space, because he's not the biggest guy. He's 6'10", 6'11", but he doesn't have the super long arms that the Raptors defenders typically have, 7'2", 7'3", 7'4" wingspans. He don't really have that, but he's able to guard up. He's able to push chest up and on a wing and just force them and offer some resistance. Absolutely. And I'm just very impressed by that.
It's a bright future looking forward for us, man. I think a couple of more moves or a couple of more tweaks here and there with a couple of guys, or even if one or two guys pop, or even get the opportunity, I think things are looking really bright, man.
Yeah, and look, he just turned 24. So of course, everyone's talking about RJ Barrett, and everyone's talking about Emmanuel Quickley, rightfully so. Those two guys have been really good for us, right?
Yes.
But the fact that we have not only Jontay coming in for nothing, because he was he was an undrafted guy that we picked up as a two-way contract when Ron Harper Jr. went out. So the fact that you have him, I also think you have 3 players in the pipeline that may or may not do well at some point, which is Javon Freeman, Liberty, Grady Dick, and Christian Koloko. I'm very excited about this team's future. The win-loss part sucks. The fact that we gave up a first-round pick for Jakob Poeltl, thereby ending any hopes of tanking this year, kind of sucks too. But I'm just like, I'm trying to refresh back to where I was when we last spoke, when Fred VanVleet was still on this team. And if you told me, hey, flash forward January 11th, 2024, and you're going to have a roster with RJ Barrett buying in defensively and offensively, playing great, Emmanuel quickly emerging into one of the brighter point guards in the NBA, Scottie Barnes putting up like top 15 box plus minus in the league, and an offense built around him with a new coach who preaches ball movement, and you'll be, past the New Year's deadline, you'll be a top 5 team offensively per offensive rating. You'll be breaking 130 every single night. You'll be playing fast. You'll be playing together. Fred will be in Houston. Oh my God, I would have paid thousands of dollars as a suffering Raptor fan the last time we spoke to make this exact existence a reality.
Absolutely. And hats off to Scottie Barnes for sort of letting the guys get acclimated and sort of getting their shots and being able to play free. You know what I mean?
Great.
He could definitely have been one of those guys to be like, all right, it's my time to take a bunch of shots and sort of overforce the offense. And, over the latter couple of games, he's sort of still been the guy taking around the same amount of shots, looking to do his thing offensively and defensively.
Well, he took 10 shots tonight, and he's definitely, like, with Siakam and Anunoby gone, Siakam, out of the lineup, Jakob Poeltl out of the lineup. I was expecting him to definitely take closer to 20, but I think, a lot can be said for defensive adjustments.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, defensive adjustments are huge. And look, for all the remarkable progress he's made, I think people are going to have to know that scoring on 3 levels, navigating tight spaces in the middle of the court, these are still things that are maybe not as natural for him as they would be for guys like even lesser skilled and lesser impact guys like Cade and Jalen Green, who've literally done this for 5 years now. They have reps. So all we were asking for last year was for Scottie to get some of these reps so that he'd be better prepared today. He didn't get those reps last year, so he's got to get them this year. And, he's kind of done as much as he can with this stretch forward type of role that he's had for much of the year, the playmaking stretch forward. And I think now it's like time to make him like a predator wing, have him navigate tight spaces, do a little of the stuff that RJ Barrett's doing. Really.
Absolutely.
The difference between him and RJ, of course, is size and passing ability. And so if you can get him at least on par with RJ's handle, the strength and the size are in his advantage. The passing is in his advantage. And I think the finishing close to the rim is also in his advantage. So if he can just get there, and again, RJ didn't get there overnight. He had a lot of struggling years in New York. RJ's in his 5th year.
One more year, exactly. Yeah.
RJ's had 2 more years.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I think he's a 20. No, wait. He's a 2019 draft guy. RJ was a 20. He was in the same draft as Zion. That's crazy. Zion 2019 draft? Zion is 2019 draft, right?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up to you.
He was 2019. Yep. So Scottie's 2021. So yeah, I mean, even though they're 1 year apart, like RJ's had the 2 extra years. He's had the multitude of playoff reps and runs. He's been a 3rd option, on a really good team, whereas Scottie's been more or less a 5th option.
Market.
Pardon?
Almost everybody's playing in that New York market. It's almost like everybody's coming at you every single night, right? What I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's not quite like any other city's pressure versus like LA. In some ways, I could kind of say Toronto's one of those places, but it's troubling because
I say this as a New Yorker. It's not yet. When DeMar came here, he called it a mini New York, and I remember scoffing, saying, "No, it's not." And I mean, like the pressure of playing in New York or for the Lakers is still, it trumps even the Celtics. It trumps anything like playing for the Raptors. But I think that the vision here is that if you build this forward, it'll get there. Toronto's a young city. The Raptors are a young franchise. And I think there's some exciting stuff ahead. And I'm just excited to see that the pieces that will get us there to our next championship are finally being put into place. Because, man, RJ Barrett is blowing my mind. Like he
Yeah,
really
his
is. Like
shooting's
I've
come
been
a long way.
so impressed. I've been so impressed by him. You know, turnovers notwithstanding, yes. I just think like again, I try to project forward. I try to see things a little bit before they're happening. You know, the Fred VanVleet stuff I was talking about in 2020, 2021. You know, 2021.
Yes.
You know, when I started saying like he and Scottie are not vibing together, we need to make an adjustment here. So that was projecting what was going to happen the year after. And the thing with Christian Koloko last year, trying to project out what kind of player he was going to be based on that. Same thing with Jontay Porter. Same thing with Scottie Barnes when he was in, you know, youth level. And you just try to see like, and you're not always going to be right. You're not always going to be right. You're going to be like, oh, if you put more spacing around this player, they're going to be better. And then boom, they struggle more. It's all hypothesis and testing and educated guessing. But I think with what I've seen already, in terms of the growth in Scottie, with Jama and Darko, with the growth in Jontay Porter. Because I checked him out in the G League. I checked out his G League tape in Detroit. He don't look like this. He didn't look this comfortable. So the rapid succession that we're seeing with some of these guys, it just makes me think, man, you get the right players in, these guys will do something good with them. Yeah.
I mean,
Anyways,
it's
man.
about time we start seeing some of these younger players start coming along again, right? Because the pipeline's been gone dry for a couple of years, and it's year after year we see a couple of good guys sneak out, go to another team, and sort of pop for them, giving them a little bit here and there, and it's like,
yeah,
man,
we're finally teaching the game. We're finally teaching the game at the right level, at the right pace. We're playing a style of basketball that is going to hopefully be here for a very long time. And, you know, you have consistent buy-in. You know, this is a remarkable thing. I mean, we played a much better team tonight. I think the Raptors were like, I don't even know like what the line was on the betting odds for them tonight. Like they were massively expected to lose tonight. And they come out and they totally close that gap, right?
Yeah.
They were in this game all the way through up until the end, and then they just ran out of gas, which is expected on the second night of a back-to-back. But I'll say, this is the same team that lost.
It's hard to believe that they played that way on a back-to-back, right?
Number one, this is the same team that lost to the Detroit Pistons. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I mean, granted, that night...
It's a team with the same jersey. It's not necessarily the same team.
That's fair, because you have Emmanuel Quickley and, you know, but tonight you were missing Pascal Siakam and Jakob Poeltl. You had those guys for that game, right? You were missing OG, but, you know, I mean, are you telling me that OG is more valuable than Siakam and Poeltl? Like, if you put this team against that team, this team would smack that team, which is crazy to say.
I mean, it's arguable that game was sort of more of a gut-wrench game, that they sort of knew that OG was on his way out, Pascal was on his way out, so, you know, a lot of the effort wasn't there, and, you know, the only guy that was really turned up that whole game was Siakam, right? And he's the only reason why it wasn't...
Siakam and Schroeder, I think both had 30 plus that game, yeah.
Correct.
Anyways, man, MXIAM, any final thoughts, man?
You know, you do a great thing, man. As always, I'm always a fan of your show, Rob.
Thank you.
Continue doing what you're doing. I definitely want to also check out Pan Dance as well. I normally always as well check it out. I'm also into Film Buff. I believe we've crossed each other's paths a few times throughout our career. I believe we're also the same year, 88.
I'm 87.
87. But fun fact.
Are you in film?
Well, I went to film, and I'm also in and around film in the city.
That's cool.
I also work for one of the big dogs in the city. I don't want to throw out the name, but I mean, we can talk privately another time.
Sure.
I believe we played basketball a few times at George Harvey or even Western Collegiate at a drop-in program, just coming in to play a few times.
Maybe. Yeah,
maybe. It was years ago. We're talking like 20 years, maybe 15.
It might have been. Man, I played all over the city for sure. I've been pick up hoops everywhere. I loved it. I got to get back into it. I busted my ankle like I think last summer, the summer before last summer, and I've just been hesitant to do it again because I'm paranoid, man. Like I was out for 3 weeks on crutches. I don't want to do that again. But yeah, I really want to get back into hooping, man, because I remember when I was a kid. Playing, those rec, the rec centers and stuff like that. There were always these OGs And I used to look up to those guys. Like they were 35, 40 years old. They had kids. They'd bring their kids. You know what I mean?
Still play, right?
And exactly. So like I always thought to myself, when I have kids, I would love to be able to play with them. So yeah, I mean, I can't do that if I can't play. So I need to get back into it. But I was a good shooter. I was a good shooter. I need to get back into that. Anyways, man, thanks a lot for calling.
Question for you before now that we've seen a sort of a lot of these sort of Siakam scenario trades and all of that stuff. At this point, given some of the offers, do you think it might be better to almost keep him if he's willing to re-sign at a discounted rate?
He's not going to sign at a discounted rate. He wants the max. And no, I don't, because, like whether I look at, I see what this team needs. Again, it's a hypothesis. I may be wrong. Make the trade. We screw it up completely. We go on a 20-game losing streak. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But my guess would be that if you replace Pascal Siakam and maybe like Jalen McDaniels with like 3 to 4 really good like rotation pieces, like in your, Grant Williams level type guys, you'd be a better team for it. I think you'll be a better team for it. I really do. I think you've replaced so much of what you would have lost. Like the prospect of trading Siakam and handing all creation duties to Scottie and Dennis if you didn't get creation back in that deal was really haunting me. But the fact that you got RJ and he's playing as well as he is, and you got Emmanuel quickly, and you got Scottie evolving, like you've got so much dribble creation. I think at this point you need finishers and defenders. You need finishers and defenders in the worst way. Because tonight, you saw it. Like you need defenders, man. Like we are burning Scottie into the ground trying to guard, like 4 guys, whatever. And he's not. His legs aren't moving right now. So I need this team to make more sense. I need them to get more on the timeline that we're trying to project out to. And so, even if you make a trade for a 30-year-old who can help you now, like a Harrison Barnes, but you get back a couple of young pieces in that deal that are more 25, 24, I think you're looking better next year. And the prospect of stretching Pascal Siakam out to 5 years, I know a lot of people in the chat were going back and forth about this, but like, well, what's the downside? You give him 5 years, whatever, you can trade him later. Don't be so sure. Don't be so sure. There's a lot of teams out there that have had the exact same hypothesis and they've been wrong. Zach LaVine apparently has no market. I reached out to somebody, that covers Chicago sports right now. And I was like, what are you hearing? He's like, crickets in terms of his trade market. Until the Siakam deal, until Siakam trade is done, there's almost like there's diminished value here. Like you might actually get nothing back for Zach LaVine. And that's crazy. And had you traded him 2 years ago, you would have gotten back 3 first-round picks. Sometimes you need to know when to sell high. Anyways, man, thanks a lot for calling in. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Cheers.
man. Have a good night.
Yeah, see ya. And by the way, MXIM, if you still listen to this, reach out to me via email if you'd like. A lot of people do reach out to me via email. Always nice. Pensarifilms@gmail.com. It's on the About section of this channel. Okay, Layne and Kelvin Lowe. What's going on, guys?
Yo.
What's going on?
Hello.
Kelvin, what's up?
Can you hear me? Hey,
Hi.
what's up?
Yes, I can. Talk to me, man. What'd you say? What'd you see?
RJ, you first. Hey, yeah. Go ahead.
My bad.
Go ahead, Layne. Yeah.
My bad. I'm sorry. RJ's just a beaut, man. So far,
Great.
everything that I heard from New York, I'm yet to see, and I'm hesitant because I'm like, it's just gonna show up the next game. It's gonna show up the next game. It hasn't shown it. So I'm cautiously falling in love. It's like the girl, like she cheats on everybody, but she's treating me right now. But I'm scared that she's gonna cheat on me eventually.
That's a really good analogy for RJ Barrett. I'm sorry, that's hilarious, but also very, very true. That's pretty much exactly it. You're just looking for warning signs where she's like, I'm exploring an OF account. Fuck. Here we go. Damn. I'm going clubbing with the girls. Don't worry about it. Shit. Damn.
Yeah. Oh man.
Those are my brother's boxers. Damn.
I mean, he's not going into the paint just throwing up random shots. When he is finishing, I mean, his finishes are really creative. They're not just simple layups. He's going off high glass and making them. This isn't simple stuff. It's not what I've seen in New York. He's shooting a really unsustainable high volume from 3 right now. So like that's gonna come down, you would think. But like other than that, like everything else is just beautiful. Like at least once or twice a game, he makes an amazing cross court pass that nobody else sees other than him. I mean, it's great. And I'm not calling the guy the second coming of Jesus Christ or like this is his team or something, but like dude, as a third or fourth option, if this is what we're gonna get, like shoot.
I think he's going to be the third option long term, man. I think whatever you get back for Siakam is going to be role players and young players and shit. I don't think you're going to get back anyone better than RJ Barrett for Siakam. And I know that sounds crazy to some people, but there just aren't that many players right now that are better than the way he's playing right now. Let me read out his box score for the last 3 games. Actually, let me just flash it on the screen for y'all. Like, I think people are going to be genuinely surprised by this. Are you seeing this? Yeah. 24 points. I mean, what the fuck? 24 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. I'm not a box score watcher, but seriously, I watched all these games, and this is very much true to exactly how it felt. Against the Lakers, 23 points, 1 for 3 from 3, 10 rebounds. Against the Warriors, 37 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. The 6 assists part, like he's
crazy.
averaging 5 assists over the last 3 games. He's averaging nearly 30 points. 5 assists and like 7 or 8 rebounds.
Yeah, and to be fair,
like,
yes.
What? This is better than any 3-game stretch of Pascal Siakam's season so far.
Yeah, and to be fair, like yes, the turnover numbers are high, but it's good passes. You know, it's just a half assist.
Not always good passes, but
at least half of them are. At least half of them are. Like he's seeing it. He's trying to. And I guarantee you the dude's working his ass off.
He's making very basic reads, and I think, you know, motivation and intention is half of life, in my opinion. He is honestly on such a just take a look at his advanced game log because it is freaking ridiculous. He's been so he had his first 2 games with the Raptors, and they were not great. Okay, like as much as the numbers looked great, his advanced impact metrics didn't look great. Since that point, however, he's had a 1 box plus minus, a 12.8 box plus minus, a 3.9 box plus minus. Honestly, he's been your second best player or your best player throughout this entire stretch, the last 3 games, maybe even the last 4 games. If you had to do an aggregate total of the last 4 games, he'd be number 1 on your team. I'm pretty 95% sure of it. This is crazy because this was not the bell of the ball. Every smart analyst said that this is going to be, you know, the Emmanuel Quickley trade. Emmanuel Quickley is going to be the best player in this deal, or OG Anunoby is going to be the best player in this deal. I don't think anyone in the world said, you know, Precious or Malachi were going to be the best player in this deal. But I mean, to have a guy who's putting up 2.4 offensive box plus minus for you, like, I mean, seriously, this is better than Siakam level production this season. It's better than OG Anunoby career highs. It's really close to Scottie Barnes stuff, man, this year. Like, if you get, like, I mean, here's the thing. All the stuff that made him the 3rd overall pick, he deserved to be the 3rd overall pick. He wasn't Anthony Bennett. They didn't reach. There was actually some surprise that he was the 3rd overall pick because, you know, John Morant rose up, Zion rose up during the college year. RJ, you know, took second seat. And man, the history of number 3 pick, it's a good history.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised, but still cautiously optimistic for some reason. I don't know why, but like I said, it just feels
he's logging onto OnlyFans.com right now to set you up tomorrow.
He's promised me it's just bikini pics. He's promising
just bikini pics, bro. You sound like Joe Smith right now. Only the real OGs are gonna get that one. Okay, so here's the thing. I think that one of the things that I'm very happy I said it when he was traded, so I don't have to adjust my take right now, is that going, you know, into a transition heavy offense where guys pass a lot, you know, is going to help him. And it's making him into a playmaker. And I remember watching him at Montverde. So I watched the game between he won that game against Scottie in high school. And I remember thinking to myself, if the athleticism and paint finishing and stuff translates, this guy could be like, you know, DeMar DeRozan-esque, you know, at the next level. And the last few games, I'm seeing a lot of that DeMar DeRozan, Chris Middleton stuff from him. Now, this is incredible. I can't even tell you how incredible, because right now he's not only living up to the contract he has, he's pretty much doubling the contract he has. So for a guy who was supposedly massively overpaid, he's been like criminally underpaid the last 4 or 5 games relative to what he is. Now, this is a guy who's come in with a renewed, focus on what he wants to do. And everything I heard going back all the way to, his college days, high school days, was he works like a dog. Like he's super hardworking. Okay. So it actually miffed me to see why was he struggling so hard in New York? And, you'd catch an occasional game. It never quite looked the way it's looked the last 4 games, though. It was good, but it wasn't quite this. It was good, but it was like role player good. It wasn't star. Some people call him Star J. Star J Barrett. But man, I think he's just the downhill attack, the dip of the shoulder, physically, his fluidity as an athlete, not explosiveness, but fluidity. Am I crazy? Does he remind me a little bit of Paul Pierce right now too?
Yeah, there's the body type. You see it. The body looks.
He seems a little fat though. Like he stands next to Paul George, and you see Paul. They're like the same
Paul
height
Pierce.
almost. I know. No, I was because they play the Clippers just now. I was watching. They stand next to each other. They're like almost exactly the same height, but like it seems like he's like a third thicker than George, right? So like he seems like, I don't know. It seems like he should be skinnier, but like he seems a little bulky. Like, and that's kind of like why I don't know. He seems like.
I think that's a good thing. I
could
think
be.
it really, really suits him. And I don't necessarily think like losing weight is the answer. I think like getting strong, getting in better shape might be, but I don't think he's ever been in bad shape. For all the time I've ever watched RJ Barrett, I've never thought that he was in bad shape. And what does he weigh? I think he's probably like closer to 235. I mean, if someone tells me he's less than 235, I'll call cap on that. But yeah, like
yeah. No, I think he's more. Yeah. He looks heavier than Scottie.
He's got a really good low center of gravity. That's one thing I've watched. Like, a really good hand-eye coordination too. He's not sloppy there.
Exactly.
Just the little thing. He checks all the boxes for the little things. Really good hand-eye coordination, really good low center of gravity. Really good touch. Sometimes you'll see he'll miss an occasional bunny or two. I think that's just he doesn't know where the defender behind him is, so he's trying to get the shot up quick, right? So I don't think that's really related much to touch. But yeah, it's been a great surprise so far, because I mean, offensive production wise, this is a guy who's better in this stretch than OG's ever been in his career offensively. OG would pop off 1 game, 2 game, then pitter patter for like the next 5 or 6, pop off 1 game, 2 game. I'm not saying he's a better player than OG, obviously, because OG's defense blows him out of the water by far.
You know what? I saw great defense tonight from RJ.
So did I.
Great defense. Not quite OG.
Yeah, good rebounding too, I think.
But
he comes up with some good rebounds.
I think the debate of who's better depends on who you are. If you're the Denver Nuggets, I think definitely you make a case that OG's better. But if you're the Atlanta Hawks, or if you're the Toronto Raptors, or if you're the Indiana Pacers, or if you're any team that doesn't have like elite creation, like elite being like top 5 level creation, I think he might be a better player.
And the beautiful part is you got Emmanuel Quickly too.
Beautiful part is actually he's 3 years younger than OG. That's the real beautiful part.
Yeah, true that. True. Like the trick doesn't stop there. Like okay, if the Raptors, this is the way I put it. If the Raptors, we go back to December 29th, right? If you're the Raptors, you still make this trade 100 times out of 100. If you're the Knicks, though, knowing what you know now, if you just have a time machine, you can go back 2 weeks. I don't think you make this trade. Even though IQ is expiring.
You don't think the Knicks make this trade again? They're doing really well.
They are doing really well, but I think that they look at the potential out of these 2 guys right now, and they're like, oh, do I really want to deal with that OG drama that might happen at the end of the season?
No, I think they'll still make this trade. I think both teams still make this trade. I mean, this is turning into, at least for the time being, a win-win. I have a feeling that the reason I'm still saying it's a fleece for the Raptors is I'm envisioning what people will say 3 years from now. It's the same way I felt about the Tyrese Halliburton and Domantas Sabonis trade, which was at the moment, I was like, okay, both teams kind of get what they want. I get it. Both teams are going to be really happy for a while. But you don't tell me right now that there's some Sacramento fans out there who are seeing all this talk about Tyrese Halliburton for MVP and looking at Domantas Sabonis struggling against length and thinking, did we maybe fuck up here? I mean, they're selling themselves so hard on De'Aaron Fox as an MVP candidate or whatever, they're a championship contender, or like Malik Monk is like about to turn into the next Pascal Siakam, or Keegan Murray is better than OG Anunoby. They're trying hard to grasp at straws, and I appreciate what they're doing in Sacramento. Please believe me, but no player on that team right now would be traded 1-for-1 for Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah,
and that means you chose to trade a guy to clear the way for another guy, and the guy that you traded away is younger than both those guys and currently better than both those guys. Worth noting. So it's a lose. And they also give up Buddy Hield in that deal. It's a major lose.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it is. But far be it for me to say it's a major lose, because the Kings turned around their, playoff drought and they're better off for it. But it's like, who cares? Who fucking cares? I mean, if for instance, let's say like the Rudy Gay trade, right? That's a different scenario, right? But let's say the Vince Carter scenario, like where you traded Eric Williams, Aaron Williams, right? Let's change one variable in that deal, which is Alonzo Mourning actually shows up, because he also traded for Alonzo Mourning. And let's say he's so pissed being traded to Toronto, the Raptors were so starved for a center to put next to Chris Bosh. Let's say he actually plays and he puts up a year from heaven for you, right? And he kills it and he carries you to the playoffs and you win a round. Is it a win-win, or is it a clear loss? Because Vince Carter is like 100 times better than an asset than anything you got back. It's still a loss. It doesn't matter how it turns out at the end. It's the thought and the process and the result. It's not so much like incidental upside. So yeah, I mean, I remain amazed at what the Kings have done, just like I'll remain amazed, going forward, what the Knicks have done. But until OG turns himself into more than a 3-and-D guy, I refuse to believe that he was worth Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett for the Knicks. Can't see it. I don't care what they're not a championship contender. Even with him, I don't think they're gonna, like, there's all these numbers to suggest like they have like I've seen all the tweets, right? Best plus minus in Knicks history through 5 games. Check. Best offensive rating ever, plus 19 net rating. All the numbers are telling you that they're so good with him, right? But I watched this guy play for 6-7 years now. I know his limitations very well, and they will show up in the playoffs. So we'll see.
Not only in the playoffs. I feel like it's just gonna get exposed down the line, right? I think we're in the honeymoon period right now, right? Wait till I don't know, you're down by 1 and he charges into somebody with the basketball and it's called an offensive foul, right? And then the slippage starts to start, right? And Knicks fans could easily say, well, wait till RJ's tunnel vision comes back. Well, we expect it. We didn't draft the guy 3rd overall. We didn't sign into that huge contract. Yeah, we're paying.
I trust our development a little bit more than I trust the Knicks development.
So do I.
I know that they've said a lot of good things about, some of their development staff and, the work that they've done with this guy or that guy or whatever, but I don't see it. And I think that, to people who saw the best stretches of RJ, in college or in high school, they were wondering where that player went when he went to New York. And it was certainly a disappointment. It happens though, right? I mean, he was a starter. He played on a very good team for a bit, and he was a starter for those teams. I think it's really relevant when someone is able to participate in one of the best defenses in the NBA, that they're capable of defending. They may not be getting the credit in the analytics, and maybe they're not individually getting credit for it, like the way OG is getting credit for elevating that defense right now. He's getting all the credit for it, right? And of course, for RJ, it's probably like, this guy made his life in New York for the last 4 years. He's probably got a lot of people in his life who are still in New York, and they're probably blasting his timeline with how great they are with OG. He's got some shit to prove, right? What I'm hoping for is that he, like, when I look at value in player types, big creators are the most valuable player type. I've mentioned this 100 times on this live, on various lives. Big creators are my number one player type. A big creator who can also defend would be like the ace of aces, like a number one pick in almost every draft. RJ Barrett over the last 5 games has had a more impressive 5-game stretch than any 5-game stretch, consistent 5-game stretch of Cade Cunningham's career.
Yeah.
Fact. So that's what you got back as a throw-in.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It's truly beautiful. I was actually pleasantly surprised tonight too. I know I said a few days ago, like without Pascal post trade, there's going to be some nights where you can put up 130 and there might be other nights where you put up 95.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I believe that anymore. I think this offense is always going to find a way to keep you in a game, even when the defense can't, or even when you're undermanned. Like you were way undermanned tonight, you're way under talented, and you still find a way to stay around.
Yeah.
Quickly didn't have the best game. Scottie didn't have the best game. You had Thad Young at center, and you still lost by 6.
Yeah, no, I agree. Garthy 12 and saying Cade is young in the worst state of his career. Chill. Well, okay, but like, what is RJ? Like, RJ's a year older than Cade. You know what I mean? Like, he's already like he's been a 40% 3-point shooter for a whole year. So this is not like, okay, like I'm not expecting to shoot 50% from 3. He would morph into the greatest shooter of all time if he did that. But I am expecting him to be high 30s. And that's more than I'm expecting from Cade Cunningham right now. Like Cade's been 20s. Like, what are we talking about here? Like what RJ is doing right now is basically first option stuff. I don't think people realize because the way defenses are playing him, he's basically been like he's been a primary initiator for you in a lot of half court and transition settings. He's running the break. He's operating in the middle of the court. Granted, he's also attacking the weak side. And that's just smart. And that's all we wanted in New York, right? And I say we as a distant New Yorker, like everyone just because my timeline's the same. Like I have a lot of New Yorkers in my life too. And they tweet shit about RJ and they post stuff about RJ being shit, and he puts up like 7 points or whatever. I remember thinking to myself, when Jalen Brunson went there, how much better he could be drawing some attention away from him, but it didn't work that way. And I just think that now, like playing with Pascal and Scottie, the attention is not as much on him. But what was interesting tonight was seeing him do it even when Scottie was having an off game and Pascal was out.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're just like, RJ shit? All right, cool.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Exactly how I feel. Do you think maybe in New York it was stunted because I feel like our offense is just so much more made for him, and in New York it's more like Brunson ISO, Randall ISO, maybe we'll kick out for a 3 here and there, and then here you go RJ, if we can't create something. I feel like that's like what I feel like that's a really, really bad example, and it's also almost 3 a.m. So I don't know if I can come up with something better in my head. But I just feel like
I just think they're very comparable prospects because they're both considered, the guy, right? They both went to Montverde. They both led, I think, I believe Montverde won a national championship with RJ, if I'm not mistaken. So, or at least they won like the state championship. Like they both led to a lot of winning. They were both very hyped. They both had somewhat disappointing college careers where they fell a little bit in the eyes of some people, but Cade didn't fall enough because he wasn't enough in the limelight. And he went to a school where there was an excuse. He certainly didn't produce like a first overall pick at Oklahoma State, in my opinion. Like he was kind of just a guy. And I think there was like legit debate from the Detroit Pistons side, if you were to believe, that they were still debating Jalen Green versus Cade Cunningham right until like the week before the draft, before they made up their mind. And so I think like with RJ, there is a valid comparison. I just think because the press on him has been so bad, and the press for Cunningham has been so good, it's almost crazy to put these two guys in the same sentence. And I just think that if you took his sample right now of what he's doing, and he wasn't on a single top 25 under 25 list, not mine, not anybody's. I think a lot of people really, really sold all their RJ stock. And I would just be so happy for him if all those people could eat crow, myself included, because certainly I was not a fan of the season he had last year. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, 100%. It's gonna be interesting. Do you think the Siakam trade's coming within the next week, or do you think this is like a next thing?
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, I think like it's hard for people to hear me say I hope so and not think that I have something against Pascal Siakam or the way he's playing. I have nothing against the way he's playing. I just have a very different vision for the timeline of this team, and I don't think this season is necessarily going to be something you can save.
Mhm.
You know, the losses keep mounting up. The math does start to get like we're getting obnoxiously close to game 41. It's close. It's right around the corner, right? That's the halfway mark. Like we're getting real close. Like this shit just flew by.
Mhm.
It feels like the season just flew by. I can't believe I've done 37, 38 of these. Like I can't believe it. I mean, actually, I've done way more than that because I do them in the middle too. So I've done like over 100 lives since the season started. It's just floated by. It's blown by. But yeah, at some point you're gonna stare down the barrel of being 10 games under 500, or you know, if Pascal Siakam and Jakob Poeltl are out, like if Pascal misses the next game as well and Jakob misses the next game, you just don't have the depth. You don't have the depth.
Yeah.
You know, Christian's already
Hey, Bob.
out. Otto's out. Pardon?
Oh, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
About well, you were kind of like working on it, but um earlier, but I noticed that the Raptors are the leaders in assists as a team, right? And that's very different from like last year or the years before. And this change of style, I'm not really sure it's a winning style. Like when I watched the games, I think like the last two games, like against the LA teams, I felt you feel like they did really well, but at no point did I think that they were going to win because all this, I feel like, I don't know, it's maybe a bad take on it. I just really want to see your take on it. It's like all this sharing the ball too much. It leaves people open, and it's the people that the other team kind of wants to be open. So like even in today's game, I see like Jontay taking up threes. I know he can hit the three, but he's not really a proven shooter. But so they leave him open, and he missed them, most of them, right?
He is a 3-point shooter. So that's
He is. Yeah.
that's the difference. He may not be Kristaps
He's
Porzingis.
not hitting them though, but that's the thing, right? Because they don't know to hit him, right? Probably haven't scouted him or anything that deeply. But I mostly this year's games have been. I feel like the offense that Darko runs kind of forces players in a half second to want to make the right pass, and I'm not sure that's like a winning form of basketball. I don't know what do you think about it? Because obviously they lead the league in assists and in transition, but then I don't really see them. They've never really dominated like good teams, right? Like I think like the most they've won like one or two games against the lead teams, but then most of the games that they won is like, you know, games that they're supposed to win, right? But like I don't know, what do you feel about that? It's like, are they just leaving
Yeah,
people? I
feel
mean,
like
like you know how I was like,
I feel like you've asked the same
Mhm.
question 3 times. So let me try to
Sure,
address
sure.
it. So I think you're right. But I also think you're wrong. There's nuance. So so in terms of why I think you're right that defenses are playing shooters that they want to take shots, and very often that means that the guy that you maybe don't want taking a shot, like Thaddeus Young in the corner, who doesn't make the extra pass to Scottie, who is wide open, ends up taking a shot that maybe you don't necessarily want to designate your offense around. However, you know, and you're right. You're right on that, right? Right now, you're right on that. But guess what? When you change the pieces, the shots remain the same, but the habits maintain. So, for instance, let's say right now you're running spread pick and roll and you're doing like all these actions, and then you get the ball, paint touch. You're building habits, right? You're getting RJ into the habit of paint touch, pass out, paint touch, pass out. Right now, he's passing out to Jalen McDaniels and he's breaking it. Okay.
Mm.
Or right now, you're setting a screen for Gary Trent to flare off the top, and you know he's breaking it. But what if you do the same play and you have Kevin Huerter? What if you do the same play and you have, you know, AJ Griffin? You're trying to, like, this is where I say the forest from the trees argument is very important with Darko and what they're doing. When he came to the Raptors, what I heard was they had a 3-year vision for this roster, for what they want to do, for what they want to set in. And it was literally 3 years mapped out. He was asked to give them a vision for how he wants to use Scottie, how he plans to use Pascal, how he would plan to use Fred if Fred was coming back. And these coaches are asked these questions all the time, and they were very happy with his answers. And then so when he was hired, they started to lay out a blueprint for what they want to accomplish year by year to set this thing back. And they said, be patient. It's not going to be pretty. We're not going to override all the bad habits in one day. It's going to take some time. And so thankfully, even though the players are dying play to play and fans are dying game to game, they're like, oh, this looked bad. This looked great. This looked bad. Everything that looked bad 3 weeks ago looks good today. Almost always. The Scottie in the bench unit looks terrible. Well, 2 weeks later, looks good, right? Jontay Porter comes in first couple times, looked kind of bad. Today, yesterday, looked great. Dennis Schroeder, you know what I mean? Early into the season, looks good. Then he goes in through a bit of a slump. Now he started to look better again. So what I'm trying to say is that you're trying to implement a system that can scale forward to when your roster changes. Now, you've brought Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett into not the 2022-2023 Raptors. What I mean to say is, if you had brought these exact two players into last year's roster, just drop them, they wouldn't be thriving the way they are right now. I'm almost convinced. So you have to implement the pieces and the habits, and then swap out the pieces. Right now, you have
totally cool.
Yeah,
I think I hadn't thought about that. I think the scaling part that you brought up is a really, really good point.
Yeah, like right now, you have Siakam standing in corners, taking a lot of corner threes. Right, that's been a big part of his game, attacking closeouts, shooting corner threes, etc. Okay, now think about it. If you just replace Siakam with an elite corner shooter, like a guy who shoots 42, 44% on open corner threes, you probably win like 6 more games this year. Just on the shots that he's missed alone going in. Like, look at how many games you've lost by 2-3 points. So what I'm saying is, it's much easier to develop those habits, and G League teams and college teams and even youth teams use this type of implementation all the time. It's almost like stand-in actors. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is a great analogy for this. When we are running a film set, we often have stand-ins come in. We light the scene, we have them go, we see it on the viewfinder, we see how it looks. We're like, no, the camera needs to be adjusted up or down. Then the real actors come in, right? And then the whole thing is done. We don't have to do it with the real actors. We can do it with the stand-ins, because all the stuff around the actors that has nothing to do with acting, but to light, the wardrobe, the camera position, the mic position, we can see if boom is in shot. We can do everything. We can see if the set looks right, if there's a little bit too much diffusion. We can see all of that with the stand-ins. Well, that's the whole thing, right? And that's the reason why the 905 is constructed the way it is. I think this is the way most smart teams construct and think. Layne, what do you think, man?
Yeah, so if you want my honest opinion on this whole thing.
I want your dishonest opinion.
Oh, okay. I'll lie to you.
Kidding. I'm kidding.
So honestly, here's my thought, and this has been my thought since the beginning. Implementing this new offense means you're going to lose more this year, for the simple reason of you don't have the right guys in place. If we play the way that the last 2 years have been played out, we win more games this year. We're probably about 500 right now. Yep. But that play style has a cap to it. And we found that cap in 2021, 2022. You won, 48 games? That's the cap. That's the cap to that play style, is 6-7 game series in the first round, possibly making it to the second round, not farther than that. That's not sustainable, right? So even though right now it looks really, really rough, just like you said, they're building something. It's building blocks every day. Sure, if we play a more ISO, heliocentric version of basketball, we win a lot more games this year. But because we're not thinking about this year and we're thinking towards 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027, you're setting yourself up for success that way.
I agree. And, like right now you have Jalen McDaniels occupying a role that previously was probably slated for a guy like Grady, right? So when he's up to snuff, he will come into the great, he'll come into Jalen's role but he'll be able to provide a little bit more playmaking at that role, which is what you're missing. Same thing with Gary. Same thing with, the backup big minutes, like if you replace someone like Chris Boucher with the theorized upside potential of a Christian Koloko. Well, you get more of your rim protection. You get probably a lot more playmaking out of that position. It's the same thing. So I just think that developing players while developing team identity is like you're threading a needle. Like you're really threading a needle, because you do want to put these players into positions where they're going to be successful, but you also want to put them in positions where they'll be successful within the team dynamic. And sometimes those are not the same thing, right? And so sometimes you end up compromising your team dynamic to go into what the player is most comfortable with. So maybe, like the team dynamic requires Scottie to be a certain type of defender, but his personal strengths are in another area. And so you're going to have to make those concessions and compromises throughout, the season, and talk to players about it and say, hey man, I know that you're most comfortable coming off the ball, but I need you to be more on the ball, or vice versa. I know you're more comfortable playing power forward. I need you to play center right now because we need you to play there. And that's going to be give and take, it's going to be constant. But I'm very, very impressed with how they have developed while trying to be competitive. And again, people will often die on the hill of wins and losses. You certainly feel much better after a win. You feel much worse after a loss. But almost every win and loss that's this close, like the way this game was going, where like 36 lead changes, it's almost always going to come back to a couple of lucky bounces, a couple of lucky breaks. Maybe if Jakob Poeltl plays today, and I'm almost convinced that if Jakob Poeltl plays today and you play identical to the way you play today, because I don't think that adds anything that Jakob doesn't add better.
Correct.
You're not playing like a different type of player. You're playing like a really short version of this similar type of player, because no one defending Thaddeus Young out to three anyways. So I just think that if you have Jakob Poeltl tonight, even without Siakam, you did enough right across the board to win this. And honestly, like, how much does having Jakob on the court when he's not being turnover prone kind of settle your offense as well in terms of playmaking and, short roll passing and stuff? So yeah, I don't know. Like I'm just encouraged, because last year what I saw was like a whole bunch of young players struggling. Like literally no young player on the team was developing how I wanted them to. Not Scottie, not OG, not Precious, nobody, not Delano Banton, nobody. It was hopeless. And this year, apart from Grady and Koloko, who have, different circumstances going around them, every young player has shown me much more than I was expecting from them. So I'll take, the front office and this coach at face value. Go back and listen to his interviews when he was hired. He talked about everything he was going to do, and we just said, sure. And he's done them. He's done everything. He said he was going to make sure that he implemented his 0.5 offense. He has. Ball moves way faster. And, as much as people are frustrated by how those possessions turn out, I think the habit of getting into ball movement is making all of these players better decision makers and better playmakers. And ultimately, if you're developing playmaking, even if you boost the collective playmaking of your team by an aggregate 10%, you're so much better when Scottie eventually gets to that next level that he's got to get to for this all to work, or RJ or Emmanuel Quickly, or all three,
Yeah. So like something I can kind of compare it to, and it's not this bad at all, would be the tanking Warriors, right? The season where Poole kind of just got to do his own thing. Steve Kerr ran the same offense that season, and he tried to locate guys like, hey, maybe this guy, when Steph is healthy, when Draymond's healthy, when Clay's healthy, maybe this guy can help, maybe this guy can help, maybe this guy can help, kind of thing.
Right.
Poole is pretty much the only guy that really stuck out and ended up sticking around from that. But he ran him the same way he did when Steph was back, when Clay was back, when Draymond was back. And it really helped. And you kind of see that right now with guys like Barrett and Quickly, right? Like Quickly has been really, really, I feel bad for him because he's kind of hurt without Poeltl, because Poeltl creates a lot of space for him off those screens, but they're still running the same actions with Thad Young, right? And he's still getting downhill. So like this is Quickly and Thad, or Quickly and Scottie, right? Imagine when you have Quickly and Poeltl, and we're going to see the same downhill success that we saw the first few games when he got here. That's just kind of what I compare it to, a little parallel. I know it's a little bit more drastic on the Warrior side because like their whole team was out, and it was just kind of like, screw it, we're gonna get our asses kicked this game. But I think it was smart Kerr did that, and I kind of happy that you said like Darko has this vision and it's a 3-year vision and he's gonna do. I mean, he's sticking to it no matter what. He's not going away from it because I see it. I see the parallel.
Yeah, Kelvin, does that sort of answer your question? Is that a good
Yeah,
exploration
it's
of the topic
perfect.
you brought up? Any thoughts in response to that?
I mean, well, I guess I would say what would be an alternative strategy, but I don't think that they will move away from this. Like, I think Maroon Prince brought up a really good point in the chat. He said, in a game 7, if we play like this, I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember what he wrote, but like, if we play like this, it's not really, it might not be that effective. I think that's his point. And I'm thinking like the same way, like, you know how like all the sharing is really good. You were saying it's good for the team concept and stuff like that, but it's not really reflecting on the dominance, right? So like right now it's all happy and stuff like that, but when it gets down to game 7, you need that alpha, and you need Scottie to not be passive. You need him to be like, I think on the Lakers game in the fourth quarter, he was amazing. Like that dude was just like, I was so surprised he scored over AD so many times and just dunking all over the place.
Right.
And like, but he wasn't like that at all today. He's not always like that, but like, this is a fourth quarter Scottie, meme that sometimes shows up and sometimes doesn't. But when he's on, he's really on, and it's like, can we get that like more often? I don't know. It's just like he's just kind of like
I
coasting
mentioned
it.
it. I mean, honestly, like I addressed it earlier in the live, but like I think it's fair to say he played 40 minutes last night. He gassed. Like he needs a break so bad right now. And I think this All-Star break couldn't come sooner for him. I know we're pushing for him to be All-Star. I hope he makes the All-Star. I really do.
Me too.
But if he doesn't, I'll also breathe that he's going to get a week or like 6 days to just stop. And here's the thing, the thing about Scottie that I think sometimes goes a little bit unnoticed is that he really, really, really like he works throughout the season hard. So he's doing like, he doesn't do as much of the rest recovery stuff as the other people. I'm not saying he doesn't recover, but like, I mean, I remember last year, like after a game, he and Brian are in the gym for 2 hours. Before the game, he's in the gym for an hour. Like this guy's a gym rat. And sometimes when you do that, you can burn yourself out. He's had a couple of cold months in the winter, right around the middle of the season, where all of it just falls. Because this is a guy who works year round. Like you realize he does not take breaks. He did not take a break this offseason. He didn't go give his body an entire month and a half to rest. He didn't do that. Same thing with the previous year. Same thing with the year before that. Okay. So he is just grinding to become like, and here's the thing. I don't want to say you don't develop after 25. You certainly do. But it helps so much if you can get to that level sooner.
Yeah.
Right? It helps so much. And if he can get to like all NBA first, second team level by 23, like so entering next year, he's the guy. 27 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, can't stop him. Don't try.
I think he should be
really well.
This year he's good. I think this year he's been really good, but I think the media doesn't pick up on it. I think yesterday after Darko made the comments, all the media I watched on Scottie Barnes is everyone's saying, "Oh, he's not the face. He's not an all-star, all that." But I really think he is. Like, he's really, really good. His stats show it. But I think they don't watch him enough, maybe, so they don't really see what we see, maybe. So yeah, it's kind of a shame.
Yeah, shout outs to 314 people watching. That's dope. Also, like we did a whole bunch of like I'm just shocked at like how crazy people are going for the Raptors again, man. Like the momentum has been so great. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the chat, we started out this year, which is just 11 days ago. We started out this year sub 7,000 subscribers. I remember it was like, oh my god, 150 more to 7,000. And I remember we did this live where I was like, can we cross 7,000 tonight? And then people kept pushing for it. But it's like now we just climbing and climbing, man. Yeah, this is great. It's great.
Okay.
And I'm just, it's like, like there's a positive vibe around this team back. I think this fan base, hopefully, like, if you're tuning into this live after a tough loss, you're listening to tomorrow, this has been relatively positive. After, 2 straight losses last year, oh my God, this fan base got real upset, right? After a bad Scottie game, like this fan base got really upset, right? So hopefully, like this year, we're seeing something a little bit different. Also, 400 videos. Shout outs to that. 400 videos, and we crossed 3.25 million views for the channel. So that's super cool, man. Anyways, guys, any final notes?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much for answering my question, Rob.
Thanks, Kelvin. See ya. Layne, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of nervous for the Jazz. I'm not gonna lie.
Me too.
Markkanen's such a weird player. I don't know. Like, he's good, like not in a bad way that he's weird, but he's just one of those guys where it's like I feel like he should, like, not saying he's not good, but I feel like with his build and everything, he's just now scratching the surface of what he could really be. And I think the Jazz, I mean, like, you're already rebuilding. How old is the guy? 25, 26? So, like, I mean, you're already rebuilding. Like, how much younger do you really want to get? You know, like, are we trying to get, like, 19, 20, 21-year-old younger? Because at that point, you're signaling to your fan base that, like, hey, we're not going to be competitive for, like, the next 2-3 years. So don't expect anything. But you already got a guy right now, Markkanen, who's a 3-level scorer, plays great defense.
Yeah, Jose Calderon saying Laurie is 24. I guarantee you he is not.
Yeah, I don't think
it's possible. He would have been very high on my top 25 under 25 list if he was. I can check very quickly how old he is, but I don't think so, man.
Yeah, I don't understand why they want to move off him, though. Unless he's like 27, 28, then maybe I understand, but I don't think that old. Okay, yeah, so he's 26. Like, I don't.
He will be 27 this year, though. Worth noting.
Maybe that changes it a little bit, but
yeah.
Still, at the same time, it's like he's kind of everything you would want in a guy. I think he'd be.
By this year, I mean this season. So he's almost 27 now, so he'll be 27 in May.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
I corrected.
yeah.
I corrected.
Yeah, like I think you know but that's not old. You know, that's
his
prime.
Old.
He's in his prime. But you know what people don't understand, and I think this conversation comes back to a lot of Siakam stuff that always, you know, happens, which is really, really like it's really a big deal how old you are in terms of your development curve, where your brain is, you know, where your body is, etc. Right? And so this concept of like, oh, we're splitting hairs over a couple of years, it's not that big a deal. Man, the development that you can do between 21 and 23, it's astronomical. It's night and day. You know, if RJ Barrett, this version of RJ Barrett went back to college, which by the way is totally possible because Chris Duarte was older than him when he was drafted, right? I think he was the same age, 23. So RJ's 23 right now. This version of RJ, the one we're seeing right now, goes to college. Oh my God. Can you imagine this RJ versus college athletes right now? Or this Scottie at 22? Oh, Scottie would be Scottie would be a junior right now.
Yeah.
At Florida State. Can you imagine this Scottie Barnes in Florida State? Or could you imagine this Alperen Şengün in college?
Did he go to college?
No, he didn't. He came from the pros in Turkey. But I'm just saying, like, let's say, for instance, he had taken the Baba Miller route of Florida State University, International, whatever, and he gone to college. Can you imagine the type of player Alperen Şengün would be right now in college? He would be breaking all sorts of college basketball records. He would be like Tim Duncan, Wake Forest level, right?
All I can think of is the NIL deals it'd take to keep that guy. I mean,
those NIL deals would probably pay these guys about as much as their rookie contracts did at this point, if not more.
For
you know?
sure.
Like a lot of these guys, they have so much more of an incentive to stay. You know, like why do you think Jaime Jaquez stayed? You know, for an extra year, he didn't need to stay for sure. In my opinion, like he could have been a first-round pick even the year before. Yeah, so I see like the gap between a 23-year-old and so like when people try to compare Keegan Murray, you know, he's 23. Yeah, he's in the second year, whatever. When I compare him to Jabari Smith, there's no chance in hell I'm taking him over Jabari Smith. None. Zero. And it's yeah, sure, Keegan's a better player right now, but I gotta imagine that if I trust the work and I trust my development staff, that in 2 years I can not only bridge the gap between these two players, that I can absolutely trump the gap, because there's no way that a college coach or a college development team or even an elite prep school is going to be able to do the maximum for a player's development the way an NBA coaching staff can. It's the best minds in the world, you know?
100%.
So yeah, Unless, of course, it's a poorly run organization with bad culture, et cetera, where nobody develops, in which case maybe the kid's better off staying in high school, or in college. But I just think like this gap of years that people talk about, like where they're split, they're like, oh, well, this guy's 28 and this guy's 30. It's like big gaps, man. Big gaps.
That's the most beautiful thing about Scottie, though, is, I mean, just the development jumps you see in his game, like from even 2 years ago to now, right? And he's not going to be what everyone wants him to be. Like when he's put in conversations with being as good of a young player as like LeBron James, Luka, like, yes, those are lofty expectations, but you don't realize like this guy his game is more filled out at this age than both those guys' games were at this age. It's more filled out. Yes. His game is more filled out at this age than
LeBron's
at 22.
Than LeBron's?
As an all-around player, LeBron was not a defender like this at 22. LeBron as an athlete, laps. But LeBron as a defender, no.
I think LeBron was way better than Scottie at 22.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I think he is way better, but I think Scottie's the better all-around player at 22.
I don't
think
so.
I wouldn't take.
I think LeBron coasted a little bit on defense because the coaching staff allowed him to, because you're carrying such a big load on offense, dude. But like LeBron as a defender, Miami Heat peak LeBron, 26, 27 years old, was probably like the second best defender in the NBA.
Yeah.
We will remain to be seen if Scottie Barnes gets to that level. I think when we talk about Scottie, I think the Jordan LeBron conversation is yet to be entered. I think, and perhaps will never be entered, and that's okay. There's two of those guys in league history, and there's no one close to them. None, nobody, not anybody. Maybe you can say Bill Russell. If you want to build a pantheon of NBA players, those guys are all pretty much virtually one of ones, untouchable throughout history. There's never gonna be another Kobe. There's never gonna be another LeBron. There's nothing like LeBron ever. There's nothing like Jordan. People say Kobe. No, it's not the same. So when I think about Scottie, I think about him in that top 15, top 20 all-time tier, and I'm just like, he'll probably be a little bit closer to the Barkley, Hakeem, if he gets to the max,
right,
it'll probably be closer to that.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the well-roundedness for his age, though, right? Compared to where those other guys were at that age, right? I think a lot of people look at the points and they're like, okay, he put up 12 points tonight, or a few games ago, it's like, oh, well, he only put up 6 points, right? They're not seeing the big picture of it. They're not seeing the big picture. At the end of the day, I think Scottie's cap's probably 26 points per game as a scorer in his prime.
I think he can get much higher than 26.
I think he can, but I think that the effort that he puts on the defensive side, right, him as a facilitator, as a rebounder, I mean, that's a lot of energy. Like, we're entering GOAT like stature if he's putting up 29, 30 points a game, pulling down 11 boards, dishing 7, 8 assists.
It's just different. Exactly. It's different. So like, I mean, let me build the time machine. The best case version of Scottie Barnes at 27, I'll draw the stats out. I think this guy could be 11 boxes minus, 4 defensive boxes minus, 7 offensive boxes minus, probably 28.5 points per game, 12 rebounds, 9 assists, a block and a half, a steal.
Do you know what you're talking about, though, when you say that?
Yeah, I'm talking about one of the greatest players of all time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. But you're talking about the greatest players of all time, and that's different.
No, I know.
LeBron, if you take LeBron at the same age, like, I mean, the numbers are being inflated by the pace that he's playing in, right? Like, I mean, he's playing in one of the faster paces in the NBA right now, right? I mean, the Raptors haven't been super fast paced this year, but they've gotten faster paced now, so he's gonna get discredited a little bit for that. LeBron played. It's also worth noting that LeBron built up most of his resume against the most depleted NBA we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
No, not ever. Hold on. There was an era more depleted than that, maybe the 70s or 60s or 70s, I think maybe, were a little bit depleted of talent. Like, there have been highs and lows in talent, as with all sports. I'm sure that you've seen something similar with baseball as well, where there's just like a wave of talent that just comes in, and just the league is just better across the board. All teams are better. Pitchers are hitting.
heavy for a large amount of years. It was very top heavy, and the new CBA has kind of limited that unless you are to draft well, which I think is great. Like, I think if you draft well, you shouldn't be punished for it. But if you're trying to collect a bunch of stars on the same team, i.e. Golden State Warriors, then there's issues, right? Or even, well, I guess the Spurs didn't necessarily stack stars. They drafted well, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, talent was very, very top heavy when LeBron played. So when guys got like knocked out, you know, if one team got knocked out of the playoffs, possibly 4 of the best 30 players in the league got knocked out just off that alone, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like, think about who the best players in the league were during that time. Like, I'm happy to flash back to like the value replacement rankings, but like, you know, it was insanity. Like I'm actually curious now, really curious. So we have guys like right now that are, you know, there's like 10 guys. I'm not actually going to flash it on the screen just as a thought experiment. Let me just share this.
What just for clarification, what era are you thinking? Are you thinking like 07 to 2011, or are you thinking like 2012?
No, I'm thinking 1999 to 2007, 2008. Which is when LeBron made that first run, which I think is just, it's bananas, right? Like, he should have never, ever been in the finals that early against the Spurs. And it's just because the East was so depleted. And if you really, really want to think about like who were the best players in the league at that time and really look at how watered down the NBA was, like, it was insanity, man. Let's see. I'm actually a little bit worried that Scottie's stats have fallen off a cliff since this trade. He's gone from top 10 boxes minus to 17th. Shoot. Okay. Falling fast, and tonight's not going to help. Okay. It's fine. 5 boxes minus is still a solid all-star. It's just, it's far, far away from the heights that he was at earlier in the season, which is like, he was in this range earlier in the season. He would have been 9th in the NBA if he'd stayed where he was.
Development's not linear. It's not linear.
It's exactly it. It's not linear. Okay. So let me just look at 2022. Okay, so you're kind of seeing the trajectory and curve, like you're seeing the best players in the league. If I flash back, even like to 2018, 17, you're going to see like a lot of guys in like that 11, 10. See what I mean? Like Giannis, Harden, whatever, right? Now, if I do the same thing with, let's say I go back to like, I'm going to go back pretty far. I'm going to, as fast as my internet will load.
Well, it's like that 2004 Detroit Pistons team that ended up winning the championship. I mean, that's one of the weirdest NBA champions to me of all time.
Yeah. And I mean, even here, you see like the league is like, what I'm really concerned about is this area of the curve, right? Are you still getting like all-star levels here? Because all-star level, to be very frank, is like a 3. Like Kyle Lowry is the all-star cutoff here. LaMarcus Aldridge is right below DeAndre Jordan, Jeff Teague, Mike Conley, all solid players, right? Rudy Gay for Sacramento, surprising, but yes. We did trade away.
Could it also be that analytics like this weren't as valued at the time, and so they weren't really as focused as they are now, per se?
Yeah, but the analytics element of this is it's like we're cataloging now. Like in hindsight, we're looking back to see how good these players were, but it's not, I don't know if, okay, like maybe the only thing that I would say is like maybe a guy who was like a little bit buried on the bench or being asked to do something that he wasn't very effective at might have been asked to do something differently had the analytics been focused on a little bit more. But I think that also goes into skill work, right? Like, I mean, you know, like guys are taking a lot of mid-range shots, you know, like a lot of long twos, right, in this era. So I think the decline era, so just to give you an idea of just, so I mentioned like how deep is the league, right? So let me go back to when I think the league kind of sucked, and let's just test the hypothesis. So who is the best player per boxes minus in 1990 to 2021? And I think you're going to see it right here. So we're already starting to see like Steve Smith, Vlade Divac, Charlie Ward, 34-year-old Reggie Miller. These were all top 31 guys. A 35-year-old Arvydas Sabonis was 21st in the NBA. Terrell Brandon was the 16th best player. Bo Outlaw, Orlando, and Daryl Armstrong had 4.5 boxes minus seasons, which is insanity. I mean, really, like you're talking like Gary Payton, John Stockton at 37 and Karl Malone at 36 were top 3 in the NBA in boxes minus. Like Shaq leading the league. Like I think like you can make a really, really solid case that this league right here, like where would Mark Jackson be today? Like he's 26th here. I think he might be 60th today. You know, that's kind of like where I'm at right now. And like I think like flash forward and it gets worse. So I think like right around probably like 2002 when those older guys age out, it starts to get real watered down. See, like you're already seeing like a fall off around like Rashard Lewis, Paige Stojakovic, but Rasheed Wallace. Okay, this is actually not that bad. Maybe it's a little bit better. The other thing I'll say is like how deep is the league to this level? Like right here, like this area, which are all rotation players. Your Damon Stoudemire's, Mike Bibby's, Antonio Daniels, Kenyon Martins, Bo Outlaws, Larry Hughes, Mike Miller's, like Jalen Rose's. Like I think like these guys are all solid, but I just feel like right now, like most of these guys will be pushed further down in the rotation. It's also worth noting, like obviously offense has generally speaking just become way more efficient. And so a lot of these guys who are taking a lot of long twos will be taking threes today. And then that evolution has to come. But to the point of look at where the league got here, right? Like today, if I compare James Posey to the 15th best player right now, holy shit, what a fall off.
Yes,
right?
I'm close.
Like Meta World Peace at 24, Brian Cardinal 23, Stephon Marbury, Brad Miller, Antonio Daniels. Like I mean, there's still some names here, and I know that the further we get away from these names, like the more people are like, oh, who the hell's that guy or whatever. But like you got to understand, like most of the guys that I just mentioned will be like 60, 70 today. Like again, Rashard Lewis, Elton Brand, Jason Terry, Damon Jones. Like I mean, it's not to say like the league didn't have talent. It's just like, I mean, when you go forward like a couple of years, it just gets so much better. And I think
this was that final season for LeBron, wasn't it? The first finals year.
I believe so. Yes, it was. Yeah. And I mean, you're already seeing LeBron climb to the top. At 22, he was a top 3 player in the NBA per boxes minus. And in terms of value of a replacement, he was already the best player in the league. That's the MVP rank, man. Value of replacement is the MVP rank, and he was the best player in the league at 22. So when I say when I say Scottie's not even close to LeBron, there's no way in hell Scottie posts an 8.1 value of replacement. And worth noting, that's the downgrade. It's like you put Scottie in 2007, he's a better player. He's just a better player. It goes more to his strengths, which is banging in the post or whatever. I think like just on a night-to-night basis, you have like these slower players, these big lumbering bigs, and it would just help a player like him. Whereas now, like the league has evolved to defend guys like him, and there's so much length and size and athleticism, and the game is faster. So just overall, I feel like LeBron benefited from worse competition. Than Jordan faced in the 90s.
Scottie has adapted though. Like that was my biggest worry about him is will he ever shoot north of 35% from 3? Like I would have accepted a 33, 34% from 3 Scottie Barnes in his prime. And now you're seeing like at 22, it's like 38, 39. Like that's something I would have never, ever thought to be like even a possibility, especially this early.
Yeah.
It's crazy just to see how he's adapted. And sure, is there sometimes where he does take the ill-advised 3? Yes. Is there sometimes where it's like, oh, dude, you have a mismatch. Like, I wish you would drive. Yes. But he's attempting them. And the fact that he feels comfortable doing it compared to last year being treated like Draymond Green is just night and day. So, you know what? Like, I'm going to take it.
Well, defenses have adjusted too, and this is going to be like a longer term, thing with him. And I think the thing with Scottie, I'll say, is like, in terms of like the LeBron thing that you said, like maybe if LeBron had like a global pandemic disrupt 2 very vital years of his high school and college year life, it might have changed his trajectory a little bit and delayed some of the juice that he had going. Because I can tell you, watching Scottie at 16, I expected more from him than what I saw at Florida State. And I think that that's just fact. Like, I mean, those guys, they played their last year in high school.
Yeah.
You know, I think about Jeff Doughton, him not having a March Madness because they just canceled it.
Yeah.
Like every prospect in this caught in the vortex of 2018 to 2021 suffered massively. And I think about guys like Precious Achua, James Wiseman. I think about a lot of players, Cade, Jalen Green, you know, a lot of them. And I'm just like, not only did teams suffer, I think players suffered a lot too because there were diminished practices. And again, there's nothing to be stated for the amount of value there is for the work you put in between the ages of 15 and 25. Like nothing. You know, I don't value the work you put in at 7 and 8, whatever. That's habits, learning, whatever. But the actual like development work that you put into your body, your muscles, your hand-eye coordination, your brain, your body, overall, like your health, your basketball skill development, your eradication of bad habits, you know, at that age. It's like, you know, and that's why I like really support this idea of the Raptors getting a whole bunch of 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds back in this deal for Siakam if they trade him, because you have not only like you're in the best place possible with a 21-year-old, the best place possible, because you have a boatload of data on what they do right and wrong. So you can make the best judgment for the type of player you actually want to develop. And then you have 3 to 4 years to correct all of it before they hit their prime. And that's not to say that a player who's 26, you know, you can't do that with them. It's just harder. I think it's harder because of how the brain develops.
Yeah, 100%. That just body wise, you know, in basketball, it's easier to break down. Basketball, football, it's easier to break down. Sport like baseball, man, you got guys who are 35, 36, still going, still all-star, still gold glove. You know, it's a lot different because the body moves a lot different. Obviously, position's different, right? Like your first base, third baseman, not the most athletic. They're athletic, but not the most athletic guys.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot different.
I've heard people say, you know, at times that like, oh, you know, this guy, like we're seeing guys, you know, go and be very productive till 25, till 35, 34 in the NBA. That's just simply not true. It's not at all true. The average NBA career ends before 30, well before 30.
LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant have just distorted everyone's perception of reality just because of how much like those guys are just freaks of nature.
Yeah. There's a like I do want to end this live at some point, but I do want to do a final trivia, and I'm curious if how you'll do on this. There were 9 players in the NBA. Did you already see my tweet about this?
I have not.
Okay. There are 9 players who were in the NBA the last time the Detroit Pistons won a playoff game. Do you know who they are?
Oh gosh. LeBron James, obviously. Anthony Davis.
Nope.
Jeff Green.
Yep.
PJ Tucker.
Yep.
DeMar DeRozan.
Nope.
Kyle Lowry.
Yep.
So that's 3.
No, that's 4. You got LeBron, Jeff Green, PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry.
Okay.
So first of all, do you know when the Pistons last won a playoff game?
Was it? It was before the creation of the iPhone, wasn't it?
No.
It was like
It was 2008.
Yeah, it was 08. It was 08. Wait, no, iPhone was 07 or 06. There was another stat I saw.
I don't know when the iPhone came out. I know when the iPod came out. I've never had an iPhone. I've never owned an iPhone. Android, baby. Android, and prior to that, Windows Phone. Like, wow. Prior to that, BlackBerry.
Man, you just unlock so many memories by saying BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Gosh. Okay, so 4.
You check the chat. They got you 2 of them.
Mike Conley. Is Mike Conley one?
Yep.
Okay. So 5. I can't read the chat because I'm on my phone. So like I'm on like the Streamy. So like I can't even mute or turn on my camera and none of that. Like I have to download the app to do that.
No worries.
But I don't want to put in the energies to download the app. You feel me?
Yeah. You got LeBron, Jeff Green, PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry, Mike Conley. Yep.
This is
hard. Of course you got Mike Conley, Ohio State.
Of course I got
okay.
Seems like that.
2007 draft. There's one guy from the 2007 draft that you're missing. and he went really high in the 2007 draft. There's another guy in the 2007 draft that went really high too that you're missing. James saying Jordan. Jordan who?
Do you conference?
A lot of Western Conference teams.
I thought so. Trying to go through the teams. It's not Kevin Durant, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Wow.
He was drafted. He was drafted 2007. He was the number 2 pick in the 2007 draft. Think about the 2007 draft, and you'll get more hands. And also think about the 2005 draft. You might get a hint there.
Oh, Thaddeus Young. It's not Westbrook. He was later. He was after. He was drafted after. Yeah. So that was that 07 or 05? I feel stupid for asking that.
Thaddeus Young? I believe he was 07.
Okay. So that's not the 07 you were talking about. Gosh. 4 a.m. does things to your mind.
Yeah, Thaddeus Young was the 12th overall pick out of Georgia Tech in 2007.
Big
Who
Yellow
else was drafted in 2007? I wonder.
Jeez. Was it a top pick?
Yes.
So I got KD. It's not Odin, obviously.
I
already got Mike Conley from that draft.
I'll tell you this much. He was a former All-Star.
There's so many guys that just get like 1 year All-Star stuff, though. My mind's not working right now.
If I can think about like how many times he was an All-Star, let's see. Okay. Let's he is a 5-time All-Star.
Oh gosh.
Oh yeah.
I should know who it is.
He's also a former All-NBA, former All-Rookie, former All-Defense.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, you're pretty much forgetting a borderline Hall of Famer at this point, bro.
Yeah, I am.
And you're forgetting okay, and do you want details about the other guy that you're missing?
Yeah, I got 7, right?
You got 7. You're missing 2. Okay, so the other guy you're missing is a 12-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, All-Rookie, former Rookie of the Year, former All-Star MVP, current top 75 team member, 9-time All-Defense, 6-time Steals champion. No? 5 times assists champion?
Dude, it's 4 a.m.
Chris Paul, bro. Chris Paul.
Oh,
2005 draft, bro.
Yes. I don't. Why did I just hear like all those accolades? My brain was like Steph Curry. But obviously it's not Steph Curry. But like I couldn't think of anyone else but Steph.
Steph Curry was drafted in 2009.
Yeah. I
okay. So let's give you the 8 that you got so far, with much prodding. LeBron, Jeff Green, PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry, Kevin Durant, Mike Conley, Thaddeus Young, Chris Paul. And the final one you're missing is your 5-time All-Star. And his name is dun 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 dun. James got it here. Al Horford.
Big Al. I should know. He beat us in the Natty. I should have known that.
Yeah. So there's your 9. Cool trivia. Yeah, I was just thinking the other day about like how whatchamacallit, when the
how much
last one like I was, you know what, here's the thing, this year has been very pondering and very reflective for me. You know, number one, seeing Scottie's ascension has given me a renewed appreciation for players who came who got there sooner than him, and how rare they were, because I've seen this entire process with him with a little bit more of a magnifying glass than maybe I looked at Luka. Like, I didn't break down every Luka game. I didn't see the day-to-day minutia. It was like week to week with Luka, right? Week to week with Wemby, week to week with Chet. I'm not day-to-day with any prospect the way I am with Scottie. So it's given me a lot of renewed perspective on how hard it is to be good when you're this young. Number one. Number two, how hard it is to be a good team. You consider like how we have managed to be like pretty much amazing for the last 10 years, 12 years as a franchise, right? 11 years. And it's just like, man, like you see this team losing to the Pistons, losing to the Hornets, losing to the Utah Jazz. It's like teams do this shit all the time. And then you see like them bust their ass and then get, you know, beat at the buzzer pretty much a couple of times by Chicago. Sacramento,
Boston.
Boston,
That was hard.
LA Lakers, LA Clippers, and it's just like, winning is really hard in the NBA. Like you got to be so disciplined. I've been impressed with this young core, but like it's given me a lot of renewed appreciation for all the stuff. And then finally, it just gives me an appreciation for like how quickly it can all go away. You know, like this entire season has been a bit of a reflective exercise in like, you know, practicing humility and also gratitude. Like just being gracious that, you know, like look at all the young players that have come through this league. Brandon Roy, Greg Oden, you know, Yao Ming, Tracy McGrady, you know, Vince Carter early on. And how many fan bases had as much invested in those guys as most of us have in Scottie or someone like that, to watch those guys go out and miss so much time. Ja Morant right now, Tyrese Halliburton with that scary fall, although he'll be back soon. Zion Williamson. None of this should be taken for granted. I think a lot of this infighting stuff probably, you know, like it's just because things are good. Things have been good for so long. We've been able to, you know, sort of start to be like really nitpicky. But then when you listen to like get a real perspective on what it's like to be a Pistons fan right now, rooting for just one win at a time. Like, you know, Commissioner Dynamo made this video, but like, yo, like if we don't beat the Spurs, which they didn't tonight, they got smoked by the Spurs, we might never win again. And we might break our own streak in the same season, at which point it won't be, you know, an aberration or whatever. It will be, you really are starting to approach, you know, like worst team and by the record of all time, because the league is so deep and talented. So yeah, it's been an interesting, you know, reflection. And Hermes Curry bro saying the parity in the league now is insane. I fully agree. Yeah. Anyways, man, I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired too. It's crazy late. It's like 3:47 in the morning. Thanks a lot for staying up with me, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. You have a great night, man.
Have a great night, Layne. All right. James saying basketball becoming more popular around the globe is bringing a lot of new stars. I fully agree with you. Anyways, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Penn Dance Film Festival, coming up February 22nd to 25th. A lot of you have already reached out that you're going to be coming, or tickets or passes or whatever. Tickets will be going on sale in a couple of, oh my God. What the hell? Daryl, what's going on?
Oh, my camera's doing weird stuff. I'm just in the car. Yeah, wow.
Cool.
I just got
Thanks,
in here.
Thanks for sharing your view, bro.
Yeah, man. This is what Taiwan looks like for anyone who's interested. This is what a Taiwanese highway looks like. Yeah, I just turned on the show.
Do you know that you're not our first Asian caller today?
No, I literally just tuned in, man. I had a real busy day.
We had a call from mainland China.
No way.
Yeah, super cool.
It's actually just called China, by the way. But yeah,
no,
cool.
He said mainland. Like he's
yeah,
from...
I know. No, but there's no such country as mainland China is my point. It's just called China. They call it mainland China in China because they're trying to distinguish Taiwan,
right,
which is not China, but that's why they call it mainland China. They're brainwashed into calling it mainland China by their government, but there's no actual place called mainland China. For anyone who's actually curious about the politics of this.
So I always, so this is interesting for me because I didn't know that, and I must be so ignorant. So I thought that it was to be distinguished as, when people say calling from mainland China, I thought it was to be distinguished from the city centers like Hong Kong.
Okay, so
or Beijing.
that was part of it, because obviously the British had leased Hong Kong for those 99 years, but yeah, it nowadays, obviously, since Hong Kong became part of China again, reintegrated in 97, there's no reason for them to continue calling it mainland China. The only reason that they do that is to distinguish it between Taiwan and China, because if they just call themselves China, that will be, in essence, politically distinguishing Taiwan from China, and they can't really do that. So, and a lot of Taiwanese people as well, that part of the status quo of being ambiguously a separate country is calling it mainland China and Chinese Taipei, which is, there's a lot of real weird terminology. It's a very, very awkward fit, but it kind of, most Taiwanese people, especially the younger generation, kind of bristle when they hear people refer to China as mainland China.
Cool. Well, I did not know that. So that is very cool to learn, and I will refrain from calling it mainland China from now on. What's going on, man? Did you have a chance to watch the game?
Oh yeah, man, I did. And unfortunately, I I put off doing my work so I could watch the game, and so I wasn't able to tune into your show until just now. So I missed everything that you guys talked about. So I'm sure you've covered everything.
We've got your boss on line 3, and he's going to be coming in and firing you live on air for being a Raptor fan.
I'm sure my boss watches your show too. Yeah. Man, I could go on. I could tell you about my boss. He's hilarious. We call him the CEO, but he's not. But
that would be
that's
great.
Another story for another time.
if your boss is our third Taiwanese fan, that would be super cool. Man, the global presence of this show is really staggering, man. I was looking at the analytics today. I was actually just reflecting earlier on about the insane channel view growth. Like, I think we have hit close to 50,000 views over the last 48 hours. Of course, a lot of stuff is going into that, making more videos, etc., doing a lot of lives. But it's been really, cool, really great. It's been great. I want to push this so hard. But there's also so much renewed passion and invigoration in this fan base right now, and it's really great to feel it. But I also think this is also for me. This is just about the most positive I've felt as a Raptor fan in a very long time as well, right? So it's also great to be able to share that after a tough loss with people, because last year I shared in a lot of people's frustrations, right? A lot,
sure.
Right? And I think this place became a bit of a dumping ground of emotions. People would come in, they'd be really angry about the loss, then get angry at each other. I think that's valid. It's great, when you're upset, to be around people who are also upset makes you feel maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit connected. But now it feels like this community can be a source of insight and joy as well, and which is great. So yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's certainly bringing me a lot of joy these days. So
that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad. Anyways, man, I was
so yeah.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to. I didn't want to make a long call. I was just calling in. I know you guys covered everything, but there's one thing that I guarantee that you didn't talk about yet, and that is that for this game, when the game just started, I thought to myself, I wonder how good and how bad a defender RJ Barrett actually is. And so every single time that every possession, every defensive possession that every possession that the Clippers had, I watched RJ Barrett only to see who he would defend, how he would defend, how he was in the man, how he was in the zone. And I logged every single play. So I just wanted to tell you that RJ Barrett was that's an understatement. His primary assignment was Paul George. Now, you might look at the box score and say, what? But Paul George scored 29 points, so Barrett must have sucked. No. Do you know when Barrett was covering him, Paul George only scored 4 field goals. Only 4 field goals the entire game when RJ Barrett was on him.
On how many? So 4 out of what? If he scored 4 for 4.
I don't have. Yeah, no, I don't have the paper in front of me. I'm in the car. But no, let me. Okay, so it was definitely not 4 for 4. But part of it was because Barrett was on him so tight that he didn't take that many shots when he was being covered by Barrett. But when there was a switch, when he could take advantage of Schroeder or even Scottie, there were a couple of times that Scottie switched onto him, and that's where George got all of his points.
Yep.
But Barrett did force a lot of misses, and also did force him when you could tell he was looking for his shot, that he wasn't getting it. And the 4 field goals that he got were there was an alley-oop, a lob from James Harden, where he just kind of in the first or second, I think. Yeah. And then there was a 3 that there was a screen. Somebody set a screen for him, and Barrett tried to fight through the screen, but couldn't get there in time. And of course, Paul George is an amazing shooter, so he got a 3 from there. And then in the fourth quarter, there were 2. There was one where he kind of blew by Barrett on the perimeter, and it was the one. Yeah, it was the one where he shoved him down, or no, he shoved somebody down and then blew by and dunked it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and then there was another wide open 3 where Barrett was just a little slow to get onto him. But I would say only 1, maybe 1.5 of those Barrett could have done anything about. The other ones, nothing he could have done. And then the other times when Barrett would switch, he was on Zubats a lot. Did you notice that when they were playing zone, he was always on Zubats? Poor guy, but he didn't shy. He didn't shy away.
He's a low center of gravity. We talked a lot about RJ Barrett today, and I think one of the things we all talked about was, just how good he's been. since this
Yeah,
trade, and especially
but
over
what
the
I
last
gotta
3-4 games.
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I love it. But I think it really is understated how good a job he's doing, or at least how much he's not a liability on defense at all. Nobody can exploit him. Nobody is going to look at the Raptors lineup and say, oh, RJ
I
Barrett
mean,
is a terrible defender. We can
in
exploit
fairness,
that.
the alley-oop that Paul George got was fully on
Yeah.
him. He lost him.
Yeah. That was one. Yeah.
His off-ball awareness is not always the greatest, but if he
Yeah.
continues to dial in this way, I'm telling you, like earlier on, we had this little, back and forth about like, is he a more valuable player than OG Anunoby? And I said yes. If he continues to play like this, he is a
He's
vastly
like
more.
this. Yeah. 50,
Yeah, I mean, he
shooting
doesn't need. He
50%
doesn't.
from three. Yes.
I mean, no, nobody is going to shoot 50% from three. That's not named
No,
Steph
exactly.
Curry ever. But
Yeah.
if he goes high 30s, advances his ball handling, advances his playmaking to where it's been, which is making basic simple reads when he draws a double, continues to attack downhill, can improve his finishing at the rim a little bit, and continues to buy in on defense at 23 years old. He is,
I would say yes.
really, really, yes, easily 100% yes. I mean, as good as OG is.
Passing, man.
Yeah, it's been really good. So yeah.
So good.
Anyways, I've been very impressed by him.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, nice chatting with you. I'll let you get some sleep if you are going to, and I'm going to go do my other full-time job now.
Nice. Being a dad.
Right. No. I actually literally have 2 full-time jobs.
Oh wow. And you're a dad.
And I'm a dad, and I do a couple of part-time jobs too.
What?
Yeah.
How?
No, I'm a full-time public school teacher, so that's like 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and I also own my own school. So like I after public school in the afternoons and evenings, I go and work all evening until nighttime at the school that I own. And then I also teach I privately tutor some students
English
throughout the week. So yeah.
That is
it's nice
super
because my
cool.
kids come to the school that I own, so I get to spend time with them while I'm there at work. So that's how we kind of all make it work.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I work about 85 hours a week.
How old are you? You're like are you close to my age?
No, I'm 44.
You look like insanely young.
Yeah, I get that a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, like I had always assumed you were in your early 30s. Okay, so here's the crazy thing. Like I have worked in my life. I've worked 80 hours for segmented parts of my life, especially my teens and my early 20s. I had definitely like some times when I grinded like that. Lately, I find myself working a lot closer to like 40, 45. But man, like I can't tell you I miss working 80 hours a week, but I do think like at 25, I took my foot off the pedal a little bit. I thought I had enough money. I was like, good, I'm good. Like if I really, really wanted to like be super meager and not meager, like if I wanted to be super frugal, I could probably retire right now. I could probably set myself up, but then I don't know, like the world kind of changed, around me. Inflation started to explode. COVID happened. Maybe some of the ventures that I wanted to go into with the film festival and filmmaking in general were more of an expense to start than actual profit. And then, like 5 years after that, I was like, oh shit, I got to work again. So now, but here's the thing. So throughout my mid 20s, I ran a dog walking company for a lot of the time, and I also ran a tutoring company. So I think like the tutoring element like unites us in that sense of teaching. And I got to say, like the one thing that always bothered me, between tutoring and the dog walking company and even I did a eco cleaning business for a little bit, or a construction business, and like all the businesses and failed businesses and start businesses and whatever, but also like the hedge fund job, was that I could never not be where I needed to be, which means I could never be where I wanted to be at any time. And so I started talking to my mentor, and they said, you need to deconstruct the needs of what you're trying to do with your life based on what you have, and try to dream out the best case reality of what you want to do with your life, and then take it from there. And so I thought to myself, okay, let me dream out the best case version of my life. And it's like the best case version of my life is I can do what I need to do from anywhere in the world. right?
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to spend 8 months a year in Nepal or Kenya or Italy, that my life in any material way would not completely fall apart because of it. You can't run a dog walking business from Kenya. You just can't, and so I wanted to build this life that could scale, which is why like I'm so fascinated with the concept of building things in general, because that's why I'm so fascinated with Raptors, like the team building perspective of it, like building good habits, building a roster, building culture. And so I thought about it, and then at 30, I just shifted my perspective. Like, okay, the film festival is something that I could literally run from anywhere in the world. I have to be here for the festival, but I can do the planning from anywhere. We can source films, source sponsors from anywhere in the world. This podcast, ironically, is also something I can do anywhere. And being a filmmaker is something I can do anywhere. So I just wanted to be global and portable, which is exactly how I redesigned my life. So yeah, I don't know. So now I just want to build this up because, like, I mean, I know YouTubers who make like $1 million a year, $2 million, $5 million a year. Wow, that would be great, But one thing I've learned, I think, like I guess like I don't know, I'll share this with you, but like, or maybe this is something you already really know, is I think a lot of people who work super hard, they have this idea of like, I'll be joyous at the conclusion of all this hard work. And I think that one thing I'm realizing over the last couple of years is the people that I've met who I really admire and are people who are thriving are actually joyous more through the process than anything else. Like they are almost detached from the results. They are actually just like, there's a gratitude on a day-to-day basis with what they do. So I guess, yeah, I hope that you are enjoying working 80 plus hours a week.
I am. It's by choice. And I hear a lot of parallels in what you're talking about. You wanted to be portable and you wanted to be in charge. You wanted to be the captain of your own ship. And that's where I am right now. Doing this is my process of building something. It's, people start thinking about legacies when they're in their middle age, and they start thinking about retirement, and they start thinking about their children.
I started thinking about all of these things when I was like 13 years old, man.
All
Like
right, fine, fair enough.
it's not exclusively for people who are in their middle age. But I will say this, like to the point that you made about, being the captain of your own ship. I actually had this thing as well where, I mean, I remember it actually started when I did it's like one of those aptitude things that you fill out in high school. And it just asks you a whole bunch of questions, and it tries to give you like some sort of career that you would be good at. And then some people get hospitality, some people get, I don't know, like business, some people get whatever. And mine came back really weird. It said anything as long as you're the boss. I thought that was hilarious. And so I assumed that to be a beautiful thing. And I started trying to be the boss of everything, right? I tried to start my own business, start a dog walking company, start a tutoring company, I wanted to start things, and I didn't want a boss. I really didn't want a boss. And I sometimes rebelled against having a boss, and I hated the concept of authority and stuff like that. So I wanted to do my own thing. I don't want to go work for a film festival. Why not start a film festival? I don't want to work for someone's podcast. Why not start my own podcast? That's this entrepreneurial spirit. And something that I realized is I actually have an imbalance where I don't trust being led, because I was led astray so many times in my youth, that I have a phobia of letting somebody else lead, which means it's like, you think like we can all present, being an entrepreneur or a serial entrepreneur or someone who's trying to be the captain of their own ship as a positive thing. But when it can never be the other way, like when you cannot follow in any situation, where you must lead every situation, I think that can be to one's detriment as well. And I've noticed that there are times in my life that actually I would have benefited vastly more from taking a 1 year break and working for somebody else. Not because I wasn't capable of doing it myself, but because there was a gap in my understanding and learning that I needed to do, that I was too arrogant to realize at that moment that I needed to learn. So like, for instance, I turned down a job at a really, really big sports company, right? Because I wanted to start this, right? Could I have learned like a lot and made a ton of contacts by working for that big sports company, taking that job, and then maybe 6 months later opening up Pensar basketball? There's nothing in the contract that they presented me that said I couldn't do this on the side. I was just like, why would I do it for you if I can do it for myself? And it's like, easy, bro. Contacts. You would made like 150 more contacts, or 1,000 more contacts. So it's just like, I don't know. It's complicated, but yeah, I don't know if you do you struggle with being led?
Yes, I mean, yes and no. My natural instincts are yeah to also kind of kick against the pricks a lot, and I'm a person that can very easily pick out an inefficiency or pick out something critical in a situation that I'm in, and so it's really difficult for me to work for somebody when a boss is actually involved in the job. It's much easier for me if I have a boss, but the boss just leaves me to do my job. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because I've got pretty high standards and I've got a way that I figure out how to do things right. And then when people tell me to do things in a different way, and I already know instantly that it's not going to work as well as my way, it's difficult for me to accept that. And I grate against that.
You remind me of my
But
dad. You remind me of my dad a
yeah,
lot. But like I'm curious, like if you've ever done an IQ test. My dad had like so when my dad passed away, I got to learn about him a lot more because obviously through my youth, he was just the man in the room who was working. And I didn't have a ton of time with him. I got to watch basketball and learn basketball from him. I got to learn a little bit about stuff, but I think 90% of my time when I was really young was spent with my mom because my dad was busy working. But he traveled, like we traveled from place to place to place to place because he couldn't give a job. And the whole knock with him was, why should I listen to you if I have the better idea? And when he died, people say things about you that stick out when you die. They were so generous,
right.
they were so kind, they always remembered your birthday, etc. With my dad, the consistent thing was always he loved you and he was the smartest guy I ever met. Like he was so sure
Wow.
of what he was doing. He was the smartest
Yeah.
person. And then when your parents die, you go through their stuff. And then obviously I went through his old school reports and shit like that. And I was just like, oh my God. Straight A's across the board, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Like this guy never missed.
Yeah.
Like it was just, he was a supercomputer. And yeah, his big thing was he didn't know how to follow. He really didn't understand how to do it. And he always felt like he had the best idea. And I think at some point, it's just something that I always learned from because I was always compared to him growing up. They'd be like, don't be like him because he had a bit of a reputation and my parents got divorced naturally. My mom was a little bit unhealthy in the sense that she talked a lot of shit about him. And one of the things she would always say is, he used to do that, don't do that. And I've noticed that I have a lot of same tendencies as him. I'm pretty stubborn and I'm not going to do things that I don't want to do. And I've been trying to break those habits for the last 4 years, to be honest. I've been really trying to break them because I feel like I need to pay attention to what I'm doing inaccurately. Even when in the moment it feels like I'm doing it perfectly right and my idea works and it's perfect and I was perfectly in line to scream at that guest and I was perfectly in line to do this and do that. I'm just trying to approach every single day with, Rob, you don't know as much as you think you do. Every day I'm telling myself, you don't know as much as you think you do. You think you understand basketball. You think you know that Scottie's better than Paolo, but you need to listen to the person who's saying Paolo's better and hear them out. Not hear them out to the point where you're just waiting to say your thing, but like really, really entertain it. And I'm just trying so hard to go the other way. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
Well, I had a watershed moment about what you're talking about where I realized kind of what you're talking about, and I remember it very, very clearly. It was a couple of years after I'd moved to Taiwan, and when you're an expat in a place,
Sure.
as I'm sure you've been an expat, like you go through stages where at the beginning everything is wonderful and exotic and amazing, and then after you live there for a while, you start to notice all these things that bug you and bother you, and they're not the way that you're used to, and they're not the way that they should be according to you, and then you start to kind of grumble about stuff, and you wonder how on earth is it even possible that these people can be like this? Well, I was on a plane coming back from Canada back to Taiwan, and I was approaching the city, and I looked down out the window at the city where I live. It's called Kaohsiung, and I saw all of these neatly ordered streets, and I saw people driving around in cars, and it occurred to me, it works. This city is a functional city. This city is working completely fine, better than a lot of cities in the world. Who am I to criticize all of these people down here wondering like what kind of idiots do they have to be to approach something this way or think about things this way when look at that, it all works. And so I was
Ego
like,
is a protective mechanism, right? It's a self-soothing thing that I think, from childhood comes and we double down on it. And I think it can just become like one of those things where it's like when you feel unsure, uneasy, it's very easy to say, that person's an idiot. Like I remember, like I'm very lucky in a sense. Like I didn't feel that I was lucky growing up in government housing, but I think like I'm really lucky that I grew up in the projects and the government housing. So I got to witness a lot of what I call welfare culture. A lot of people who don't really know what they're doing with their life, but man, the arrogance is there, bro. I'm not trying to make this like a shame on poor people thing. It's not shame about poor people. It's just trying to understand how people end up where they end up. Like I know why my dad ended up where we ended up. I know that because he was arrogant. He was arrogant as hell. He didn't want to listen to anybody. He was always right. You listen to these people, they say the government's rigged, politicians are idiots, these rich people, they're bad. And it's just like, why do you have such strong opinions about a whole bunch of people you don't even know, about topics you haven't fully explored in an intellectual way? Well, because if they're bad, I'm good. It's like the reversal, right? Or if they're bad, it explains why my life sucks. So it's just tough. Like when you really think about it, it's just really tough to break that initial judgment that you have of a particular situation. Like if you grew up thinking like every rich person, is scheming the system or something like, do you know what I mean? Like there is some disruptive, and I think like the best thing that could happen for someone who has a very set mindset is that you end up in a crisis or in a completely different situation than the one you're comfortable with, like you moving to Taiwan from Toronto. I'm sure it disrupts all these patterns that you have, and it could probably like give you like a completely fresh perspective, because again, as your patterns are disrupted, they can be reevaluated, and yeah, it can lead to great epiphanies, I think.
With me, it was like I wasn't the kind of person that wasn't particularly a know-it-all as a young kid. Actually, I was kind of a late bloomer. I didn't really have confidence that I was, I guess, I didn't know who I was, just like a lot of young people. So I wasn't sure whether I knew better or not. I wasn't sure if my way was the right way or not. In fact, I was always kind of doubting myself about whether or not I actually understood things or how I fit just in society. And then when I came here to Taiwan and just had to do it, like I just literally came by myself and just started a new life. And I realized, after a while, like I can do this. And I sort of started believing in what I was doing and started being able to judge which things worked, which things didn't, which things worked for me, which things didn't work for me. So it wasn't a case of me being a naturally arrogant person. I think what you touched on, like your father being very smart. Now, I wouldn't say like I'm the smartest guy in the room, but I know I'm not stupid. I have taken IQ tests, so I know roughly where I stand about that kind of thing.
Can I take a wild stab and you tell me if I'm close?
All right, sure. Yeah, go for it.
Are you north of 140?
No. I wish.
No? Okay.
Yeah, no. 140 is the genius cutoff, right, for Mensa? So, no.
I'm not sure what the Mensa cutoff is. I think it's 132. 134?
132 for genius? Oh, the Mensa cutoff for joining. I mean for genius level. Like to be considered a genius. I think it's 140. I don't know. Maybe I'm
wrong. Let me see. Genius Mensa is... Mensa Genius IQ level. Qualifying for Mensa, top 2% means scoring 132 or 148. What IQ is considered genius Mensa? I don't know, man. I'm not getting 140 anymore.
Maybe Mensa is too smart to actually have a cutoff line, because so what separates somebody that's like 139 and 140? Oh, sorry, 139. You're not a genius. Like, come on. So maybe they're so smart that they don't have a cutoff line. Because they realize
I've actually had the, let's say, privilege or pleasure of meeting quite a few people in the 150 to 160 range. It is very interesting.
Yeah.
It is like talking to not a human sometimes.
No, I know what you mean. I went to a very small school when I was in grade 10. There were only 3 people in my grade, actually, in grade 10. A very, very small school. And
were you
I was
homeschooled?
in grade 10. No, it was a school. It's just that
where?
Generally the school it was in Victoria, in BC.
Okay.
It's a small Christian school, a Christian private school.
Okay.
So it was most of the kids left after grade 8. They went to different schools, but they had a
Sure.
grade 9 and a grade 10 there, and I just stayed there to go there. And I had 2 classmates, 2 other guys. When I was in grade 10, I was already 6 feet tall, and I averaged 94% across all my classes, and I was the shortest and dumbest person in my grade.
Wow. That'll
Yeah, my
really
2
screw up
buddies,
your
they're
perspective.
both a lot taller and a lot smarter than I am. So yeah,
That's
no,
interesting.
it was fun though. Yeah. That's where I picked up basketball, my love of basketball, playing basketball with those guys.
How tall did you end up? Like 6'2"?
No, I'm 6. I'm still 6 feet. I stopped growing at 16 years old.
Yeah, so did I. So that's interesting. Like I think so much of, because of how we form identity patterns, like so much of it being relative, right? I think that's why they say that you generally tend to be the average of the 5 people you hang around most with, because again, like I was, I've lived both sides of the train track, if that makes sense. I've kind of grown up with people who, by most conventional standards, I think a lot of people would consider those people a little bit aimless, a little bit directionless, a little bit lost, and so compared to them, I felt very found, like very, very sound-minded, very mature, very, studious, very whatever. But then I also had periods in my life where, we would travel, and not travel, but like we'd move to a place where I was, completely on the other end of the spectrum, so I've been like the white kid in the all black school, right? And I've also been the Hispanic kid in the all white school. Does that make sense? So I've kind of seen both. I've seen both sides of it, and it's been really interesting. I've been like the super smart kid that everyone tries to cheat off of. I've also been like the kind of dumb kid who's like skipping classes. So like, I mean, it's great, because what I think that this does is that it doesn't allow your identity to become super rigid, which I think is a really great thing if you're ever intending on expanding beyond that identity, right? Like I mean, honestly, like when I was in early 20s, like my identity was that guy is good with money and good with numbers and good with hedge funds, like that's the finance guy. That's the guy you talk to if you need stock advice, or that's the guy you need to talk to if you need to map your financial future, if you find yourself $20,000 in credit card debt. And so because of the sociological, implications of the self-looking glass, at some point you do begin to mirror back like what people see you as, right? So if people see you as nerd or the jock or the bimbo or the slut or whatever, like you're going to start to see yourself a little bit more that way as well. And it's just how our minds work. And so by consistently keeping the identity fluid a little bit, so yeah, I went from like the guy who's partying a lot to the guy who studies a lot to the guy who manages numbers to the guy that's the artistic guy. That's the guy who makes films for a living. Leave him alone. You don't talk to that guy about money. You don't know shit about money. He's an artist. You know what I mean? Yeah. So now it's like the basketball podcast guy, and it's just like right now I'm simultaneously living like 3 lives, because my neighbors know me as the guy with the dog, and you guys know me as the guy who talks basketball on apparently all hours of the day and night. But then the people that we run a film festival for, like that's the film festival director guy. But then the people that see me on set are like, that's the cinematography guy who's really fanatic about lighting, So and then my friends just know me as like me. So it's a good thing. I don't ever think that having like this sort of branched identity is ever a bad thing. I think as long as it's holistic and consistent within yourself, it's great. But interestingly enough, there's no area of my life. My friend Margot, she noted this. Shout outs to Margot. She'll never watch this ever. She didn't care about basketball, but shout outs to her anyway, because why the hell not? She said to me, because she's observed me in several walks of life. So she's observed me over 10, 12 years. She's observed me at various walks of life. And she knew me when I was 20. So she saw me become a fraternity president. She saw me go into, hedge funds. She saw me run a dog walking company. She's seen me, through breakups and different girls and whatever. She's also seen me become a filmmaker, become a festival director, found a festival. She was there year 1. And now for the first time, 2 summers ago, she saw me direct a film because we borrowed her house as a location for the thing. So she saw me there and she's like, Robert, can I tell you something? I'm like, what? She's like, whether you're at a bar, or you're talking to this girl or that girl, or you're, writing basketball articles or whatever, what I was doing in my early 20s, or you're a hedge fund guy or whatever. She's like, I've never seen you change, which is really interesting. Like the version of you that shows up to all these different things. It's not like you talk different, look different, act different, dress different. You just bring yourself to all these little things. And I thought that was really cool. But then she also
I think that's
said,
very admirable. Yeah.
yeah, but then she also balanced it out with the opposite thing. She's like, but also I just want to say that over the 10 years, I've never seen someone change as much as you. And I thought that was just such a, it feels like a contradiction, but it's not. And I know exactly what she meant. Because it's like the same version of you on a day-to-day basis will show up to these various things you're doing, but the same person will be a completely different person a year from now and a year from now. And what's interesting is now, because a lot of my stuff is more cataloged, like I can literally go back and listen to myself snapping at callers like a year ago, and I can be like, what is this guy doing? He's crazy.
Marco, cough.
Right. Yeah. Like I have never looked at Kyle Kuzma the same again in my life. That guy has traumatized me for life. I will never look at Kyle Kuzma the same, bro. It's over for me. So I just say like it's cool because now we can actually see it. Like even the podcast that I did 4 years ago now, I'm okay. Like I can listen to that and be like, oh, those are the building blocks that I'm feasting off of now. So it's been really cool. But like, yeah, I'm on a journey, man. Like, and as I hear that you are as well. So it's really, really cool that our journeys have crossed paths. I think for good reason. Yeah, I see a lot of identifiable traits.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Here's an interesting question. If you, people are always trying to tell people younger than themselves, like, oh, when you're older, you'll understand. You've heard that saying, I'm sure, a lot. So, if you could go back and tell your earlier self something, would you do that, or do you think that what you understood back then is what you were meant to understand, or you were the way that you were, and you were a different person than you are now, so it wouldn't really there wouldn't be a point to tell your past self because you weren't that person then. Maybe you wouldn't get value out of what you know now because you weren't the person that would understand it then. Do you see what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah, I do. So it's a great question, and one that I've certainly, it'd be disingenuous if I said that I'm thinking about this for the first time. I've definitely thought about this a lot. And so the latter, but I'll tell you why. So when I was a little bit younger, like when I was like maybe 2018, 2017, I had this habit of looking back with shame at past selves, right? So I would look back on so I had this thing when we were growing up, we got a lot of our clothes. I say we, like me, like my friends, we got a lot of our clothes as hand-me-downs, or from the donation box, right? So we're living in shelters. So they would pass around the shelter thing, and then you would get to pull out some pants that you might need, or some toys that you might need, or whatever. And I still remember those 2 badminton rackets that I pulled out, and I was like, 2 for 1, I win. You guys are idiots. I was actually thinking about value at the time. They were like action figure. I'm like, 2 badminton rackets, I can sell this. I was entrepreneurial. So what I'm saying is, I was like, when I would advance past the phase where I would go to school and my pants didn't fit, because I was growing so fast when I was 11, 12. I would ask my mom, like, people are making fun of me because my pants don't fit, or people make fun of me because my shoes say Nick Air instead of Nike Air. And it's tempting to then finally be able to afford the Nike shoes, or to be able to afford the better clothes, the better food, or the better restaurant, or the better dates, or whatever. And then to think back with shame on the past self, like, that guy, he was a loser. This guy, he's a winner. So I did that for a long time. And I thought that was what was motivating me. I thought shame was motivating me, like the shame, you know what I mean? Like a particular random side note. When I was growing up, I lived in a building that was notorious for crime, right? And it was very well known in our school that that's where all the criminal children lived. That's mean to say, but it's true. Like, that's where all the drugs were. That's where all the shootings were. That's where whatever, right? So that's where I lived. And I remember one time I went over to my friend's house for a sleepover, and I invited him over for a sleepover. We were 12, 13 years old, like kids, And I was like, it'd be so cool. We'll play video games. We'll watch this movie, whatever. It'd be super cool. And then he just kept putting it off, and he kept putting it off, and he kept putting it off. And then at some point, I said, what gives, man? Like, I slept over your place. Like, no, I have a different system. You have PS1. I have the N64. Like, let's do like the friggin' all night, Mario Kart, thing. And he's just like, I got to tell you, my mom won't let me sleep over your house. I was like, why? It's like, because it's too dangerous. And at that moment, you realize that you live in a place that is too dangerous for this not, by the way, rich person to spend one night in. And it dehumanizes you. It makes you feel very cheap, and it makes you feel very ashamed. And so there's a very easy temptation to put that shame away, or to ignore it, numb it, smoke, drink, do drugs, do something to numb it, or to confront it, but then say, okay, well, I will never allow myself to feel this shame again. I'm going to make a ton of money, and I'm going to prove to this bitch that I can get a house that's suitable to sleep in, and you just feel like you're just being told you're not good by everybody. Your teachers are looking at you different because they see your address and they see like, oh, that's the kid who has no hope, right? So you have to overcome that. And I don't know how you overcome that. I don't know how I overcame that. I think because I never identified with where I was living, I rather identified with who I was. But it's very tempting to move past that person and look back on that person with shame, as people looked at you with shame. But what changed my life, which is very random, was a story that Jonah Hill told about being a fat actor trying to make it in Hollywood, and how he would often be shamed for his roles. And when he lost a ton of weight and he became a little bit more successful, he had a cardboard cutout, I think, of 18-year-old kind of chubby, insecure Jonah. And he took that cardboard cutout and he took it as himself now, and he put his arm around that kid as if to console the child that was abused. What I find to be interesting is that we so often run away from the past, and we try to re-examine the past. Maybe we even reinterpret the past. We say, oh, this was just a path towards this. It's a really weird thing to examine the timelines, like all that struggle was to get to this point, and it's like, I don't even think that's necessarily true. I think it's just that we have to accept that it happened, and that we have to love it, if that sounds, strange. But like, I felt so much release when I forgave that version of me for being poor. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault that I lived in government housing, and that this kid's snobbish mother decided it was too dangerous for her child. It wasn't my fault that my shoes didn't fit. Like, I don't know if I ever shared the story on this thing, but I had like one pair of shoes that did not fit me. They did not fit me, right?
Yeah.
And did I ever share this?
I remember you telling it. Yeah. Go ahead. No,
I think I shared it as a Facebook post, and since we're Facebook friends, you might have seen it. But I don't know if I shared it on this. But I had this one pair of shoes, and like they were like brand name shoes, and they were too small for me. And then we got these new pair of shoes that were like bargain brand, Nick Air or whatever. And I wore them to school, and I got teased mercilessly. So the next day, I started wearing the old shoes again. Yeah. And what was really strange is that I kept wearing them despite the fact that they hurt, because being teased for being poor hurt more. So I just wanted to wear the brand name shoes, even though they were too small. And what happened is my feet kind of started to cave in, like my toes started to cave in because of those shoes. And I wore them for almost a year. And my mom was just like, what the hell are you doing? Where are your new shoes and whatever? I'm like, oh, it's okay. Man, my toes just curved. What's interesting though is when I busted my ankle. So my feet have been horribly curved my whole life. I hate it. I don't like to go on the beach and like people would just always look at my toes and be like, they're curved. What's interesting is when I busted my ankle, it weirdly enough, it forced me to not wear shoes at all for like a week. And I had this kind of like makeshift cast on and this brace.
Yeah.
My toe straightened out. My toe straightened out in that month.
Good, yeah. I was just saying, like, incidentally, I'm wearing a cast right now because my arm's broken, but it comes off.
Oh
tomorrow.
shit! How'd you break your arm?
You're gonna love it. Playing basketball.
Oh wow! Well, good for you.
I'm not even kidding. It's the first time. Like, I don't play anymore, but I was playing with some grade 5 kids. Yeah, I fell. Yeah, my momentum carried me, and
were you trying to dunk on some children?
Basically, no. I was doing the Kobe shot, the turnaround fadeaway, and I turned around and was fading, and I faded a little too far, and I fell down. And of course,
I'm sorry for laughing.
I know better than to stop myself by putting my hand down, but that's what I did, and I knew immediately that things were not all well. And it's my right hand,
Yeah.
of course. So
Yeah. I started this live out by telling the viewers around the 20-minute mark that I'm severely sleep deprived and I probably won't be
man,
on for
sorry,
very
man.
long. And it's so funny because like, you know, these lives are so cool because they sometimes veer into a completely different direction. And I think, you know, our viewers just got like a nice little road tour of Taiwan, which is really cool. So thanks a lot for
Yeah,
calling, Daryl.
yeah, no
Definitely
problem, man.
let's keep this conversation sometime else and play
Yeah.
chess or something. All right.
We'll play chess again. I promise you I'm better than last time.
So am I.
Have a
So
good night.
hopefully that balances out. See ya. Peace. All right. Despite my claim that this would be a short live, this is not a short live. And there we go. I do. Okay. To keep with the philosophy of sharing. This is an episode of I'm Okay, which was a podcast that I closed off last night's live with. I'm going to close off this night's live with as well. Last night I played episode 3. This one's going to be episode 2. And instead of doing it like a crazy person where I hold my phone playing the podcast off the phone, I have to sit there like a crazy person, I'm actually just going to play this. And it's called Solving Conflicts in Relationships. And I think it ties really well to the conversation we just had with Daryl. So yeah. Just blended 2 podcasts into one, right? It's like the basketball podcast, and then the latter end of it for anyone who decides to get there is just like a very human Tetrahedragon 2. Can I call, or is it too late? What time zone are you on, man? 4:30 in the morning? That's cool. I mean, you can call in if you want. I desperately need to go to the washroom. So I don't know. You're on Eastern Standard Time. Oh my gosh. Okay, I never want to deny someone from calling in. So what if you don't mind, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play this out because I need to not talk for 10 minutes. I'm going to go check on my dog, and I'm trying to figure out why YouTube won't let me mic. Huh? It's not YouTube. It's you click on the link in the description. Anyway, I need to go to the washroom anyway. I need to check on my dog, see how he's doing, because he was not well earlier in the day. And if you call in by the end of this podcast, like this podcast is going to play for 16 minutes. If you call in by the end of this podcast, I'll let you on for sure. Okay. I believe having the tools to not just survive conflicts, but to get stronger through conflict will ease a lot of the anxiety we feel about conflict within relationships. How many of us have avoided confronting issues because we didn't know how to, or because we feared that doing so would lead to negative consequences, such as a really big fight or somebody leaving? We need to change our association with the term conflict. It's not a bad word, and it's not a bad thing. It's an opportunity to learn and grow. It's an opportunity to realign. And as we learn to solve conflicts within relationships, we subconsciously make it easier for our minds to initiate those difficult conversations. Hey there. Welcome to episode 2 of I'm Okay. My name's Robert. If you missed last week's episode where we introduced the podcast, be sure to go back and check that out. In week 2, we're going to dive headfirst into a topic I feel is super relevant: how to have great relationships with others, how to maintain these relationships, and how to solve conflicts as they arise. A bit about me. I have a tendency to ask difficult questions, at times politically inappropriate questions. I don't have the capacity to feign interest in people or subjects that I'm not genuinely interested in. I used to become heated in the course of a conflict. I'd bring up the past. I might be an extreme example of someone who really was bad at conflict resolution. 3 reasons why. 1, I wasn't trying to resolve conflicts. I was trying to win them. 2, I think I lack the basic requisite amount of empathy needed to do well in situations like this. And 3, I am by nature not overly agreeable. Now, my goal here isn't to offend people. My goal, as always, is to be clear about where I stand so that I constantly get feedback on why where I'm standing isn't where I should be standing, if in fact that's the case. This has resulted in a lot of blown opportunities, bad dates, bad interviews, broken relationships, but it's also resulted in a lot of lessons learned. In times of reflection, when I can see where I went wrong, I'm sometimes overcome with regrets. Why did I ask that? Why did I say that? Why didn't I do things differently? Now, at some point in time, after you torpedo or fracture enough relationships, you do hit a bottom. And now is the time to reflect completely on the process that led you to this place. And hopefully, as you emerge from this place, you do so with better strategies to navigate conflict in future relationships. Good, healthy, and balanced relationships are the lifeblood for a great life. These start with shared core values, shared interests, the capacity for growth and learning, mutual understanding, and meeting at the right respective stages in life. But this podcast isn't about how to pick a good friend or a great partner. It's about how to resolve conflicts within relationships so that you're best able to nurture and grow relationships with good friends, family, and the right person. I believe having the tools to not just survive conflicts, but to get stronger through conflict will ease a lot of the anxiety we feel about conflict within relationships. How many of us have avoided confronting issues because we didn't know how to, or because we feared that doing so would lead to negative consequences, such as a really big fight or somebody leaving? We need to change our association with the term conflict. It's not a bad word, and it's not a bad thing. It's an opportunity to learn and grow. It's an opportunity to realign. And as we learn to solve conflicts within relationships, we subconsciously make it easier for our minds to initiate those difficult conversations. So without further ado, here are 5 great ways that you can become better at resolving conflicts in your relationships. Number 1, in good time. Think back to the last time you had a fight with your parents, or a sibling, or a best friend, or your partner. Did you spring the fight on them? Did they spring it on you? Did somebody feel ambushed? Or did you book the time to have this discussion on mutual terms? I believe we create reactions through our actions. And so the goal with step 1 is to make sure that we are putting the other person in the best possible situation to handle what we have to say. No matter how serious the issue, there's no utility in blindsiding someone into having an argument on your terms, no matter how justified. Oh, you suspect they're cheating. They lied to you. They offended you. You want to discuss a breakup. By having these high volatility discussions on one person's terms alone, we increase the chances of a traumatic experience for both parties, and we decrease the chance that what we have to say will be received how we want it to be received. So the next time you have an issue, politely say the following to the other person. Hello, I've been incredibly bothered by the following situation. I want to work with you to solve it. Can you please tell me when you'd like to talk about this? Now, this feels counterintuitive. You feel like you're the one who's been wronged, and you're now the person showing the empathy to have the discussion on the other person's clock. But empathy is not the point here. Putting the other person in a good situation isn't the point here. The point is that because you've got an issue to bring up, you're already ahead of the curve. You've had some time to think about the issue, and this simply is giving the other person the same time. Note that the words were also very important. I've been bothered by was not you bothered me. Work with you to solve it wasn't you need to change. Words matter, especially when people's defenses are up. The other person, and this can happen, may feel so anxious about letting this dangle that they insist on talking about the issue right there and then. In this time, you need to stand pat and insist that you will only engage in a discussion when both parties have calmed down. Now, if the other person continues to press, just schedule a time relatively soon. Say, hey, I want to step out and grab a bite to eat and shower. Can we talk about it in 2 hours? Perfect. Hopefully, by that time, all that adrenaline will have subsided. But under no circumstances should you enter this discussion if you or the other person are not ready to do so. Okay, I'm going to press a pause on that and bring Tetrahedragon on. Am I saying that correctly?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Tetrahedragon, I don't know. I just couldn't think of anything else at the time. when I made it up.
That's actually a word. I don't know why I'm mispronouncing it. What's
It's
going
just
on?
a shape. So the game tonight. Mind if I talk about that a bit?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, it's actually the last game I was thinking about before that because with the horrible reffing, right?
Mhm.
And the way I had to figure out reffing in the NBA, because I came from hockey, right? Before I started watching basketball, and hockey refereeing's pretty good. They get it pretty close to right most of the time. Whereas NBA stuff seems to be
How many referees are in hockey?
2 referees, 2 linesmen. The linesmen just call offsides. The referees call penalties.
That's
Right.
interesting because there are more players on a hockey rink, and the hockey rink, I believe, is smaller than a basketball.
It's maybe a little bigger, but yeah, I always thought like, okay, if 3 refs in the NBA can't call the game perfectly, use 4. 4 can't call perfectly, use 5. Use 7. Use as many as you need. I mean, just wrap them around the court. What do I care, right?
Yeah.
But I realized at some point the refs, these are the best refs in the world, presumably. I'm sure they could call every call if they wanted to.
Right. No, I don't think they can call every call.
Nears makes no difference. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but what I mean is they can get pretty close to calling it pretty close to perfect every time. Pretty close to every time.
I mean, it's just because, like, here's the thing. There's a lot of complicating factors. Number one, the size of the court has not changed, right? Ever in basketball, right? Unless you're talking international play.
Okay. I didn't know that, by the way.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not saying ever, but like in the NBA, like the court has been the court, right? It's 94 feet. It's been 94 feet. The rims, I believe, have been the same. The ball, I mean, has been largely like the sport has basically been this way. The problem right now is your athletes are much bigger, faster, quicker. The game is quick, really fast. And you still have these referees. I don't remember, in the early days of the NBA, how many referees there were. I'm sure it's been tweaked and changed and whatever. But at the same time, like the faster the game goes, the faster the athletes go, the bigger and stronger they are, the more athletic they are, the more of the court they're covering, right?
Makes a lot of sense.
Right. So like
I thought it'd be funny
your
if-
field of vision, like if you think about it, like look at where all the action happens on the NBA court right now, right? It's happening spread across, like I'm assuming, like consider the geography of the court, right? Like where can a foul occur, in 1970? Almost all of it is happening in the paint or like within the elbow line extended. Whereas now, like you're seeing the game extend out to 30 feet and there's a high pick and roll being set out like above the break 30 feet. The referee has to know that, but also what's happening underneath the paint, right? How many different places can you focus on at once? That's one part of it. I think spreading the game out this much makes it harder. The speed of the athletes is another thing. The referees are human, but they're not these types of humans, right? So the referees are vastly less athletic than the players that they're covering. They're shorter. I don't know. Like, there's a lot to say about the speed of the current NBA and the skill and the size and whatever. So I think it's just harder. But there's also implicit bias that comes into place. Like, with the specific referee yesterday, his bio says that his favorite moment is when LeBron scored
Yeah, I saw
61
that.
points. That's interesting to me. Not conclusive. Not, oh, he's a LeBron fan.
No,
but,
I get it. It's
that's
interesting.
because you can't be a not LeBron fan and call that your favorite moment.
So I guess the rule should just be all refs have to be over 7 feet tall, so they can. But I'm kidding with that. But the way I came to feel about reffing in the NBA as a whole is like I stopped thinking about it like hockey in terms of these guys are out there to do the best for the game that I'm watching. They're employees of the league trying to produce the best product the league can produce.
Sure. Yeah.
So I don't think of them as ever trying to ref a quote unquote fair game. They have no interest in that. They're trying to get the best product out there that the league has told them they want to put out there.
Sure.
And that's just my mentality on it. So that's how I stopped stressing about the NBA refereeing.
I think that's fair. I think that's really fair. Certainly the league has a certain style that they want to push, and if they want to make defense harder, they can do that by adjusting the rules a little bit. They're not really changing the rules; they're just adjusting how it's called,
Well,
right? I mean, the rule changes, of course. The hand checking changed a lot in terms of how much a defender can really do to guide an offensive player. One of the things that I think is also lost in the Jordan versus LeBron debate, but it's often brought up as well.
Usually so.
Yeah, it's also like when people look at the numbers and the whatever, they also not realizing like the advancements in modern technology and how players train today versus how the archaic ways in which players trained 30 years ago. It's completely different.
Well, that brings me to the larger. Oh no, I've just lost my train of thought. I apologize.
No worries.
Oh man, what was I going to say? We were talking about stars in the NBA. So the refs ref the game the way they ref them, the way the league wants them to ref it, so that stars pop a bit more, right?
Sure.
So that they look more impressive than they maybe really are, because maybe OG Anunoby could really lock down a lot of guys every night, right?
I'm sure he could.
And they're like, well, we kind of need LeBron to get 30 points sometimes so that people can still think he's the most amazing guy in the world. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying.
I think there's a good case to be made that there's a 5 to 10 boost in terms of percentage. Like when you're an all-star, typically not all stars are made equal, right? Zach Randolph was an all-star. Al Horford was an all-star. These guys are not getting the favorable calls that LeBron and Kobe are, right? I think
there's league darlings.
I think there's guys who are good for business.
Yeah.
And good for the expansion of the league. And for the Raptors, I think you need to realize that is always going to be the case.
Well, the Raptors are always bad for the league.
Well, I don't know if the Raptors are bad for the league. I think the Raptors are great for the league. I think more so the Raptors need to have players who are good for the league. And then things will start to balance out in their favor. Right now, there's always this sort of immediate jump to it's a conspiracy against Canada. It's a conspiracy against Toronto.
No, I don't think that at all. To me, it's a money thing. So if you're talking, so I thought you were talking and no sound was coming out of your mouth. So it's fine now. I don't mean it's a conspiracy against Canada at all. When the Raptors won the championship, it was one of the least watched things ever. It's just bad business, is all I'm saying. Bad money. That's why I thought I heard that it was one of the least watched championships in the U.S.
That makes very little sense to me.
Yeah, maybe I'm just mistaken. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that. I thought I'd seen that. I could be completely mistaken.
Let me check. Let me check NBA Finals ratings. I'm actually very curious about this because I don't really pay attention to ratings too much. I remember talking once,
because if that's right, I'm totally off base.
15 years ago, I remember having a long conversation with Jack Armstrong about Nielsen boxes.
I don't know what a Nielsen box is.
Oh, it's like how you measure ratings. NBA Finals ratings. Okay. Over the years. Okay, here we go. All right, let's check. Okay, so the highest rated ever was 1998 Game 6, no doubts.
Well, that makes sense.
But I mean, also a very impressive record to hold given the population decline since increase since then, and the expansion of the NBA to Europe, etc. But okay, let's see here.
And the overall popularity going up.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see here.
But Michael Jordan was really a tour de force.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. In terms, no. So you're wrong.
I stand corrected.
You are right, as it was then. So in the moment, it was. However, the years following would be worse. So
COVID, right?
No, that's really it. I think it's more cord cutters and cable cutters. Hang on.
Oh, really? I never thought of that.
Okay, let's pull this up here. So here's the final ratings. Let's go back to where this all starts, which would be Spurs versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's 6.2. That was a dip from Miami, Dallas. That was also a dip from San Antonio, Detroit, which is shocking because no one wanted to see those teams in the league. Let's see here. And then we go up. And yeah, then the Lakers versus the Magic was a dip. But then Lakers versus Celtics was a major rise for the league, 2.2. So 18.14 viewers. Am I looking at game ones? Hold on. Let me just double check this. Hold on. No, average. So average between all games. Now, I think shorter series probably have lower numbers because they feel like they're over sooner. So if a team goes up 3-1, or maybe if a team goes up like 2-0 and it doesn't feel like it's a particularly close competitive thing, maybe game 3 won't be super watched.
That makes sense.
In the case of the Spurs Cleveland, it was a sweep. So it was a 4-0 sweep, and game 2 was the least watched. Game 4 was the most watched because people wanted to see if the sweep would be completed. That makes perfect sense. Going forward, the best in this stretch is Boston LA 2010 that got 18.14 million viewers.
2 huge basketball markets.
That's absolutely true, and also 2 legacy franchises.
Yeah.
Then you had Miami San Antonio 2013, of course, the Heatles going up against the Spurs. It made sense. Dynasty versus dynasty. Then you had Heatles versus Spurs Part 2, which is 2014, which was 15.4. Then you had Golden State versus Cleveland, which was a massive jump to 19.94. Then you had Golden State versus Cleveland round 2, which was another jump to 20.28. Then you had another jump, slight jump, this time Golden State, Cleveland 3 times, 2017, which was 20.38. They went back to back 4 times.
Wow.
Oh my God. That almost doesn't seem real. That was a dip. I guess people are like, we're tired of seeing this shit.
Yeah.
Then there was another dip, but you can see going from 2017, actually, if you drew a graph, 17 to 18 was a dip, 18 to 19 was as big a dip, which was Golden State versus Toronto.
Yep.
And then the biggest single year dip that I'm seeing is 2020, which is Lakers versus Miami in the bubble. Then there's a slight increase, decrease. So Denver versus Miami was less watched than Golden State Boston. Golden State Boston was more watched than Milwaukee Phoenix. But Toronto versus Golden State was significantly more watched than every single finals over the last 4 years.
True.
So
although
yeah,
I guess there was only one bubble year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the bubble year is the lowest across the board, which is interesting because, you would think that with
Nobody else
people
had anything
at
else
home,
to do.
yeah, like why didn't people want to watch it? And I think it's maybe because like it just didn't feel as substantial without the fans. I think that might be the case. Anyways, that was a very interesting exploration. I probably learned a little bit of stuff that I didn't know. I hope our audience did the same. But yeah, I couldn't believe that Golden State Toronto was the least watched because, again, 15.14. If I go back, even 2007 less watched, 2008 less watched, 2009 less watched. The last 4 years less watched, 2006 less watched, 2005, 2003 was way less watched. So San Antonio, New Jersey, 2003 was way less watched.
Well, the way I was thinking about it is like, let's say the year before was 10 million and our year was 8.8 million. It was something like that, I think.
Yeah.
Like
So
all I'm thinking is in terms of business, like should a single penny roll out the door, your entire year is a failure as far as a business is concerned.
Sure.
And so that's what I was thinking at the time.
Yeah. Kevin Thompson with his comment, give me a CONVO instead he's better than Walker. He's also like considerably more advanced in terms of his years in the NBA. You're comparing a rookie to a 4th year player. So just to be fair. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, how did we get here?
Sorry.
And no. Interesting sidebar. But I'm trying to understand how the ratings thing even came up.
Well,
I guess
it was mostly about me
refereeing.
stopping stressing about refereeing because I was so used to sort of what I consider to be more consistent, better refereeing, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me why it was so bad. These guys can't be this bad to my mind, and I'm just like, oh, it's not really about fair games or it's not about refereeing at all. It's about producing a product.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as I think we were talking about star calls and how much the stars get a benefit from the whistle, and I think the fair thing to say is that there are fouls, there are hundreds of fouls in every single game that are not called.
Oh, yeah.
And then there are probably 10 to 12, 15 that are called that maybe shouldn't be called.
Right.
On a very bad game, there might be 10 to 12, and I think that when it starts to feel like fixed or bad or egregious is when all of those mistakes happen to impact only one team. However, if you were to run this through a computer simulation in a purely theoretical, kind of like AI exercise, for every 400 and 500 games that you played, just because of how things work through math, you would have a very, very, very skewed game that would feel almost corrupt. If you did it honestly, like if you had no bias, if you just used AI generated, software to call
You're talking about the
fouls.
last game?
Any game. I'm saying if you play enough games in the NBA, there will be one that feels fixed.
Oh, for everybody, you mean?
Even if nothing is fixed, and it'll be random, right?
Oh,
like
it's just weird that we had 3 this season.
We had 3 this season. I don't know about that.
Well, we had the Chicago one. We had.
Well, was the Chicago one really, really bad, or was it bad because it cost us late, right? Like some games are just officiated poorly, right? Let's put it that way. Like some games, like let's say for instance, I think this is a really great topic, and I wish this was a show in itself because I think this is like I think we'll unearth some real gems here. So effectively, put it this way, at best, I think a referee is going to be like 98% accurate, right? Okay. At worst, they might be 91% accurate, right?
That's a pretty big gap.
It is. So, but when you consider the complexity of what they're trying to do, maybe the pace of the game, right? How difficult is it to referee a game between Golden State and Indiana right now? It's damn near impossible. You have 18 to 19 different things happening on a single play, and these possessions are shorter than they've ever been. These athletes are bigger than they've ever been. I can't even tell you how accurate or inaccurate it would be, but I imagine a great deal of empathy should be shown towards the referees who have to referee games like that. Now, granted, because there's less contact and because these teams are shooting more threes, maybe there's less to officiate because they're not like as much driving going on. But in the context of setting a screen to free up a ball handler to come off a screen so that a guy can shoot, like how many things did you have to focus on in 1 minute or in 12 seconds? But provided you even got up the court, on time. And I mean, like, it's great. I think, anyways, to make the case, at best, the referee will be 98 to 99% accurate because I don't think there's 100% accurate refereeing. And at worst, it'll be 91%. And imagine that you could take all 3 referees and just assign this distribution pretty randomly. So just say on any given night, you could have a 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96 based on the probability of any one of those outcomes occurring. And so then you start to say, well, what happens is that at some point in the context of playing 2,000 games, you're going to get 291 referees in the same game.
Right?
And that's when you get a badly officiated game. It's like when I say like there are a lot of bad drivers. Agreed. There are a lot of guys people who drive very, very recklessly, poorly, and may have a lot of dangerous driving habits, right? Why do they sometimes go 3 years without a car accident? It seems impossible when you're sitting in the car next to them how this person isn't dead in a ditch. Right. But actually, what it takes to have a car accident is for these 2 drivers to meet. Like you need. Typically, I'm not saying like you can't get rear-ended by a bad driver or whatever, but very often when you're in a car and you see somebody who's a really terrible driver, you'll go out of your way to avoid them through some way. And if you're also a bad driver and that person's also a bad driver and things work out, then you'll get a crash. And so what I'm saying is like the probability suggests that at some point you're going to get 2 91 performances out of referees. Now, what are the odds that a referee is a 91 and it's drastically skewed towards one side? Because clearly, if 91 is 91, there's nothing suggesting that they're not 100 with one team and they just happen to be 80 with another team. Right?
I see what you're saying.
So at some point in the league, at some point you're going to get a game, and it might happen this year, it might happen next year, where 2 referees in the same game are going to be 91, and they're going to be 100% accurate for one team, or 99% accurate for one team, and 82% accurate for the other team.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, if you think logically, of course, this makes sense. And at some point, that fan base is going to say, this game was rigged. Now, what are the odds that something like that could happen more often? Like, it doesn't have to be nearly as egregious as 80, 81, because I said there's plenty of 95s, right? There's plenty of 95 games in terms of accuracy from refs. But what if they're like 99%, 91% split between the two?
Still huge. Like it'll be very noticeable.
It would be very noticeable, absolutely. And I think that fans really, I don't want to say like it never happened, because it certainly did happen with Tim Donaghy, and it's been alleged to happen with other referees as well. But what I will say is that very often what feels like conspiracy isn't. It's just math. Very often, I think.
Yeah. Well, there's that funny quote, never attribute to conspiracy that which you can attribute to incompetence.
That's a great quote. I don't think I've ever heard that. That's a great quote. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to pretend I invented it because I don't remember who it was. But it definitely wasn't me.
Google could definitely help you out with that. But yeah. Barnes of Scottie saying, Rob, what is RJ in the absolute best outcome? I think
that's an interesting question.
A slightly more athletic Chris Middleton would be a fantastic outcome for him, mixed with a little bit more DeMar DeRozan package. That would be great. That would be an all-star. That would be like a 7-8 time all-star. Yeah.
Is he bigger than Middleton?
They're around the same size. I think Chris Middleton's about 6'7", 6'6".
He seems big out there.
He's huge. Partially because he has a very small head. It's true. Everything scales. Like Yao Ming never felt nearly as big as he really was because he had such a huge head.
Giant noggin syndrome.
Yep. And I mean, like last I checked, the head has nothing to do with basketball. Only the contents which are contained within the head have something to do with basketball. So I've always had this bit of disdain against people being called very tall in basketball when they are all neck and head. If you look at Chris Bosh standing next to Kobe Bryant, their shoulders are like maybe an inch apart.
No kidding.
Yeah, because his neck is so long. But ironically, his head is so small, so I don't know if it balances out. I don't know. But yes, like there are players, of course, in the league that they get measured at 6'10", but their shoulders are low and droopy, and so you're like, well, effectively, because you play basketball below the shoulders, like this actually doesn't help you. And then conversely, there are players that have no necks and very small heads. And I think RJ kind of fits into that box of like, he's like a power forward sized guy. And it's funny because a podcaster that I really like, pardon?
Shoulders like a linebacker.
Yeah. And like a podcaster that I really like, Jason Timpf, shout outs to Jason Timpf, said that he was too small to play the 3. And I just thought that was one of the more absurd things. I was like, have you watched him? I can't imagine how any sensible person can watch this guy and say he's too small to play the 3. He's bodying centers out there. What are we talking about? Too small to play the 3? Like he guarded Paul George really effectively today. It was great.
The most interesting thing I found about RJ is how, because you remember how OG would just sort of like, because OG was titanically strong, right?
Yeah.
And he would just like ram into a guy and the guy would be in the popcorn stand. And whereas RJ, he seems to be able to use his strength so masterfully. Like he can really kind of lean into a guy and move him well, but not throw him halfway across the court.
Right.
And I find that No, like that's a huge upgrade to me over OG in that one specific area.
Yeah, I think the thing with RJ and a lot of New York fans are bringing it up right now of like this is a fake thing. We've seen it before. He's going to regress, et cetera, et cetera. A caller prior to you brought up I think Layne brought it up, said it's like the girl who cheats on everybody, but
I
you think
remember
she's
that,
not going
yeah.
to cheat on you. And I thought that was hilarious, but also quite accurate.
Yeah.
And you know, I always try to evaluate not what a player has done, but why they've done what they've done.
Exactly.
You know, like there were players like Boris Diaw. You know, Boris comes to mind for whatever reason right now. It's just fresh in my mind. And I remember like him, it was just like some games there would be like a 12, 13 point outburst from him in a quarter where you're just like, is this guy one of the 25 most talented players in the league? Could he be an all-star? Like if he really, really wanted to, could he be an all-star? And then he's also a guy who give you 2 points and like 3 rebounds and 1 assist and just not show up the next night. And you're just like, okay, like what is it about him?
Right.
Does he care? Does he not dial in? Does he have bad focus? Is it like, what is it? And it's like you see it enough and you're like, inconsistency is a part of being young because habit setting is what creates your consistency. And young players just don't have the greatest habits, and they develop those habits over the years, figuring out what works for them, what pregame routine, what food to eat, what food not to eat that crashes them, whatever. Typically by year 4, you expect a greater deal of consistency than you do from the first 3 years. However, with RJ, the streaks are so volatile, right? That you really are, like if you're the Raptors, you're just betting that, like basically RJ is like 3 players. Number 1, he's like the worst small forward in the NBA. There is that RJ. He's turnover prone, can't hit a shot to save his life, bricks everything, air balls galore, can't dribble twice without, you know, stuffing into somebody, charges, misses at the rim, really, really bad touch, hook shots that go nowhere, tunnel vision, freezing out his offense. Okay. So he is high usage, incredibly inefficient, disruptive player at his worst. At his best, he's just a guy who doesn't do anything at a starter level at the NBA. So he's defending kind of well, but not great. Shooting 30-ish%, that's not good. There's games like that too. And then there are these pops of like extreme goodness from him, which is what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 games, which is what we saw to start the year for the Knicks, which is what we saw for large swaths of his second season. And I think that if you're the Raptors and you've had this extended look at a lot of young players, you'll know that Precious Achiuwa has also had these. Malachi Flynn has also had a month where he was great. So you're trying to figure out why and what. Like, what is it that is being done in these great games where he looks like an all-star that is not being done in these terrible games? And I think what you need to do is maybe you'll never completely eliminate stinkers. Every player has at least 4 or 5. You'll never completely eliminate, you know, those average games where the shots don't go down and the defense isn't nearly as poppy or whatever. Every player's going to have those. I think what you need to do if you're Darko Rajakovic is win like inches back. So maybe if he'd played out the entire year in New York, we'll say he'd have like 15 really good games, like the games that I described where he looks like an all-star. How can we get it up to 25? And, you know, maybe he was going to have like 15 games where he's super disruptive and goes crazy out of the offense. How can we get that to 5? You win. That's how you win. You win right there. If you just make that one shift, his entire analytics profile at the end of the year flashes positive. So it's really about that. I always look at when I look at young players, like I'm scouting young players in college or whatever, it's very easy to judge a prospect by their best game or their worst game or the game winner or the game winner that didn't go in or whatever. I'm more looking at like when with young players, what are your 5 best games? Let's look at your 5 best games. Or there's another way to do it, which is let me eliminate your 5 best games and your 5 worst games and see who you are as a player on an average night. Yeah. But I think like the younger the player, the more you want to look at the flashes of brilliance than the flashes of failure.
Sure. That makes
like
sense.
so 17 to 20 in that age range. I try to see like what is the best possible thing that can happen for you, and how can I slowly increase the possibility and probability of that occurring. So if your best games are coming up 18% of the time, how can I get it to 25% of the time? And then how can I steady out the rest of your games?
That's because basically what you're asking is, can I optimize that?
Yeah.
And so with some players, you see that and be like, look, he doesn't work hard enough. He's always going out to the clubs. He doesn't go to the gym.
Bingo.
He's like, I can't optimize this kid. I just can't do it. Right?
Maybe you could.
No.
I mean, they optimized Dennis Rodman. He was like that.
Dennis Rodman is a freak of nature, a god among men that just somehow managed to be more athletic than the most athletic person who ever existed. He was a freak of nature.
I think his motor, his athleticism, it's a lot of things, but it was
And
also
he was smart as hell too.
Yeah, but it was also having coaches that really understood how to release that, right? Like
True.
Like if you're an RJ Barrett, right? Let's say you come into this situation and you're excited to be home, and your coach says, "We want you to stand in the corner and shoot threes because that's what OG used to do." How motivated is he? How motivated is he to play defense and play make the way he is right now?
Well, this is the beauty of Darko.
It is, because he's going to come up to him and say, "I think that we are going to wipe out the last few years of your career. We're going to wipe out the articles. We're going to wipe it all, and we're going to start fresh. We're going to start fresh with what you do as a basketball player, and what you haven't been able to do in New York. And we're going to play fast, and you're going to attack, and you're going to defend, and you're going to create for others, and you're going to rack up these assists, and you're going to develop your playmaking, and I want to make you a round player." Now, what player is saying no to that deal?
Right. And with the way Darko comes at you, he's so happy to have you. Like he's like the Lucky Charms dude. He's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really proof that people from the same country and the same city can be so vastly different, because I feel like I'm the anti-Darko.
Well,
I'm Lido. It's funny.
I mean, you're very positive about the Raptors.
I'm positive, yes, but like, I mean, if you consider like, I mean, I'm learning a lot as I go. I'm always learning. This is like I think my super skill in life is I learn very much always. And one thing I'm learning right now is just about future parenthood and just in life in general. Like if I want to make somebody better, how do I do that? I mean, the problem is that not everyone is ready to be better. Sometimes people have to hit rock bottom.
But that is exactly what I was thinking about RJ, because when we got him, the first game or two, he was basically just taking the ball back and ramming into like four guys and going up, and didn't work all the time. But going back to talking about optimizing players, like the question comes back to, are you teachable? Are you enthusiastically teachable? And within a game or two, that's just basically not happening anymore. He'll go into one or two guys, but not four anymore. And now, like in this game, you could see him looking for the pass out to the thing. Like that's obviously been told to him. That's obviously been like, look, you do it a little more like this. And he just ran with it, and he was instantly better. And
there's a lot to be said for when someone pours into you, like when you genuinely feel that. I remember after the first game or so, I think a couple games in, he had like a 5 turnover game at some point, right? And I remember not freaking out during that. And I remember saying, just wait until he gets into the film room with Darko, like, because there's going to be so much to discuss about this game. And while in theory, we always have this implicit bias that we assume that people who are in professional sports really know what they're doing. So they very often don't. And this was a big breaking point for me when I was 16, 17 years old, to learn this firsthand, that very often people who are in charge of developing these young athletes or developing, running organizations really don't have a clue. Just sometimes the people who are in charge of quality assurance, or running Fortune 500 companies have no idea what the hell they're doing. Certainly, I have plenty of experience, knowing about that as a hedge fund advisor and stuff. So what I'm saying is, with RJ, like, I just think that all you needed to settle in your mind was, is he willing to learn? Like, is he open to a new idea? And once you get that openness to experience and openness to new idea box checked off, then the rest of it is all checked, because he's obviously a top 3 recruit. He's obviously one of the most, decorated, prep prospects and it's the same question with Anthony Bennett. Look at Anthony Bennett's physical profile and look at how he moves around the basketball court. You're telling me if that guy had put like two brain cells together, he couldn't have carved out a 15-year career? Of course he could have. Of course he could have. But I remember Anthony Bennett. Like, I remember him very well. I had a lot of friends who knew him very well. And I remember them telling me the night he was drafted, this guy's going to be out of the league in 5 years. He has the worst habits. Worst habits.
Breaks your
And
heart.
it does. But at the same time, it's like, it's like the ego has to break. J.R. Smith, there's another example of a guy whose ego had to break. Lance Stevenson. There's a lot of guys who come into this league. They have the wrong environment around them. People often ask, like, why is the draft the process so convoluted and so extended, and why do so many people get involved, and why are they calling the grade 6 teacher and the grade 5 teacher and the grade 10 teacher? Because they want to weed out any potential of the characteristics that they're trying to avoid bringing into the organization: violence, racism, sexism, assault, things of that nature. Laziness. They want to know, and they also want to hear stories about how you responded to adversity. They want to hear how you bounce back. They want to build a complete character profile. And too much is made of the Raptors being good at drafting. I don't think enough is made of the Raptors being very good at reading people, like understanding and building these sort of, let's say, prospect profiles. And trying to understand how they scale forward. Christian Koloko easily could be like really frowning on the bench. He could be really sad all the time. Like, I'm not playing. It's my second year. He's always happy. He's always smiling. Never ever caught a camera looking at Christian Koloko and he's not smiling or giving joy to somebody. Clearly somebody told him that, but that's been him his whole life. You identified a player who was like this, and in the draft cycle. So, I trust this organization very much more than I did a year ago, because I think the Jakob Poeltl thing kind of drew me off a little bit. But even with Jakob, I totally understand the theory behind it. I just hated the timing of it. That's all. Yeah.
I never understood the theory of it, because, like, it was the Wembanyama draft, right? There was nothing, basically a championship in that. Like, if you're going to win a championship in that year, it wasn't more valuable than having Wembanyama on your roster for the next 10, 20 years, or maybe not 20, 10, 12
I mean,
years.
I'm pretty sure if you could have told Masai Ujiri, okay, red pill, you get to keep, this core together and push for a play-in, or blue pill, you get to tank for Wembanyama and get him, I think he would have taken Wembanyama. I think the difference is you were looking at the numbers, and the numbers were probably 95% you make the playoffs, which you don't. So you mess up on the 5%, and maybe 5%, maybe 3%, 2% you get Wembanyama. So when you start doing the odds of that, the only people who feel better about it are really the fans who have something to dream for.
If you were tanking, there's no way you basically weren't getting a top 5 pick. So
you just have to look at how badly the other teams around you were tanking. Like, everyone says we were 6th in the standings when the trade happened, right? With no real consideration to how many games we had left against the other teams that were tanking, teams that we beat the crap out of, teams like Charlotte, right?
I didn't think of that.
So you beat the two, you get 2 wins against Charlotte. You were still going to get those 2 wins. There's no way that team was going to let you out tank them, right? And so if you're building around Scottie Barnes, unless you're shutting him down for the season, shutting down Siakam, shutting down Fred, and the problem with trying to shut these guys down is they were all contract eligible. So with Siakam, do you draw league-wide ire from the entire organization, from the entire NBA, for shutting down a guy, forcing him to shut down in a year in which he is chasing all NBA, right? With Fred, do you draw, again, league-wide, hate for shutting down a guy who's meant so much to your championship core, for shutting him down in a year where he's chasing the bag, chasing the maximum bag, and sort of clipping his wings in a way too, because his numbers will never look as good unless you do that. So I think they almost like paid one for the championship last year, just kind of like giving Fred and Pascal like one last chance. But I really do believe it was the last chance. I really do believe that that entire team, including OG, just sort of died in the play-in. And
Oh
I feel
yeah.
like everything from that point on has just been an extended, slow death for
No,
that
for
team.
sure.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with you that Pascal and OG are basically one trade that's just going to be happening with two different teams.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Anyways, man, this has been such a fantastic conversation. I wish you had called in earlier. I wish this might be one of my favorite calls. This is probably one of my favorite calls of all time. And I can't believe it happened at 5 a.m. and hardly anyone's going to hear it, but too
I've been
bad.
working on getting to call you for about a year now, but
Really?
I was just nervous.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
God. Please call back earlier in the show. I will get you on super early. I think you were great. I really do like to offer you, if you want critical feedback, like I think you were fantastic. You didn't interrupt. We had a good ping pong going. You brought up really relevant topics. They were super fresh. I'm just sad because we have had lives with 800 people, and in the beginning of those lives, like 800 people are hearing like what someone has to say. And, I very, very rarely has it ever been as eloquent or interesting as this, man. Yeah.
I find it very difficult to listen to the podcast when people are talking over each other. I really like listening. So, and you always have such great insights, and it really helps. It's actually my ability to understand basketball has expanded dramatically over the year or so that I've been listening to you. And it's been really fantastic. So thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. I see your comments sometimes too. They're always very thoughtful. So I was very excited to know that you were calling in. So much so that I paused the podcast to get you on. But yeah,
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
No, absolutely. So thank you so much for calling in. Please call in earlier next time. I would be super, super happy if you did that.
I have to warn you. I did basically say like a year's worth of me thinking of stuff in this.
It's okay. I doubt it. Come on. I mean, if we were to keep this conversation going, I'm pretty sure this conversation can go another couple hours. I'm fairly positive. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. I mean, yeah. The thing is, I don't know a ton about basketball. I just sort of like a kind of a drooling fool watching, like, ooh, this is fun. But and you guys, like you and Coach Mo and the other guys, are talking about the stuff with the other guys, which I find super interesting, like all these numbers and stuff. But I'm just like, I barely know what they're talking about, but I really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's great. I think I have no idea how old you are, but I'm 36 now, and I find that you're 2 years older. You're 38. Okay, so for me, like the further I've removed myself from education, right, the more I've thirsted for continued education in some way. So I'm always looking for new ways to flex my brain in ways that I find interesting. And one of the tactics that I often used with kids that I was tutoring was I would tailor their curriculum to things that they were already passionate about. So if I wanted to teach them about math and they were super diehard hockey fans, well, guess what? I'm using hockey to expand their brain in math. So for me, it's like basketball has been like a very creative intellectual exercise. Content creation has been a phenomenal exercise in content in filmmaking. Like because like when you make a film and you put it to a festival, hardly anyone walks out. They're very polite. They don't know, you'll never know when they checked out. They just watch it and then they give you a bad review. Whereas with this, you have exactly exactly when people check out. You can see 2 minutes in, people leave. When you
really?
Yeah, you can see it. Like if I showed you my YouTube analytics or whatever, it would show like, okay, you had a dip at 32 seconds and you had a dip at 47 seconds. And then you had another dip at 99 seconds or something like that. And you're just like, okay, what did I do at that point, and that point? And you'll notice you looked down, or you'll notice that you started talking about something that wasn't related to why someone clicked on the video. So very interesting to note, like when you're making films, which is obviously my grander goal is to make films and write books and stuff and throughout my life, understanding how people are interpreting what you're saying, understanding what their motivation is, how to guide their mind into the story that you're telling, like whether you're making a film, writing a script, writing a book, whatever. At the point is like every author, every filmmaker says that their dream is that someone would pick up their film and never put it down, or pick up their book and never put it down. That's the goal for anybody. And it's when you can figure out how people are thinking about what you're saying and reverse engineer it so that you can employ and better use that information when you're actually creating the content without being, disingenuous in any way. Like, you're not completely changing altogether your entire strategy, but you're adjusting your strategy. Like, for instance, like today I made a video, 7-minute video about Darko Rajakovic and why he's a genius, right? And so, of course, I wanted to plug Pendance. It's my festival. I wanted, these videos take 3-4 hours. These lives take forever. And so naturally, like, if 10,000 people are going to watch this video at some point, then I'm very happy to know that 10,000 people have to maybe look at the logo of Pendance. You know what I mean? Like, it's something there. But I remember, like,
Good luck with that, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm very excited about it. And so, where do I introduce the promo was like my thought. And it was like, okay, why don't you tease what people really want, which is another chance to listen to Darko Rajakovic going off and talking about that. And then just say, first, a word from our sponsor. Like, try to put it there. And obviously, if I make another video, I'll consider wiping out the promo, or maybe putting the promo at the end, or maybe putting the promo. Last year, I tried putting it at the end.
I think it's a great promo, by the way.
Thank you. I need actually on my to-do list is to create a promo B so that people aren't getting the same promo over and over again.
I like the sound in it.
Thank you. Yeah,
I really do.
Yeah.
But be careful when you're criticizing yourself of like kind of like red herrings, though. Like, you'll say like, well, I looked down at this. Well, that probably wasn't it. It was probably just all of a sudden, something big happened in the world or something.
Yeah. We said greetings from Bulgaria, Rob. Keep going. Really enjoyed the lives. Ivalio Evtimov. My girlfriend's Bulgarian, so hey, and a lot of my really, really good friends have been Bulgarian throughout my whole life. I'm not really sure why. I mean, I guess I'm Serbian, so it's close enough. Like, our countries are very close. We're neighbors. Language is very close. But yeah, just thanks. I don't think I've ever seen a comment come from Bulgaria, so this is super cool. We had a caller call in from Taiwan. You were there. I mean, as he was driving through Taiwan, we had a caller call in from China earlier. So this is super cool. This is a really, really great live. I think maybe some people are going to be intimidated by 4 hours and 20 minutes when they wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm not going to check this out. But to whoever makes it to this point, good for you. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for calling. Really appreciated it. And
I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, my pleasure. And definitely, regardless of whether you've exhausted every basketball take you've ever thought of in your life, please feel free to call back anytime. All right.
I'll try to figure something out again.
Yeah. See you, man.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Bye. Okay, now back to the podcast, and I appreciate if you're. I mean, I see some of you are. Rob, you honestly sleep like 2 hours a day or something? Jesus, it's the same live. Y'all insane. Yeah, what can we say? Very passionate Raptor fans, but also very passionate. Oh, that's super cool. I'm 36, but yes, very, very close. That's cool. Okay, if you're just tuning in, there was a portion before the last conversation that you'll have to scroll back to get the rest of this podcast. But this is episode 2 of I'm Okay, which is solving relationships. If you missed the first part, you can go back like about 25, 30 minutes. But I'm going to play the rest of this and then we're out, because some people were saying they wanted to hear the rest of this. I'm assuming that those people, I don't want to leave them hanging. Here you go.
Eat and sleep before. A great way to ensure that a fight is much worse than it needs to be is to fight when you're either sleep deprived or when you're on an empty stomach. Create awareness for the other person that having any fight on an empty stomach isn't an option. Even if this means that before the fight, you have to eat together, staring awkwardly at each other, or take a nap. Do it. Those Snickers ads were not lying to you. You're not you when you're hungry. However, do not eat a Snickers. Eat soup. Eat something warm, something hearty, something nutritious. Avoid caffeine and avoid sugar. Ensue World War III afterwards, but never before. Number 3, repeat the point. Now, you're talking, they're talking. You bring up a point, they have a counter. But are you really solving the problem? Or are you doing NASCAR? Are you just spinning in circles? I can recall so many arguments that lasted 3 hours and solved absolutely nothing. People screaming, people saying horrible things that they'll regret minutes later, doing irreparable damage, creating horribly traumatic statements that'll be repeated for years in the other person's mind. And for what? Nothing is even being solved. Fights follow a very basic format. Say I'm having a fight with Michelle. I say, Michelle, I'm tired of not being a priority for you. Now, I have 7 supporting points which may shed light on why I feel this way, but Michelle is not going to hear them because she's already thinking back to the counter, the 5 times she made me a big priority. So the argument is, Michelle, I'm tired of not being a priority, 7 sentences which are not heard, and then when I stop, if she doesn't cut me off first, it's, hey, what about this time when I canceled X for you and did Y for you and gave up Z for you? Now, there's a way to have better arguments, and before you can do this organically, you'll have to train your brain to do it inorganically. Consider the following. Dave says, Michelle, I'm tired of not being a priority. I feel I'm a third option behind your career and your friends, and I'm hurt by this constantly. I would like to know that I matter to you, and that I'm not just a person you turn to when other parts of your life slow down. Now, option 1. Michelle feels triggered and goes ballistic. You're clingy. You forgot the 5 times I put you first. You're just insecure. This wouldn't even be an issue if you put your career in better focus and you had friends that you actually valued. Now, okay, this is a bad option. No matter how justified Michelle feels in saying this isn't going to help Dave to understand her point or to resolve his own feelings. Far too often we want to have relationships on our own terms. We want others to see the situation through our perspective, even if we've done nothing to help them do this. There's a much better way that Michelle can respond. Dave, I'm sorry you feel hurt by this, and thank you for bringing it up. From what I understand, you feel that I only come to you when my career slows down or when my friends are busy, and you feel you're a third priority in my life, while you've made me the first priority in yours. Is this correct? Now, Dave has had a chance to hear his argument reframed from the other person's perspective. This does a few things. It gives him the peace of mind to know that Michelle actually heard his points. It also helps him see that she acknowledged his points. It gives him a chance to correct anything he feels isn't correct about her interpretation of his points. And finally, it gives him a chance to re-examine his own argument to see if he actually feels this way. Far too often we say something without thinking about it, and when it comes back to us and we hear it from the other person's mouth, we're like, actually, that doesn't sound like how I actually feel. That doesn't sound nearly as sane as it sounded in my head. But now when I hear it out loud, it sounds kind of wrong. Okay, now maybe Dave says, yes, that's exactly how I feel. Or maybe Dave backs off a bit. You know what? Obviously, I want you to value your career and your friends, but once in a while, just once, I want to feel like I know that I matter. So Dave softens his initial position because he feels less insecure and threatened, and bonus, he's been heard. Hey, maybe we can have no phones, no emails, date night every Saturday just for us. Perfect. This conflict was resolved with a compromise. This conflict can obviously have a not so happy ending as well. Say, for instance, Dave says, yes, Michelle, that's how I feel. And Michelle responds, you know what, Dave? My work and my friends are very important to me, and I don't want you to feel like you're competing with them. I understand if you want someone in your life who makes their partner a more central priority, but I'm just not in that place where I'm willing to do that for you right now. However this conflict ends, and not all conflicts are going to have a kumbaya ending, the point is that they do get resolved, that both people are heard, that problems are dealt with in a healthy and productive manner without shouting matches. Compromises can be made. Dave may have to concede. He may have to choose, keep Michelle whilst remaining less of a priority for her, or end the relationship and find someone more suited to his needs. But what doesn't happen here is 2-hour shouting matches. Number 4, stay present, one conflict at a time. How many fights start about one problem and quickly morph into 40 problems? One party, at least, ideally both, must commit to sticking to the issue and not moving on until that issue has been solved. To ensure this, set some ground rules. If the argument is about why the person was late to your birthday, make a deal. We're not going to talk about anything but this one event. If we need to talk about other times someone was late or counters about how the other person was also late, we can deal with that afterwards. Now, cheat sheet. If you resolve this one conflict, it's very unlikely that you're going to have to go back and have all the other fights, because you're not fighting about what you think you're fighting about. You see, when we bring up the person being late and we're upset, we're not upset that they were late. We're upset because of how it made us feel. And how we feel is on us. Someone else wouldn't be bothered. We were super bothered. This doesn't mean that our feelings don't matter or that they're not valid, merely that this event, someone being late, isn't at the heart of our conflict. The conflict is about the feelings that the event evoked. And in the course of a fight, which we say is about the person being late, we tend to bring up all the other times that they evoked the same feeling. And the feeling is that we don't matter. We're not seen. We're not heard. We're not important. If you start bringing up 40 events, you make it even harder to find a solution. There's a quote that always comes to mind. It's that people will forget what you say and what you do, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. In this argument, there's no judge, no prosecution, no defense. It's not a court of law. It's just two people trying to understand each other, stick to each point, and refuse to move on until both parties are satisfied. Number 5, be both a teacher and a student. We are not great teachers. As parents, as partners, as friends, and as siblings, we often try to teach when we're already ready to blow up. We try to learn when our minds are unclear and jammed. We have a duty to teach others in our lives how we wish to be treated, who we are, why we are, what we're like, what we don't like. We cannot assume a one-size-fits-all approach to this, and we cannot assume that people understand why we're troubled if we can't teach them how to understand. Human beings are unique. We're all wired differently. Things that bother me don't bother you. Things that I need, you'll never need. Things you need, I don't need. But that doesn't mean that you need them any less. And instead of going against the grain and forcing others to live in our reality or contorting ourselves to live in someone else's, we can become better teachers and students as a means of creating organic, beautiful, and wholly unique realities within our relationship. We are all children deep down. We are all children deep down. What we want isn't nearly as complicated as we think it is, nor is it as convoluted as we make it seem. We want acceptance, love, understanding, but above all, peace. We spend so much time trying to teach people how to give these things to us, but instead, we need to teach others how to help us create this state for ourselves, and we need to learn from others how we can help them create this state in their lives. We are not responsible for how someone feels. We do not make others miserable, nor do others make us miserable. What creates misery is thoughts, how we focus, how we interpret, and how we think. And we all focus, interpret, and think differently. My parting note to you is that relationships are delicate, but they're important. They're worth working on. They need constant nurturing and attention like any living organism, and avoiding this will starve them and kill them over some period of time. Being present, patient, and kind is a requirement. Being someone's punching bag or bowing to their every whim is not. We can easily solve problems sooner rather than later in healthy and productive ways. We can choose to be present, focus on the now. We can choose to be patient and not put grease on a burning pan, waiting for it to cool. And we can be kind, listening to the other person. We can go into each conflict with curiosity, aiming to learn and aiming to teach. Belittling others, getting angry at others, screaming, and bringing up the past does none of this. Remember, if one of you loses, you both lose. This has been I'm Okay.
All right. Enough of that. Why did I do that? Look, certain people have reached out to me since I talked about this podcast, and they reached out and they said, this podcast has helped me so much. It's only a 9-episode thing. It's totally free. It's on Spotify if you want to ever listen to it. It's not the only podcast that talks about this stuff. There are plenty of really great podcasts out there, and I've certainly learned a lot from them. It's so funny how much it would have helped for me to remember this stuff. And I'm gonna give a big shout out to one of our community members, Kasia Murphy, who occasionally, when she sees me going off on one of these Twitter spaces and, you know, investing like a couple of hours of my night listening to people scream and maybe even going back and forth a little bit, she'll always remind me that it's not worthwhile to have arguments with people who are not willing to listen, that nothing can be done from that. And I fully agree with that. Yeah. Anyways, 4 hours, 33 minutes after I lost the Clippers. The last hour was, I mean, other than that last conversation, was pretty much like completely not basketball. And I think hopefully whoever listened to this got something out of it. It's pretty cool. People have told me that sometimes they'll listen to this podcast in the morning when they're going for a walk, or they'll listen to it at work. It'll just be on their headphones or whatever. It's really, really, really cool to me that this can do this for you, because certainly there have been a lot of podcasts that have done this for me. And big shout outs to those content creators, man. You got me through some really, really tough times. So hopefully this is a little bit of, can pay it back a little bit. Take care. Give this video a like. If you didn't remember to, that'd be super nice of you. And yeah, I mean, we're growing really fast. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. Peace, guys.